Ned Stark had never felt quite at home in the glittering halls of King's Landing, nor in the presence of Lannisters. Yet fate, in its inscrutable caprice, had conspired to bind him to the proudest lioness of them all. He was a man of the North, a man of quiet loyalty and unspoken duty, whereas Cersei Lannister was every bit a creature of intrigues, ambitions, and subtle cruelties. Hers was the gilded heart of the South, a realm of masked intentions and golden splendor. Their union was arranged in haste shortly after the rebellion that ended the Targaryen dynasty, forging a surprising alliance that was meant to secure peace and bind two powerful families in common cause. That the rebels had once spoken of Ned's sister, Lyanna, and her ill-fated involvement with Rhaegar Targaryen was a tragedy that still burned in Ned's heart. That the Lannisters had arrived late to the war but had influenced its outcome so decisively was an undeniable reality. Tywin Lannister, with his gold and power, had cleverly maneuvered himself to the side of the victors and offered a sweet alliance, but not to Robert Baratheon. No, Tywin had forced, or rather orchestrated, a subtle shift in the negotiations. Robert, after the war, seemed eager to wed Ned's sister if she had lived. But she had not. And so Robert turned to other alliances, while the cunning Lord Tywin visited the new king and, by extension, visited Ned, offering the hand of Cersei in marriage. The arrangement was sealed with uneasy acceptance in the hush of the new peace. At first, Ned's mind had raged against it. The notion of bringing a Lannister to the north felt a betrayal of everything he held dear. He remembered the sack of King's Landing and how Tywin Lannister's men had inflicted atrocities even as they claimed to be saving the day. But it was King Aerys who had done unspeakable horrors to Ned's father and brother. The Lannisters, in the end, had turned against the Targaryens, thus tipping the scales for Robert's rebellion. The political necessity was clear. Winterfell needed fresh alliances to maintain the newly consolidated realm's peace. Or so Jon Arryn had gently reminded him. The realm was fragile after the rebellion, its men weary, its coffers diminished. In that precarious climate, the North could not afford to spurn the gold-rich Lannisters. Ned had looked from Jon Arryn to Robert, from Robert to Tywin, and recognized his duty. Yet how was he to live with a woman whose father he could scarcely bring himself to trust, whose brother Jaime was rumored to be the storied Kingslayer, and whose own heart seemed veiled behind jade-green eyes that glittered with unsaid ambition? When Cersei Lannister first arrived at Winterfell as Ned's betrothed, the winds of the north seemed to swirl around her with an almost resentful chill, as though the land itself protested her presence. Cloaked in fine crimson furs and adorned with golden lion clasps, she carried herself like a queen. Head high, gaze level, lips curved in a slight, assessing smile. Ned stood in the courtyard with his younger brother Benjen and the household guard, while behind them the great keep of Winterfell, ancient and proud, loomed. The wind carried the sound of the portcullis chains rattling, and the visitors from the south were greeted with courtesy, if not warmth. Cersei stepped down from the horse litter with graceful poise, ignoring the swirl of dust and the icy bite in the air. Their gazes met and Ned offered a small, polite bow. That night, they sat at high table in the great hall. The air smelled of roast venison and fresh bread, the old stone walls flickered with torchlight. Outside, a fresh dusting of snow had begun to swirl, heralding a typical northern autumn's approach. The Lannister party, Cersei, a few knights sworn to her father, and various retinue took in Winterfell's rough-hewn grandeur with cautious interest. Cersei was seated at Ned's side, a modest show of closeness for two who were not yet wed. He could almost feel the tension radiating from her. It was in the line of her shoulders, in the faint tightness around her eyes. She sipped her wine, he drank ale. Their words were careful as all present sought to establish a veneer of cordiality. She wore a gown of dark red velvet embroidered with delicate lion motifs in golden thread, striking against her pale skin. Her hair was arranged in a pair of intricately braided coils. Now and then Ned caught her glancing at him from the corner of her eye as if measuring some intangible distance she wished to cross. He tried to imagine what it must be like for her, a woman raised in the sun and glamour of the South, to be presented with a life spent in a land of perpetual chill and serious demeanors. Later that evening, in the privacy of Winterfell's old library, they spoke with more honesty. He tried to convey that though the North was not the golden spectacle of Casterly Rock, it had its own quiet beauty, its own proud legacy. She listened, though Ned was not certain how much of what he said truly caught her heart. Their wedding took place a fortnight later in the Godwood. Ned insisted upon taking his vows beneath the red leaves of the heart tree, for he kept to the old gods. The Lannisters, of course, followed the faith of the Seven, and this had momentarily caused friction. But Tywin had instructed Cersei to yield to the Northerners in this instance, a display of political graciousness, if not genuine understanding. So it was that under crimson leaves and the watchful carved face of the weirwood, Ned and Cersei were wed. She wore a thick gown of pale ivory trimmed with fur, her golden hair left mostly unbound so it could cascade down her shoulders, and she held herself with such regal composure that several of the watchers quietly marveled at her. The sincerity of the moment weighed on Ned like a gentle but insistent hand. He could sense the eyes of his ancestors, all the lords of Winterfell, gone into the darkness, peering through that ancient heart tree, judging this strange union. He wondered if their verdict would be condemnation or blessing. Once the vows were spoken, she pressed her lips to his and gave him a small, cryptic smile. That evening's feast was both austere and grand in the northern sense, with mead and ale and hearty roasts. The minstrels played softly, the Stark bannermen and household knights toasted the new lady of Winterfell, and the Lannister contingent responded in kind. But beneath the laughter and well-wishes, Ned sensed a tension, like an unspoken question of how this arrangement might shape the future. He wondered if Cersei could sense it, too, in the hush between the notes of the lute, in the flicker of torches along the walls. Their wedding bed was a cold, awkward union. Candlelight flickered as the hour grew late, the murmuring in the corridors died down, and in Ned's bedchamber he realized how very little he understood of the woman before him. She was by turns guarded and bold, possessed of a fierce pride, but still uncertain of her place here. In the shadows he saw her slight shiver as she removed her robe. She was no timid maiden. Cersei had known suitors in the south, though her father kept a watchful eye on her virtue. Yet with Ned she was unsure how to proceed, how to mask or share her vulnerabilities. They were awkward, two strangers bound by vow, forging a brittle intimacy in the darkness. He tried to be gentle, she tried to be gracious. In the aftermath, she turned away from him, silent, though not asleep. He wanted to reach out, but he let her be. The night pressed on. He drifted into restless dreams of the war and lost loved ones, while Cersei stared at the ceiling, listening to the lonely wind. In the days and weeks that followed, Ned immersed himself in his duties as Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. He tended to disputes among his vassals, oversaw the harvest projections, and prepared for the inevitable winter to come. Winterfell was a fortress as old as memory, and it required constant tending. Hot springs fed the wells, the walls needed repairs, the smiths worked busily in the forges. Meanwhile, Cersei tried to adapt to her new surroundings. She was no ordinary bride, and her pride would not allow her to languish in the background. She strolled the corridors with measured confidence, occasionally nodding in greeting to the inhabitants. Yet many of the northern folk regarded her with curiosity at best and suspicion at worst. Her pride was further tested whenever she heard the more traditional ladies of Winterfell compare her cold southern ways to the simpler, kinder manner that Ned's sister Lyanna was said to have possessed, though Cersei suspected, from the bits she gleaned, that Lyanna had not exactly been the quiet northern maid the rumor mill might claim. At times, the tension between them manifested in small, half-hidden clashes. She disliked the chill in the morning air. He asked her to accept it, to wear thicker furs. She wanted to host lavish feasts and add more flair to the keep. He asked for moderation, mindful of the stores and the unpredictability of northern weather. She proposed entertaining more of her father's envoys, and Ned, cautious, found subtle excuses to limit Lannister influence. Each evening they would meet in the solar or at supper, exchanging polite conversation. Sometimes they shared private moments before the hearth, each with a cup of mulled wine in hand, trying to find a bridge between their worlds. On occasion, a rare sweetness surfaced. She had a quick wit that amused him when she allowed him a glimpse of it. He had a steadfast honesty that sometimes reassured her when she felt adrift in this foreign land. Time passed, and soon enough, word arrived that Robert Baratheon had taken the Iron Throne as was expected after the rebellion and was to wed a bride from House Tyrell to strengthen ties to the Reach. The realm settled into a precarious peace. Ned and Cersei's union contributed to that peace, forming a new tie between the North and the powerful Lannister family. The arrangement, however, brought with it certain unspoken obligations. Tywin Lannister, in his letters, reminded them that House Stark should not remain aloof, that the crown might demand more involvement in the matters of the realm. The king had named Ned Stark to his small council, though Ned accepted reluctantly. It meant traveling to King's Landing periodically to advise the crown. He could sense how Robert yearned for the old camaraderie of war camp days, but times had changed. The presence of Cersei in Ned's life only underscored the complicated politics now at play. Despite himself, Ned found that Cersei was with child before the year was out. The announcement made by Maester Luwin stirred both excitement and caution. If they had a son, House Stark and House Lannister would be bound by blood for generations. The realm might come to see this child as a living symbol of the North and the South united. Cersei took to her pregnancy with outward pride, but inwardly Ned sensed her apprehension. She was far from her kin, and while Winterfell's midwives were skilled, she no doubt missed the southern climate, the familiarity of her father's house, the company of her twin brother Jaime, and even her younger brother Tyrion. Though she rarely spoke of Tyrion except with visible disdain. Yet she remained resolute. Whenever Ned asked about her well-being, she answered curtly that she was fine, that she did not need coddling. Month by month, her belly grew. Ned found himself hovering at the edges of her needs, uncertain whether to intrude. Sometimes she would allow him to place a tentative hand on her swollen stomach, though she never voiced her feelings during those moments. Even so, when their child kicked, Ned felt a thrill of awe that transcended his discomfort. A new life, bridging their two worlds, he hoped that child would be spared the bitterness that lurked behind politics. The day of the birth came amidst a mild northern storm, the sky gray and brooding. Cersei labored for hours behind closed doors in her bedchamber while Ned paced the corridors outside like a restless wolf. At last, the midwife appeared, face flushed. A son, she said, healthy and strong. Ned exhaled a breath he had not realized he was holding. He went to see Cersei, found her exhausted but alive, the faint sheen of sweat on her brow. Her green eyes flickered with triumph and relief. The baby was swaddled, so small, but when Ned took the child in his arms, he felt a wave of protectiveness wash over him. He named the boy Robb, a gesture that honored King Robert but also signaled the northern tradition of naming sons with short, stark names. Cersei raised an eyebrow at that but made no protest. Perhaps she had no appetite for argument in the aftermath of such an ordeal. The child's hair was a tuft of gold brown, an odd mingling of their lineages. And in those first days, Ned would sometimes come upon Cersei gazing at the infant with a kind of fierce love he never would have guessed she possessed. As the years unfurled, their household expanded. Their second child was a daughter named Sansa, who arrived 2 years after Robb. This was a nod to the northern tradition of naming daughters after older ancestors, though Ned recalled his sister's stories of a dear friend named Sansa. He sometimes saw Cersei's frustration at the simpler naming customs of the North, but she did not publicly object. Then came Arya, a fiery girl who from her earliest days showed more interest in running around the courtyards than in any ladylike pursuits. Bran and Rickon followed in due course. Through it all, Ned watched Cersei mold herself into the role of Lady of Winterfell, each child adding a new facet to her complicated demeanor. She was proud of them, yes, but she also held them with a tightness that suggested something guarded. The children were half lion, half wolf, loyal to the North, yet also boasting the southern gold of their mother's house. The daily routine of Winterfell took shape around them. Ned's responsibilities ranged from holding court in the Great Hall to patrolling the Wolfswood for signs of bandits. Cersei presided over banquets and welcomed guests with a graciousness that could turn cutting if her mood soured. She made sure that the Lannister name retained a certain luster even here. Tapestries from Casterly Rock adorned some walls, southern perfumes wafted through her private chambers, and she occasionally invited singers who performed ballads that extolled the glory of her house. Many of the older Starks frowned at what they perceived as an excess of southern vanity, but Ned tried to maintain peace. He reminded himself that this was a necessary compromise. And to his surprise, there were genuine moments of harmony. On crisp mornings, the children would gather in the courtyard, squealing in delight as they flung themselves into piles of autumn leaves or skated across patches of ice. He saw the smile on Cersei's face as she admired Robb's eagerness to practice swordsmanship with the master-at-arms. When Sansa began to mimic her mother's regal bearing, Cersei preened with approval, encouraging the girl to embrace her own beauty and charm. Yet Cersei's approval was never unconditional. She was critical, expecting a standard of excellence that mirrored Tywin's exacting ways. Arya, who resisted all forms of ladylike conduct, often clashed with her mother in silent frustration. Ned sensed the tension. He intervened on the occasions when Arya's rebelliousness crossed a line, but he also quietly told his daughter that there was room in the North for strong girls who could handle a bow. He never said so outright in front of Cersei, for that would spark an argument, but Arya's grin told him that she understood. Such small familial dramas were overshadowed by the realm's larger concerns. Robert Baratheon, newly crowned king, grew restless in his seat. He He had a hunger for wine, feasts, and celebration, letting the tedious matters of governance slip to his hand. Jon Arryn. Whispers reached Winterfell of unrest in the Iron Islands or of southern lords vying for influence. Tywin Lannister remained aloof at Casterly Rock, weaving subtle webs of power. The Targaryen children, said to have fled across the Narrow Sea, were rumored to be seeking alliances to reclaim their father's throne. Ned was wary of all these developments, but he also knew that King's Landing was a pit of vipers, and the more he involved himself, the more complicated his life and that of his family would become. When Ned received a royal summons to King's Landing to discuss matters of the realm, he hesitated. Cersei, however, was quick to encourage the journey. She claimed that a show of northern support would strengthen their child's future. In truth, Ned suspected she might be eager for a change of scenery, or perhaps to remind the realm that she was no mere provincial lady, but a lioness of Lannister blood married to one of the kingdom's most prominent lords. The entire family embarked. Ned, Cersei, Robb, Sansa, and Arya, with little Bran and Rickon left behind in Winterfell's capable care, for the journey was long and they were too young. The king had invited them all to stay in the Red Keep for a time. The road south was a study in contrasts. Cersei traveled in a luxurious wheelhouse, complete with plush seats and a stable temperature. The children darted between riding ponies and peeking into their mother's wheelhouse. Ned rode at the head of the column in earnest conversation with a handful of Stark men. He found himself reflecting on how different the path of his life might have been had Robert remained the Ned he once knew, or had Tywin Lannister never arranged this marriage. Yet he had accepted this path, and the time for regrets was long gone. The further south they traveled, the warmer the climate grew. Autumn in the Riverlands was mild, with golden leaves falling in gentle breezes. Sansa declared it all quite pretty, while Arya craned her neck to watch passing farmsteads or to admire a local archer practicing by the roadside. Cersei's expression brightened as the sun grew warmer and the northern chill receded. King's Landing welcomed them with its usual noise and stench, the throngs of people pressing close, the narrow streets choked with traffic. The Red Keep rose above it all, a fortress of red stone perched on Aegon's high hill, overlooking Blackwater Bay. The day they arrived, Robert greeted them in the throne room with a booming laugh and open arms. His broad face was ruddy, his once muscular frame going soft with indulgence, but he still had a presence that commanded attention. At his side stood Queen Margaery Tyrell, her hair neatly braided, her demeanor gracious. Robert seemed genuinely pleased to see Ned, clasping his shoulder and half embracing him. His gaze darted to Cersei and the children with a mixture of curiosity and expectation. He complimented the children, praising Robb's sturdy build, Sansa's sweet face, and Arya's bold posture. Cersei watched with a polite, thin-lipped smile, all the while radiating an undercurrent of tension. Ned wondered whether it was the memory of nearly marrying Robert or simply the knowledge that they had each taken different paths to power. That evening, a feast was held in their honor. The great hall of the Red Keep was filled with courtiers and lords, some loyal to the Baratheons, others to the Lannisters, still others who were neutral or cunningly aligned. Ned recognized many faces from the rebellion days, men who had fought alongside them, or at least pledged support to the cause that toppled the Targaryens. Jon Arryn presided over the event as the hand of the king, though his health seemed a bit more frail than Ned remembered. Wine flowed freely, N.D. entertainers performed lively songs. At one point, Robert rose, chalice in hand, to hail Lord Eddard Stark and Lady Cersei for forging such a notable union that had helped to keep the realm stable. A hush fell over the crowd, and all eyes turned to the dais. Ned glanced at Cersei, who offered the gathered courtiers a regal nod. She sat straight-backed, her green eyes glittering with carefully measured pride. Robert boomed on about how the marriage had been an example for the realm, binding old loyalties and forging new ones. Ned listened with an odd sense of detachment, remembering all the tensions that still lingered. There was little choice but to endure the attention. Yet in Cersei's face, he saw a trace of satisfaction. She had always craved recognition and admiration, and here it was, before the entire court. Robert toasted, the hall roared its approval, and the feast continued. But in the days that followed, the underlying tensions of court life began to seep in. Cersei's presence attracted the notice of old rivals and potential allies. Lord Varys, the master of whisperers, slithered about with his usual unctuous politeness, commenting on how wondrous it was to see the lion and the wolf so well united. Peter Baelish, the master of coin, flitted around with mocking smiles and oblique remarks about alliances and debts. Ser Barristan Selmy, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, maintained a dignified silence about the political marriages, though he was cordial to Ned when they encountered each other. Ned found that Cersei was more in her element here, at least in certain ways. She spoke with an ease that came from having grown up around courtiers and the trappings of power. She understood the social intricacies that Ned sometimes disdained or overlooked. Yet those same intricacies were precisely what made Ned long for the simpler ways of the North. Whenever he could, he avoided the petty squabbles and intrigues, focusing instead on business with Jon Arryn, discussing finances and the lingering after-effects of the rebellion. Meanwhile, Cersei busied herself introducing Sansa to the ladies of the court, encouraging her to emulate their refined manners. Arya despised the courtly lessons, preferring to slip away to watch the guards train in the yard. Cersei often scolded her for this, but Ned quietly allowed it, remembering how Lyanna had once chafed under the constraints of ladylike behavior. One afternoon, while Ned was seated in the small council chambers, listening to Robert grumble about the cost of a new tourney, the conversation veered toward House Targaryen. Varys cleared his throat and announced that there were rumors of Viserys Targaryen wandering the free cities, seeking to wed his sister Daenerys to a warlord or mercenary band that might back his claim to the Iron Throne. Robert spat his wine, cursing the Targaryens and vowing that if they dared set foot on Westerosi soil, he would have their heads. Ned remained silent, uncertain that the rumored Targaryen threat was as immediate as Robert feared. Then someone mentioned that Tywin Lannister was also monitoring the situation, and the conversation drifted toward speculation about whether the Lannisters might push for an expedition to the east. Robert dismissed the idea. He was not about to embark on another war so soon. Ned kept a careful ear open, aware that his wife might have her own thoughts on the matter. In the privacy of their assigned chambers that evening, he questioned Cersei about her father's designs. They had grown more comfortable with each other over the years, enough that direct questions could be asked without an immediate explosion of wrath. Cersei brushed her long hair, gazing at her reflection in the polished mirror. "My father always seeks to protect our family's interests," she said, her voice carrying a dismissive note. "He has no love for Targaryens, nor does he trust Robert's leadership. But I doubt he's planning anything rash." Ned pressed gently. "The king is concerned about a potential invasion. If your father is secretly mustering any forces, we need to know. I do not want to see the realm plunged back into war." She turned, her green eyes flashing. "You speak as if I'm a messenger for my father's hidden plots. We're married, Ned, but do not forget my loyalty remains with my own blood as well." He drew a measured breath, stepping closer. "I haven't forgotten. But if war breaks out, do you think our children will be spared? Tywin might care for his grandchildren, but the North is not easily controlled by him or anyone else. We must be vigilant for all our sakes." She set the brush down, turning back to the mirror, her tone cooling. "I'll write to him, quietly. If he has any secret designs, perhaps he'll confide in me." Satisfied enough with that concession, Ned let the matter rest. Still, an unease coiled in his stomach. He began to realize that the vow that tied them, once purely political, had grown into a more complicated bond. They might not love each other in the traditional sense, but they were bound by loyalty to their children and, through them, to a shared future. He wondered if that was enough to weather the storms of realm-wide politics. While at King's Landing, the children experienced the city's clamor. Sansa was captivated by the dresses and accessories worn by the court ladies, while Arya rolled her eyes and escaped whenever possible to watch the Red Keep's men-at-arms practice. Robb trailed after Ned, trying to absorb lessons of leadership. The boy was only 8, but already showed a certain seriousness that reminded Ned of himself. Cersei took pride in displaying the children, wanting everyone at court to see how strong and well-bred they were. Yet she also kept a watchful eye on them, suspicious of potential slights or insults from the families that might resent her father's influence. The days blended into court life. Banquets, hunting parties, council meetings. Then, all too swiftly, came word of a new threat in the west. Ironborn reavers menacing Lannister coastlines. Robert declared he would dispatch a royal fleet to quell them. Tywin had already taken measures to defend his shores, and there was talk of joint action by houses Baratheon and Lannister. Ned saw an opportunity for the North to keep some distance. The Greyjoys were ever a nuisance, but the immediate threat was far from northern shores. He told Robert that the North would, of course, stand ready if the realm needed them, but the king only shrugged and said it was a matter for the West and the royal fleet. Shortly thereafter, Ned informed Robert that he and his family would return to Winterfell. Robert initially pressed him to remain a while longer, but Ned could see that the capital was no place to raise children for too long, especially ones unaccustomed to the webs of intrigue. He also sensed Cersei's growing tension, as if she, too, realized that her father might soon entangle them in more southern politics. Reluctantly, Robert let them go, though he insisted on a grand farewell feast that saw them off with full honors. Marjorie Tyrell gave Sansa a small gift, an intricate hair net with jeweled beads, and complimented Cersei on her radiant appearance. Cersei accepted the compliments graciously, though Ned could tell she was evaluating Marjorie with an appraising, even wary look, as if the Southern Queen's diplomacy masked hidden cunning. The return journey proved quieter than the trip down, and Ned felt relief when the looming towers of Winterfell came back into view after weeks on the road. The children exclaimed with delight at the sight of the familiar gray walls. Cersei, though she had seemed more lively in King's Landing, also appeared relieved to be away from the capital's chaos. She might be a southern lady, but over the years she had carved out a measure of control in Winterfell, with loyal handmaidens and a routine that revolved around her. She had come to realize that though the North was cold and at times austere, she was freer here in some ways than she had been under her father's watchful eye. She was Lady of Winterfell in her own right, and that was not a trifling matter. Autumn deepened. Snow flurries arrived in short bursts, and the stewards began to store grain. Ned resumed his daily responsibilities, meeting with the northern lords. Cersei returned to her tasks, supervising the staff and the children's lessons. The subtle friction between them ebbed and flowed. Sometimes Ned would sense that Cersei was bored, her ambition stirring, and she would complain about the North's lack of sophistication. Other times, she seemed content, especially when she was entertaining southern visitors who passed through on their way to or from the Wall or the Free Cities. They existed in a marriage that was neither cold nor warm, a partnership driven by pragmatic concerns, yet steadily forged by the growing bond of children. When Robb turned 10, Ned allowed him to witness his first real council meeting with Northern Bannermen, where matters of law and punishment were discussed. Cersei was present, quietly observing. She rarely intervened in these affairs, preferring to steer policy through private conversations with Ned. But that day, she stood behind her son's chair. Ned explained to Robb the importance of justice in the North, how a lord had to mete out punishment himself. The boy's gray-blue eyes flickered with solemn understanding. Cersei's gaze softened for a moment, and she placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. It struck Ned then how easily the boy had grown into the role of heir, carrying both northern stoicism and a hint of Lannister pride. That winter, Ned decided to visit the crannogmen in the Neck, and Cersei insisted on accompanying him. It was unusual for her to show interest in such a journey, but she declared she wanted to expand her knowledge of the North. With a small retinue, they traveled south to the boggy marshes. The trip was cold, damp, and physically taxing. Cersei's patience wore thin, and she occasionally snapped at the Crannog guides. But Ned noticed that she also displayed an unexpected determination. She had never been one to cower from discomfort if it served her interests. Whether that interest was knowledge, or simply the desire to prove she could endure northern hardships, Ned could not say for certain. Along the way, they spent nights in small camps, huddled beneath thick firs. The closeness forced them to rely on each other. One night, after a bitter rain, he found her trying to warm her hands by a small fire. He draped an extra cloak around her, and for a moment, her usual guarded facade gave way. She looked up at him, and he saw fatigue and perhaps a trace of vulnerability in her eyes. He sat down beside her, the silence of the marshland thick around them. The crackle of the fire was their only comfort. She leaned her head briefly on his shoulder, and he rested his hand over hers. No words were needed. It was a fleeting gesture, yet it spoke of a tenuous bridge between them, something approaching companionship. Back in Winterfell, life continued in its steady rhythms. The children grew, their personalities solidifying. Sansa became ever more graceful and courteous, pleasing her mother. Arya continued to clash with Cersei at every turn, resisting dresses and needlework, preferring archery and swordplay. That tension occasionally flared into outright arguments. Cersei complained that Arya shamed her by acting like a common boy. Ned stepped in, counseling Arya to at least pay lip service to courtesy. Arya bristled, but after seeing the disappointment in Ned's eyes, she grudgingly acquiesced, most of the time. Robb continued his training, forging a bond with Theon Greyjoy, who was his father's ward from the Iron Islands. Though Theon was brash, Ned believed that in time he might learn humility under Stark guidance. As the children's mother, Cersei occupied a central place in their lives, though her brand of love was fierce and often conditional. She expected them to excel, and she lavished approval when they did. When they faltered, she withdrew or berated them, wanting to instill in them the will to overcome. Ned did not always agree with her methods, but he recognized that she did love them, perhaps even more deeply than she loved him or anyone else. The lioness protected her cubs, though she also insisted they become strong. The seasons turned and the realm's politics dragged them back into the swirl of events. Jon Arryn fell mysteriously ill, prompting rumors that he had been poisoned. Robert Baratheon, panic-stricken, wrote urgently to Ned, imploring him to come south again, this time to serve as Hand of the King should Jon Arryn pass. Ned shared the news with Cersei in the privacy of their solar. She responded with an odd mix of dread and excitement. "If you become Hand," she said, "we'll have more power, more influence. Surely you see the advantage." He shook his head. "I see a vortex of intrigues, illusions, and betrayals. I have no wish to plunge into that pit. We have children to protect, a homeland that needs stability." She pursed her lips, eyes narrowing. "Your friend Robert is king. He wants you by his side. Does that mean nothing to you? Or do you prefer to let other lords whisper in his ear? My father will be quick to fill that vacuum if we are not there." Ned remembered Tywin's cunning gaze, the old lion's readiness to exploit weaknesses. He exhaled. "I'll go, but I won't bring all of you unless it's absolutely necessary. King's Landing is no place for a family if war and treachery brew." Cersei drew a slow breath, considering. "You'll need me there if you hope to navigate the court. Do not forget that I was raised among these vipers." "You're too honorable, Ned. You'll be swallowed whole if you go alone." He studied her face. She was right in a sense. He loathed the idea that cunning and guile were needed to survive, but that did not make it untrue. And so they agreed, albeit with reservations. When the word arrived that Jon Arryn had indeed died, Ned, Cersei, and the older children prepared for another journey south. The younger ones would remain in Winterfell, looked after by trusted retainers. Ned felt a heaviness settle in his chest as they set forth, leaving the ancient halls of Winterfell behind, uncertain of what awaited them in the capital. That second arrival in King's Landing was overshadowed by grief and suspicion. Robert was distraught over Jon Arryn's death. He clung to Ned like a man drowning, pressing the Hand's badge into his old friend's palm and insisting that Ned accept it for the good of the realm. Ned, with reluctance, placed the badge on his doublet. "For you, Robert, and for the realm," he said, though his voice carried a note of resignation. Cersei stood at his side, resplendent in her green and gold gown, her stance communicating confidence she perhaps did not fully feel. The small council was populated by the same cunning figures. Varys with his fluttering hands, Peter Baelish with his sly smirk, Pycelle with his long white beard and placating manner, and Renly Baratheon with a quick wit and charming smile. Ned tried to find a path forward, investigating the suspicious circumstances of Jon Arryn's death. Whispers of poison abounded. Cersei urged caution, warning him that the walls had ears. Meanwhile, Robert seemed more interested in hosting tournaments and drowning his sorrows in drink than in systematically hunting for the truth. Tensions simmered among the lords, and Tywin Lannister loomed in the west, a powerful presence even from afar. Cersei's reintroduction to the court as the Hand's wife stirred new dynamics. Some courtiers who once dismissed her as the Lady of the North now sought her favor. Others eyed her with mistrust, sensing that she held the ear of both Ned and her formidable father. She parried their advances with a mixture of politeness and veiled barbs, proving that she had lost none of her skill at the game. Ned watched this from the sidelines, both relieved and uneasy. He knew how manipulative the game could become. Yet if anyone could keep them afloat in these dangerous waters, it was Cersei. Their children found themselves immersed in an environment far removed from the snowy courtyards of Winterfell. Robb sparred with palace guards, his youthful seriousness clashing with the court's more flamboyant style. Sansa basked in the culture, wide-eyed at the lavish dresses and courtly dances, though she sometimes felt overshadowed by girls from southern families who had spent their entire lives perfecting the arts of refinement. Arya bristled under the increased pressure to behave. She snuck out to chase cats along the Red Keep's winding corridors, earning repeated scoldings from Cersei, who insisted that her daughter learn to present herself properly. While Robert drank and caroused, Ned dug into Jon Arryn's last days, learning that the former hand had been investigating something related to lineage and bastardy. That investigation led Ned down a winding path of genealogical records and hushed rumors. Little by little, the pieces converged on a troubling notion about the Baratheon line. He discovered that all true Baratheons, for generations, had possessed dark hair. Yet Robert and Margaery's children were said to have black hair as well, which fit. This was not the puzzle. The whisper was that, if Robert had fathered other children outside the marriage, they inherited certain Baratheon traits. Something about the new baby Margaery carried caused speculation. The line might not be purely Baratheon if the father was someone else. Ned recalled the gossip that Margaery was admired by many at court, but that was a separate matter. He pressed on, uncertain if it had anything to do with Jon Arryn's demise. A swirl of rumors also surrounded the Lannisters. People whispered about Cersei's twin brother Jaime, who served in the Kingsguard, and the nature of their relationship, old rumors that preceded her marriage to Ned. Those rumors never quite died, but Ned always dismissed them as vile gossip. He had never seen any cause to suspect such a thing, and Jaime was often far from Winterfell. It was a reminder of how relentlessly the court churned out salacious tales. Now, with Ned as hand and Cersei as a prominent figure, the whispers took on new life. Some said that Tywin plotted to seat a Lannister on the throne in time, and that Cersei's children might have claims to rule that overshadowed Robert's heirs. Ned found it disconcerting to see his children's names bandied about in such conspiracies. He tried to shield them, but the dance of politics was relentless. In the midst of this turmoil, Robert announced a grand tourney in Ned's honor. Ned wanted no such spectacle, but Robert overruled him, proclaiming that King's Landing needed a bit of celebration to lift its spirits. Cersei recognized the advantage. "Let them celebrate," she told Ned quietly. "It gives us an opportunity to see who allies with whom, who bets on which knights. Information is power." Ned conceded. He felt a pang of guilt that his presence here had triggered such extravagance when the crown was already in debt. Baelish only shrugged and said, "There's always gold to be found if one knows where to look." The tourney began. Knights from across the realm arrived, jousting for honor and glory. The city buzzed with excitement. Ned watched from the royal box with Robert and Cersei, the children at their side. Arya had to be repeatedly reminded to sit still. Sansa was enthralled by the splendor, while Robb observed the knight's technique with the keen eye of a future warrior. Robert roared with delight whenever a lance shattered or a knight unhorsed his opponent with a particularly clever move. Cersei Benia, her calm exterior, assessed the gathered lords, analyzing which families had the means to outfit top contenders. On the second day of the tourney, a mysterious hedge knight, calling himself the Knight of the Wolf, made a surprisingly strong showing. Rumors swirled that he might hail from the north. When he knocked a knight wearing Lannister colors off his horse, the crowd gasped. Ned caught Cersei's narrowed gaze. She did not like seeing the lion bested, but in the spirit of the tourney, she maintained her composure. Then, toward the final rounds, the Knight of the Wolf faced off against Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. The tilt was spectacular, both knights displaying consummate skill. In the end, Ser Loras triumphed narrowly, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Afterward, at the feast, Cersei and Ned drifted among the tables, accepting congratulations and paying respects. Robert grew rowdy, calling for more wine, ignoring Margaery's gentle attempts to moderate him. Varys flitted about, dispensing pleasantries and gathering secrets. Baelish offered Cersei a sweet compliment on her gown, only to receive a cool smile in return. Ned noticed tension building in the room, pockets of lords whispering. Then a hush rippled outward as Tywin Lannister himself made a surprise appearance, striding into the hall in resplendent red and gold. He had arrived unannounced to witness the final day of the tourney, apparently. Cersei's face betrayed her surprise, and she excused herself from Ned's side to go greet her father. Ned followed, greeting Lord Tywin with polite respect. Tywin's stern gaze flicked to Ned's newly pinned handsbatch. "A formidable position," he remarked. "I trust you'll see to it that the realm remains stable." Ned inclined his head. "That is my intention." Cersei shared a few quiet words with her father, who nodded gravely. Ned could guess the gist. Tywin wanted to ensure that the Starks and Lannisters maintained their alliance effectively, perhaps glean how the power structures at court were shifting. Then Tywin's pale green eyes swept over the children, and the faintest trace of satisfaction crossed his features. The lion's blood was in them, so to speak, and that gave him a stake in Winterfell that no other southern lord could claim. As the final day of the tourney dawned, the jousting concluded with Ser Barristan and Selmy besting a younger knight in a show of the old hero's skill. Robert lauded Barristan, awarding him a heavy purse of gold. The crowds dispersed and the city returned to its usual routine. But tensions in the Red Keep only grew. Ned continued his quiet investigation into Jon Arryn's death, suspecting foul play. He confided in Cersei, who listened carefully, her expression unreadable. "Be cautious, Ned," she said. "If there is a murderer at court, you risk drawing their attention. Perhaps it's best to leave this matter alone. Jon Arryn is gone, and so is his quest for whatever it was he was investigating." Ned shook his head. "He was a good man, and I promised Robert answers. I must try." She exhaled. "Your honor will be your undoing someday," she muttered, though her tone carried an edge of reluctant admiration. Meanwhile, Tywin lingered in the capital, hosting private dinners with prominent lords. Cersei was invited, while Ned found himself either deliberately excluded or politely uninvited. He recognized it as Tywin's attempt to preserve an aura of Lannister supremacy. Cersei, for her part, sometimes attended these events, sometimes feigned other obligations. When Ned asked what her father was discussing with the lords, she would give evasive answers, claiming that it was mostly talk of trade, alliances, or the Ironborn threat. Ned suspected there was more. Robert's mood darkened as he sensed the swirl of intrigues around him. He vented to Ned in private, complaining that the throne was more burden than blessing, that the gold in the treasury was all but gone, that the Lannisters or the Tyrells or someone else was always trying to manipulate him. "I wanted a realm free of Targaryens," he growled, "not this nest of vipers." Ned tried to calm him, offering reasoned counsel. But the king was too caught up in frustration, taking solace in wine and hunts. One morning, a messenger arrived to inform Ned that Robert had decided to go on a grand boar hunt, inviting a select group of courtiers, and he wanted Ned to join. Ned hesitated. He had no love for such reckless hunts, but Robert was the king and the request was framed as a command. Cersei frowned when Ned told her. "He's a grown man," she said. "If he wants to go hunting, let him. But keep your wits about you. I have a bad feeling." Despite her misgivings, Ned accompanied the king. The hunt took them into the Kingswood, where Robert and his entourage drank heavily, pursuing a massive boar rumored to roam the area. It was all spectacle, with horns and hounds, knights in shining armor. Ned felt uneasy, remembering how unpredictably hunts could turn fatal. And so it was that Robert, emboldened by too much wine, confronted the boar alone. The beast gored him before his guards could intervene, leaving the king gravely wounded. Ned rushed to his side, others screaming for the maesters. By the time they got Robert back to the Red Keep, his condition was dire. The city fell into chaos. Maesters worked frantically, but the wound was mortal. Robert, lying in bed, pale and sweating, beckoned Ned close. He gripped Ned's hand with surprising strength, forcing out words between labored breaths. "Promise me, guard the realm, my children." Then he fell into delirium, half believing that Ned was his father or brother. In another moment of clarity, he scrawled a document proclaiming Ned as protector of the realm until his eldest son came of age. He pressed a signet into Ned's hand, eyes filled with regret. "I loved your sister," he murmured. "Should have been different." Then he sank into unconsciousness. Cersei was at Ned's side. She watched her one-time betrothed fade, her face unreadable. Perhaps she felt a flicker of pity or sorrow for the man Robert had once been. But she had moved on long ago. When Robert died the next dawn, the capital erupted in panic and confusion. Queen Margaery was inconsolable, pregnant with a child that might never sit on the throne if the Baratheons' claim was contested. Tywin Lannister seized the opportunity to maneuver. Ned, as protector of the realm, tried to maintain order. He convened the small council, showing Robert's final testament, which named Ned regent until the heir was of age. But Tywin's allies questioned the legitimacy of that testament, and rumors circulated that Margaery's child might not be Robert's. The Tyrells demanded an immediate coronation for the unborn child, with Margaery as regent. The Lannisters, through Tywin, signaled that they might support a different arrangement entirely. Ned realized that the entire realm stood on a precipice. He had no desire for the throne, nor did Cersei. Yet the lines of succession were muddled, and if the wrong faction took power, everything could descend into civil war. In this maelstrom, Cersei emerged as Ned's staunch defender, at least in public. She insisted that the king's final wishes be honored, that Ned Stark act as protector until the rightful heir could be established. She had no great love for Margaery Tyrell, nor did she trust the Tyrells' ambitions. Tywin, for his part, recognized that the North and the Lannisters together might outflank the Tyrells if they stood united. And so, ironically, Ned found himself leaning on Cersei's cunning to preserve the peace. The City Watch was put on high alert and the small council bickered daily. Varys whispered that certain lords would only accept a Baratheon heir, no matter the mother. Peter Baelish softly suggested that if the child was rumored not to be Robert's, then a fresh alliance could be found, perhaps seating Stannis Baratheon or Renly. But those men were far away, mustering their own claims. The tension soared. All the while, Ned worried for his children's safety, especially Arya and Sansa, who were too young to comprehend the danger. Cersei arranged for a small cadre of loyal guards drawn from both Northern and Lannister retinues to protect them. She might not have loved Ned, but she would protect her children with a lioness's ferocity. At night, in the uneasy hush of their chamber, Ned and Cersei would speak in hushed tones about the possibility of war. He came to rely on her knowledge of the Southern Lords, while she trusted his sense of honor to navigate the crisis without letting her father's manipulations run rampant. They were uneasy allies, and yet they were also husband and wife, bound by nearly 15 years of shared life and children. In the corridor outside the small council chamber on a fateful morning, Ned was met by Grand Maester Pycelle, who produced a letter that had arrived by Raven. It bore the seal of Dragonstone. Within, Stannis Baratheon proclaimed himself the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, denouncing the unborn child as a product of an adulterous union. He named Renly a usurper if he tried to claim the throne, and also cast doubt on the Tyrells. Suddenly, the city was abuzz with talk of a Baratheon civil war, pitting Stannis against Margaery's unborn child. Ned stared at the letter, uncertain how to proceed. He was sworn to uphold Robert's final wishes, but the letter from Stannis threatened the stability of the realm. That evening, Tywin called upon Ned and Cersei, urging them to declare for Stannis or to at least refuse to recognize Margaery's unborn child as the heir. The realm cannot be allowed to fall into chaos, Tywin stated coldly. Stand with me, stand with Stannis, and we can keep order. Cersei listened to her father, but turned to Ned. What do you think, my lord? She asked, her voice neutral. Ned sensed the weight of this moment. If he sided with Tywin and Stannis, he risked alienating half the realm. If he refused, war might be inevitable, with the Tyrells and their bannermen marching on King's Landing. Ned answered slowly, I will honor Robert's testament. I was named protector until the rightful heir can be established. Stannis' claim has merit, yes, but so does the child if it is truly Robert's. We must confirm the truth of parentage before we plunge the kingdom into war. Tywin frowned. Cersei's eyes flicked between them, weighing the angles. There may not be time for delicate investigations, Lord Tywin pressed. Stannis is marching, by all accounts. The Tyrells will not quietly surrender their potential hold on the throne. War is coming. Cersei parted her lips, about to speak, when a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. A messenger from the City Watch burst in, announcing that Renly Baratheon had arrived outside the city with a host of Stormland's bannermen, claiming the throne for himself. Ned closed his eyes briefly. All around them, the realm fractured. War was no longer a distant threat, it was at their doorstep. In the days that followed, King's Landing braced for conflict. Ned and Cersei worked together, an unlikely team, to fortify the city and try to negotiate with Renly's envoys. Tywin used his own men to secure key positions in the capital. Sansa clung to her mother, frightened by the talk of armies. Arya seethed with frustration, wanting to do something, anything, but kept from harm's way. Robb stood at Ned's side, absorbing the gravity of war. Cersei grew more tense, pacing the halls, furious at the idea that the Tyrells or Baratheons might tear her children from her. And thus, the realm stood on the cusp of a great conflict, with Ned Stark and Cersei Lannister Stark at the heart of it. Two souls bound in a marriage that began as a political arrangement shaped by years of uneasy partnership, shared children, and an evolving sense of guarded respect. War loomed, alliances frayed, and the Iron Throne lay in peril. Yet in that crucible of crisis, Ned and Cersei found themselves clinging to each other more tightly than ever before, for the alternative was to be swept away in the tidal wave of ambition and bloodshed that threatened to engulf them all. No ravens had yet flown to Winterfell summoning reinforcements. No swords had yet crossed in pitched battle outside the city walls. But the die was cast and the lines of succession had become hopelessly entangled. Ned gazed at his wife, seeing in her eyes the fierce determination of a lioness defending her cubs. She looked back at him, seeing perhaps the steadfast honor of the North. In that shared look, they found a slender thread of unity, forged by the knowledge that only together could they hope to steer the realm away from utter ruin. Whether they would succeed or fail would be written in the annals of Westeros. But for now, they stood side by side, the wolf and the lion, a strange alliance indeed, facing a dawn that promised blood and sorrow and the uncertain hope that through their union the realm might yet be saved. Ned Stark stood on the balcony of Maegor's Holdfast, staring out across the sprawl of King's Landing. The dawn sky was tinged with gray and peach, as if unsure whether to promise a glorious sunrise or a storm. Below, the city's winding streets began to stir. This was a capital on the brink. The king was dead, the lords were fractious, and war hovered just beyond the horizon. Yet within these embattled walls, Ned and Cersei Lannister Stark tried, however precariously, to hold the realm together. Their marriage had been an unlikely one from the start, but now it was tested in ways neither could have foreseen. Cersei joined him quietly, her face drawn with worry. It was still strange to see her garbed in the darker, more somber hues of the north blended with the occasional crimson or gold accent. Her hair, a soft golden cascade, caught the early light, and for a moment Ned was reminded of how foreign she had seemed in Winterfell so many years ago. They had grown together and apart in cycles since then, shaped by the demands of lordship and motherhood. Now, as war threatened, they found themselves bound more tightly by mutual necessity. Below them in the courtyard, their children stirred. Robb, tall for his age, was practicing sword forms with a hastily assembled circle of Northern Guards and Lannister men. His hair was a curious shade brown darkened by northern genes, yet shot through with golden glints. He moved with a controlled aggression that spoke of both lion and wolf. Sansa sat on a bench, anxiously watching her brother, fiddling with the hem of her gown. Farther off, Arya sulked against a wall, arms crossed, no doubt wishing she could join the sparring. Cersei's argument with Arya the night before still hung in the air. Arya had once again snuck into the vaults beneath the Red Keep in search of rumored dragon skulls, returning covered in dust and refusing to apologize. Cersei had scolded her for her wildness, and Arya had merely glowered in response. Ned tore his gaze away from the courtyard. "We'll need a strategy for Renly," he said quietly. "He's outside the city with enough men to be a threat if we deny his claim." Cersei folded her arms. "He calls himself king," she said dryly. "He's always been ambitious, though I never expected him to be bold enough to lay immediate claim. But Robert's seat is empty, and Marjorie is carrying Robert's child. Renly must suspect the court will split over whether that child is truly the Baratheon heir." Ned nodded. "He's gambling that the realm might rally behind a grown man rather than an unborn babe, especially if that babe is rumored not to be Robert's. Meanwhile, Stannis is on Dragonstone, declaring himself rightful heir by seniority. And the Tyrells in Highgarden are outraged at any suggestion that Marjorie's child could be disinherited." Cersei watched a cloud scud across the sky, her lips a thin line. "And where does that leave us? Protector of the realm with no king, only claimants." He exhaled. "It leaves us in a precarious position. But the king's testament was clear. Until a rightful heir can be agreed upon, I am to keep the peace." He paused. "Your father says we should back Stannis. Baelish suggests forging a peace with Renly. Varys says little, but he warns me to look out for new intrigues from across the narrow sea. Marjorie, if she is cunning, will press the claim for her unborn child, with the Tyrells' full might behind her." Cersei grimaced. "Tywin despises uncertainty. He wants a strong figure on the throne, someone who will reward House Lannister's loyalty. And if we fail to pick the winning side, we risk everything. Not to mention, if Tywin thinks you're hesitating too long, he might simply act on his own. My father has never been shy about seizing initiative." A gust of wind ruffled Ned's hair. "I know, but I will not plunge the realm into open war if there's a chance to prevent it. Let me speak with Renly's envoys again. Perhaps there's a way to broker a compromise. If Marjorie can be persuaded to accept terms that preserve her child's status while acknowledging some role for Stannis." Cersei barked a short laugh. "You mean have them share the throne? This is Westeros, Ned, not the Free Cities. Ours is not a kingdom that tolerates multiple crowns." He grimaced but refused to cede hope. I'd be satisfied with any arrangement that spares bloodshed. He turned to meet her gaze. If war does come, and the city is stormed by one faction or another, we have to think of the children. She pressed her lips together, and for a fleeting moment, the cool veneer that so often guarded her features cracked. Believe me, I think of them every moment. If the Tyrells march or Renly's host breaks through, do you think they'll be gentle with us? Or do you think the North will be safe if the capital falls? We could lose everything we've built. He nodded, stepping closer so that their arms nearly touched. That's why we must try. She drew in a breath, steadying herself. Very well, we can try to arrange talks, but do not delude yourself. Renly wants the Iron Throne, and if he must fling 1,000,000 swords to get it, he will. At that, Ned fell silent. Together, they watched Robb complete his practice below, disarming a Lannister guard with a swift twist of his training blade. The guard, Ser Demon, a lesser knight loyal to Casterly Rock, rose, saluted Robb for his skill, and retrieved his sword from the dirt. Ned's heart clenched, seeing how quickly his eldest was growing. Soon enough, there might be real battles that demanded real blood. Renly Baratheon's host camped just a league outside the city gates, near the old fields that had once served for tournaments. The banners of the stag flew defiantly under the summer sun. From the Red Keep's highest towers, watchers reported that Renly had thousands of men, Stormlanders, reachmen who had broken with the Tyrells, and a smattering of ambitious hedge knights seeking favor. Already, rumors circulated of lavish feasts in Renly's tents, as if he were hosting a royal court in miniature. On the second day after Robert's death, Renly sent a deputation to the Red Keep. Ser Loras Tyrell, his trusted companion, along with several minor lords who had pledged for Renly. They arrived in the throne room under a white flag, escorted by gold cloaks. Ned sat in the hand's seat at the base of the Iron Throne. He would not presume to seat himself upon it, and arrayed behind him were Cersei, Tywin Lannister, Pycelle, Varys, and other officials. Renly's envoys approached, ignoring the hush that fell among the court. Ser Loras was the first to speak, stepping forward in polished armor of silver and green enamel. "My Lord Hand," he said with a courteous bow, though there was a flick in his eyes that suggested underlying tension. "I come on behalf of Renly Baratheon, the rightful king of Westeros. We seek a peaceful resolution to the question of succession, if possible." Ned inclined his head. "You are welcome here under the banner of peace. Speak your proposal." Ser Loras straightened. "Lord Renly acknowledges that your position as protector of the realm was granted by the late King Robert. However, the realm needs a monarch, not merely a protector. Renly Baratheon, Robert's younger brother, is a capable, charismatic leader. He has the support of many Storm Lords and a growing number of Reach Lords, particularly those who question the paternity of the child Queen Marjorie carries." Ned frowned. "You question the paternity openly?" A faint smile curled Loras's lips. "Slander or truth, the rumor spreads. Whether it's fair or not, lords do not want a babe of uncertain bloodline on the throne. They want a proven Baratheon, a man they can follow. Hence, King Renly." He paused. "His Grace extends an offer to you, Lord Stark, and to the Lannisters. Swear your allegiance, recognize him as king, and he will confirm you as Warden of the North, confirm all lands and titles, and name you his hand if you so desire." A murmur rippled across the assembled courtiers. Ned folded his hands. "And what of Stannis Baratheon, Robert's elder brother? By all the laws of succession, the crown should pass to him if Robert left no trueborn heirs." Loras's expression tightened. "Stannis is known to be difficult, unloved, and some would say unfit for the throne. He has locked himself away on Dragonstone, forging letters. If he marches, it will be as a would-be usurper. We have reason to believe his forces are not as strong as rumored. Yet, in the eyes of many," Ned said gently, "Stannis is the rightful heir. Many lords will not break from that principle easily. Why should they set aside seniority?" Loras hesitated, as though carefully choosing his words. "Because King Renly is willing to bend in ways Stannis never would. He will reward those who come to his cause. He will, how shall I say this, be a more magnanimous king than Stannis ever could be. Silence stretched. Then Tywin Lannister stepped forward. His green eyes were sharp as steel. This city does not yield to threats or bribes lightly, Ser Loras. What if we refuse to name Renly king? What if we insist that an envoy be sent to Dragonstone to confirm Stannis' claim? Or that we abide by the child carried by Marjorie, should it prove to be Robert's? Loras's gaze flickered over Tywin's proud visage, then to Cersei, whose face was impassive. Finally, he looked back at Ned. Then King Renly may be forced to take this city by force, and that is not the outcome any of us desire. He extended a roll of parchment sealed in golden wax. This is a formal statement of Renly's claim and terms. We ask that you consider it before tomorrow's sunset. If we have no acceptance by then, my lord, we must assume hostility. Ned accepted the parchment. We will consider, he said, keeping his voice level. You have our leave to return to your camp in peace. Ser Loras bowed again and withdrew. The swirl of tension in the throne room was palpable. As soon as Renly's party departed, courtiers erupted in anxious discussion. Ned stood, raising a hand to quiet them. We'll convene the council in my solar. Now. In the solar, a smaller, more select group gathered, Ned at the head, with Cersei to his right and Tywin Lannister standing near the hearth. Varys hovered by the window. Peter Baelish entered last, quiet, his mocking smile subdued by the severity of the moment. Ned set the parchment on the table. Renly offers us safety so long as we acknowledge his kingship. Tywin's mouth twisted. Safety until the day he decides he needs no more Starks or Lannisters at court. Cersei tapped her fingers on the tabletop. He wants legitimacy. The North and the West united under him would solidify his claim. He knows we are the largest combined forces in Westeros at least once the bannermen are called. Varys spoke gently, but there is the matter of Stannis. He will not sit idle while his younger brother claims the crown. Ned nodded. And what if Stannis arrives with a fleet from Dragonstone? We could find ourselves besieged by multiple armies with chaos reigning. Meanwhile, Marjorie Tyrell is still here, pregnant with Robert's child, if indeed that's truly his child. At that, Baelish gave a thin smirk. Secrets in the bedchamber are rarely known beyond the participants, my lords. And if the realm decides the child is a bastard, well, who will speak in the babe's defense? Ned shot him a disapproving glare. We should seek truth, not convenience. Robert's testament named me protector until his true heir is established. What do you propose, then? Tywin asked, arms crossed. Go and test the unborn child's blood with old scrolls and genealogies as if that will satisfy every lord from Dorne to the neck? By the time the child is born, Renly or Stannis may already be wearing the crown. Cersei spoke softly. If I may, there is a simpler matter. Stannis, by law, is next in line. But he's unliked and the lords gravitate to Renly's easy charm. If we spurn Renly, we risk him launching an immediate attack. Stannis is further away. So we might keep the city safe from immediate bloodshed by acknowledging Renly for now. Ned shook his head. The city might be safe, but what about the realm's future? If Stannis is the rightful king, are we not simply backing a usurper? Robert himself was a usurper in the eyes of some, Tywin countered coolly. Yet we served him because he was strong enough to hold the throne. A sharp breath left Ned's lips. The realm was indeed teetering, and the moral clarity he clung to did not necessarily solve this crisis. We need time. If only we could broker a meeting with both Baratheon brothers. They despise each other, Baelish said, arching a brow. And time is something we may not have. Ned stared at the parchment bearing Renly's seal. Let me speak to Renly myself. I'll appeal to him to delay any assault until we can at least send an envoy to Stannis and to the Tyrells. We cannot make a binding decision for the realm in a single day. Tywin's expression suggested skepticism, but he gave a nod of acquiescence. Fine. See what he says. But be aware that delaying tactics could provoke him. He expects an answer by tomorrow's sunset. Cersei touched Ned's arm. Then go to him tonight. Show him we're acting in good faith. Ned rose from his seat. I will. In the meantime, ensure the gold cloaks stay vigilant. If Renly grows impatient, we may have to fortify the gates. So it was decided. That evening, Ned rode out from the city in modest procession. He did not bring his children. He would not risk them if tension sparked. He had with him a small party of trusted Northmen and a handful of Lannister knights as a show of unity. The city gates opened for them and they moved through the twilight toward Renly's encampment. Torches lit the perimeter and rows of tents stretched out across the fields. Banners fluttered in the evening breeze, the golden stag of Baratheon on black, but also some Reachmen's sigils, Bandolin, Meadows, Caswell. Ned wondered if these lords had come with Renly despite House Tyrell's official stance supporting Margaery. He suspected that even among the Tyrells, not all were unwaveringly loyal to a potential unborn heir. He was met at the edge of camp by Brienne of Tarth, a tall, broad-shouldered woman knight who wore armor of blue plate and carried herself with a stoic pride. "Lord Eddard Stark," she greeted, her voice low. "Lord Renly awaits you. This way." Ned recognized her from the brief introductions at the tourney that Robert had staged. She served Renly with fierce devotion. As they wound through the camp, Ned saw men gathered around fires, jesting, or sharpening weapons. The tension in the air was palpable, a sense of readiness for battle. At last, they reached the largest tent, its entrance guarded by 2 knights in bright armor. Inside, candlelight glowed against a colorful tapestry. Renly Baratheon rose from a wooden chair to greet Ned. He wore a short velvet mantle of green pinned with a golden stag, and he offered a smile that was equal parts warmth and calculation. "Lord Stark, I appreciate this courtesy." Ned inclined his head. He noticed Ser Loras Tyrell standing behind Renly, hand on his sword hilt. "I came in the hope we can avoid bloodshed." Renly gestured to a small table. "Sit, please. Will you take wine?" Ned declined. "Thank you, no. I prefer a clear head for such discussions." Renly and Loras exchanged a glance. Then Renly poured himself a cup. "You have my offer. The city must not remain in chaos. The realm needs a king. I'm prepared to be that king, one who will honor the North and the West for their support." Ned chose his words carefully. "You are Robert's youngest brother. Stannis stands between you and the throne by law of birth." Renly's lips tightened. "Stannis has none of Robert's warmth or the people's love. He will rule with an iron fist, and half the realm will resent him before a year is out. The lords want a man they can follow willingly, not grudgingly." He spread his hands. "Is not that good for Westeros?" Ned studied Renly's face, which in better days was said to resemble Robert in his youth. He could see the family resemblance, but also a keener intelligence than Robert had possessed. "Good for Westeros, yet it defies the laws of succession. Are you prepared to risk open war with your own brother?" Renly exhaled. "I had hoped to avoid it, but yes, if that's what it takes." A flicker of pain crossed his features. "Robert is gone. The realm cannot fracture while we wait for Margaery's child to be born. And what if it's a girl? Then we're all in a greater tangle. If it's a boy, and the boy is a bastard, the realm will tear itself apart. My claim is simpler, more direct, and I have enough men to press it now." Silence fell. "Finally," Ned said, "give me more time. Let me send an envoy to Stannis, to Margaery, to the Vale perhaps. Let us call a great council. If the lords decide in your favor, you'll ascend without slaughter. If they do not, at least you'll have proven your willingness to abide by a consensus." Loras bristled. "A great council? That will take weeks, months. While the realm dithers, more chaos will arise." Renly paced away, then turned back. "It's not a terrible suggestion, but I doubt Stannis would accept any council that might rule against him. He believes he is king by birthright. He won't let fickle lords vote it away." Ned's voice hardened. "Yet if we don't try, we might see half the realm burnt in war. You speak of the common people's love. Surely you don't wish to bring them only the horrors of conflict." Renly took a long moment before answering. "I want peace, yes, but I also know how fragile that peace can be. A swift victory might bring fewer casualties than a prolonged stalemate. If the city yields now, if the lords declare for me, Stannis' cause will wither. He'll lose heart or be forced to negotiate from a weaker position." He looked Ned in the eye. "Will you yield the city, my lord?" Ned's voice was quiet. "I cannot yield King's Landing to you or anyone without a lawful basis. I am sworn to keep it secure until Robert's rightful heir is established." Renly inhaled sharply. "Then you force my hand." He glanced at Loras, who gave a curt nod. "Lord Stark, I will give you 2 more days, no more. On the morning of the 3rd day, if the city does not acknowledge me, I will move my banners. I can't appear weak. You understand that?" Weariness settled on Ned's shoulders. 2 days. That's precious little time for anything meaningful. But I hear your position. He rose from his seat. "I only hope you realize what a siege would mean for the people in those walls." Renly's expression tightened, though he managed a polite bow. "It weighs on me every waking moment." As Ned turned to go, Renly added softly, "Tell your lady wife I bear her no ill will. This is politics, not personal vendetta." Ned paused, swallowing the retort that rose to his lips. The memory of Robert's betrothal to Cersei and how it had never transpired might lurk in the background, but none of that truly mattered now. What mattered was the realm's future. Without another word, Ned left the tent. When Ned returned to King's Landing, well past midnight, he found Cersei waiting in his solar, still dressed, pacing. The windows were open to let in the cool night air. She turned the moment she heard him, eyes searching his face. Well, she demanded. Did he agree to wait? 2 days, Ned said, setting his gloves on the table. And then he attacks. She exhaled, her posture sagging a fraction. Better than nothing. Can we do anything in 2 days? Possibly. We can fortify the walls, attempt to rally more men. Perhaps we can dispatch ravens to Stannis, the Vale, even the Tyrells. But if none respond in time, we'll be forced to choose, open the gates or resist. Her green eyes flickered with bitterness. Renly knows we don't have enough men for a long siege. But Tywin's forces in the west might come if we send word. Your bannermen in the north might march, though it would take time for them to arrive. Ned sank into a chair. If we call our banners, that's war. Full war. Not just a city skirmish. Northmen riding south, Lannister armies on the march, the entire realm will erupt. Cersei stood behind him and pressed her fingers against her temples. The realm is erupting already. We're just trying to control the blast. If we do nothing, the city will fall to Renly. Then he'll either force us to bend the knee or remove us from power, and the children, too, would be vulnerable to his whims. Ned rubbed his face. I'd do much to avoid that. But is it better to risk civil war? If the Tyrells stand with Marjorie's unborn child, we could have a three-way conflict. Renly, the Tyrell faction, and Stannis. Meanwhile, we're caught in the middle, forced to pick a side or stand alone. She rested a hand on his shoulder, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. We knew this would be hard when Robert died. He reached up to clasp her fingers. I know. For a moment, they were simply two weary parents with a realm to protect. Is your father still here? He is. He's been closeted with Baelish half the evening. No doubt plotting. Go speak to him first thing in the morning. Ned nodded. All right. He stood, exhaustion weighing on him. We should rest. The next 2 days will be full of decisions we can't take lightly. They walked the corridors together, the torchlight throwing their shadows on the stone walls. Outside the door to their chamber, they paused. Ned heard the soft breathing of guards stationed discreetly nearby, Lannister guards, supplemented by a few Northmen. Trust was a precious resource these days, and Tywin had insisted on a heavy Lannister presence to ensure no one made a move against Cersei or the children. In the privacy of their chamber, Ned undressed with mechanical motions. Cersei loosened the ties of her gown. Neither spoke as they settled into bed. The hush of the night was broken only by distant sounds of footsteps in the hallway. After a time, Cersei whispered, "If you do choose war, can we truly win?" Ned stared at the ceiling. War is never truly won. But if it comes to it, we'll fight to protect what we must. She closed her eyes. I suppose that will have to be enough. At dawn, Ned summoned the small council again. Tywin arrived first, regal in a crimson doublet, his gold mane of hair gone silver at the temples. Baelish sauntered in next, followed by Pycelle, whose frail steps belied a cunning mind. Varys drifted in last, a carefully neutral expression on his round face. Ned relayed his conversation with Renly. He's given us 2 days. After that, he intends to attack. Tywin showed no surprise. Renly is bold, I'll grant him that. Baelish drummed his fingers on the table. What if we quietly open the gates and let him in? If we do so as though we welcome him, perhaps we'll preserve more power than if we resist. Ned bristled. That's akin to surrender. Baelish shrugged. Sometimes surrender is the key to survival. But do as you will. I merely offer a practical solution. Tywin interrupted. I disagree with meekly opening the gates. If we do so, Renly will see it as weakness and he'll grant us fewer concessions. Let us hold the city until my forces arrive from the west. I sent a raven to Casterly Rock. My best knights can be here within a fortnight, and your knights from Winterfell might come in time. We can hold out a siege with the city watch bolstered by Lannister men, at least for a while. Ned rubbed his chin. A fortnight is too long. If Renly assaults the walls in 2 days, we'll be overrun before your reinforcements ever leave the Westerlands. Pycelle cleared his throat. What of diplomacy with the Tyrells? If they withhold their full support from Renly, he might be forced to negotiate. Varys lifted his eyebrows. The Tyrells are uncertain. Officially, they remain with Marjorie. But some of their lesser lords have joined Renly already. The old seat of power in Highgarden might be splitting at the seams. That could be an advantage, or it could make them more dangerous if they feel threatened. Ned sighed. It seems every path leads to war unless we can find an agreement. Renly is impatient and Stannis is unlikely to yield. Has Stannis replied to any of our ravens? Pycelle shook his head. No word, my lord. Either he's ignoring them or the messages aren't reaching him. And Marjorie Tyrell? Ned asked. Varys pursed his lips. She remains in her apartments under guard for her own safety. She refuses to speak beyond polite pleasantries. She is young, perhaps uncertain how to proceed. Her ladies keep watch over her. If the child is truly Robert's, she might believe that eventually the realm will flock to her banner. Or she may fear that any admission of paternity doubts would doom her. Ned considered. I'd speak with her, but I doubt it will change much. Renly wants the throne now. Tywin's gaze swept the table. Then I propose we hold the city by force. Dig in, bar the gates, line the walls with archers. The gold cloaks number in the thousands. We have my household knights. Lord Stark, you have your retinue. If we signal to Renly that an assault will cost him dear, he might delay, giving us time for your northern banners to approach and for me to gather more from the Westerlands. Ned eyed him grimly. And the cost of such a siege? Food stores are not endless. The small folk will suffer. Tywin's expression remained impassive. War is cruelty. You're not naive to that. Cersei, who had entered quietly and listened from the corner, spoke up. We must also consider how the small folk will react. If we starve them, they could riot. The last thing we need is an uprising inside the walls while Renly attacks from outside. Tywin's mouth pinched slightly, but he nodded. We will manage rations carefully. Ned's mind whirled, searching for alternatives. I'll try one more time to reach Stannis or the Tyrells or both, urging them to intervene. But time is short. Cersei's voice turned steely. Then let us prepare the defenses at once. If we must fight, we'll be ready. Meanwhile, we use what little time we have to pray for a better solution. Tywin, Baelish, Pycelle, and Varys all inclined their heads in assent. With that, the council disbanded. Each off to their assigned tasks. Tywin to the city watch, Baelish to the coffers, Pycelle to see about medical supplies. Varys bowed out last, murmuring something about rumors from the docks. Over the next day, King's Landing became a fortress in earnest. Barricades were raised at key gatehouses, archers posted on the walls, and barrels of pitch readied for boiling. Men armed with crossbows patrolled every rampart. The gold cloaks, looking nervous, trooped through the streets, seizing food stores to stockpile in the Red Keep's granaries. This caused an outcry among the small folk. Merchants wept as their carts were emptied, while innkeepers complained of ruin. Fear pulsed through the narrow lanes, and rumors spread like wildfire. Some said an army of demon knights was coming to butcher them all. Others claimed a dragon had risen in the east to lay the city low. Ned tried to keep order, but in truth, the city was a powder keg. Cersei oversaw the creation of safe rooms deep in Maegor's holdfast for the children and a chosen guard. She personally inspected the hidden passageways, ensuring they could flee if the walls were breached. Sansa, frightened, asked if she could simply return to Winterfell, and Arya demanded to know why they had to hide at all. Robb, being older, understood better. Ned found him in the practice yard at dusk, sweat-soaked from hours of drilling with Ser Demon. Father, Robb said, pausing to wipe his brow. Is it true the city might be attacked soon? Ned's heart clenched. We hope not, but we must be ready. Robb squared his shoulders. I'm ready to fight if needed. I'm near 12, old enough to squire. Ned placed a hand on his son's arm. I know your heart, but if battle comes to the streets, I want you protecting your sisters, helping them reach safety. A city fight is not an honorable tourney. It's chaos. Robb nodded reluctantly, though Ned could see the disappointment flickering in his eyes. Yes, father. That night, Cersei insisted that Arya remain in her room under guard to prevent her from slipping out into the city. Arya argued, tears of anger in her eyes. Sansa looked on helplessly, trying to calm her younger sister. Eventually, Ned intervened, reminding Arya that these were dangerous times, not an ordinary day. Stay with your mother, he said. Keep your sword hand ready if you must, but do not run off alone. Arya muttered under her breath, but she obeyed, if only because Ned had asked. On the morning of the second day, Ned's ravens returned empty-handed, no word from Stannis, none from the Tyrells. He spoke briefly with Marjorie Tyrell, who was pale and trembling but insisted her child would be born true Baratheon. She pleaded with Ned to protect her unborn son, yet she offered no plan. The Tyrells in Highgarden had not sent a relieving force, nor had they declared open support for Renly. They seemed paralyzed by uncertainty. With each passing hour, the city braced for Renly's assault. At midday, Ned learned that Renly's men had moved closer, forming lines that stretched from the main road to the city gates. The approach had begun. Tywin summoned Ned to the ramparts overlooking the gates. They stood with the commander of the Gold Cloaks, a square-jawed captain named Morland. From there, they could see the wide fields beyond the walls. A sea of banners fluttered in the bright daylight. Stags, florid wreaths from some reach houses, and smaller sigils of knights loyal to Renly. The sheer mass of tents and men was daunting. Squires led horses around, crossbowmen formed in ranks, and catapults were being assembled in the distance. "They mean to storm the gates," Tywin observed grimly. Morland spat. "If they do, we'll give them a welcome they won't forget." Ned shielded his eyes from the glare. "There must be tens of thousands. We have fewer, and the city watch is not as disciplined." Tywin's jaw tightened. "Still, the walls are thick, and we have a strong defensive position." Ned considered riding out to speak to Renly one last time, until a horn call echoed across the fields. Renly's ranks parted, and a small group of riders came forward. At their head rode Renly himself, wearing shining armor with golden antlers rising from his helm. He halted just out of arrow range, raised a gauntlet hand, and in a booming voice that carried surprisingly well, he addressed the walls. "People of King's Landing," he shouted, "I am Renly Baratheon, rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. You need not suffer for the pride of a few. Open your gates in welcome, and no harm shall befall you. I will protect the city, feed the hungry, and restore order. Any man who lays down his arms shall be spared. But if you resist, your blood is on your own hands." Ned watched from above, heart pounding. Tywin motioned to a guardsman to fetch a large horn. The man raised it and let out a thunderous note of defiance. Tywin leaned over the parapet and shouted, "King's Landing does not open its gates for pretenders. Depart or face the consequences." A silence followed, broken only by the faint shuffle of troops. Then Renly turned his horse around, riding back into his lines. The newly formed catapults rumbled as men pushed them forward. Ned felt a stab of dread. He's truly going to do this. Tywin gripped the hilt of his sword. Let him try. Within the hour, the first boulder came crashing toward the walls. It struck the battlements with a deafening impact, sending shards of stone and dust into the air. The siege had begun. Fires broke out in the outlying districts as Renly's men lobbed pitch-soaked projectiles. Archers on the walls responded, raining arrows down on the attackers. Screams and battle cries mingled in a cacophony. The city watch rushed to and fro, trying to quell flames near the gate of the gods. Civilians shrieked, fleeing deeper into the city. Ned found himself on the ramparts, directing archers, cursing the madness that had befallen them. Renly's forces tested the gates with a battering ram, but the defenders poured boiling pitch from the murder holes, forcing them to retreat. A cheer went up from the gold cloaks on the walls, but Ned's stomach churned at the sight of men consumed by flame. This was not a heroic clash of knights, it was bloody chaos. By late afternoon, the assault eased as Renly's men pulled back to regroup. The catapults fell silent, and the city's defenders scrambled to extinguish the last of the fires. Ned descended to the courtyard of the Red Keep, his face smeared with dust and ash. Cersei was there, speaking to maids and guards, ensuring the children were secure in Maegor's holdfast. They withdrew, she asked, brow furrowed. For now, Ned answered. No sign of surrender on their part. They'll attack again, maybe at night, maybe in the morning. They're testing our resolve. Cersei's lips pressed thin. Then we'll show them we won't crumble. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. I've had word from my father. He sent riders west to hasten the arrival of Lannister bannermen. He suggests you do the same with the north. If we can hold out a week or two, perhaps reinforcements can break Renly's siege. Ned nodded wearily. I'll dispatch ravens again, though it will take time for northern men to gather. We might be months from real relief. A flicker of frustration crossed her face. Then we pray your father's bannermen can move swiftly. If Renly breaks through in the next few days, we're lost. Before Ned could answer, Arya and Sansa rushed up, flanked by two anxious guards. Sansa's face was pale. Father, is the fighting over? Ned knelt, placing a comforting hand on her arm. For the moment, but you must stay safe in the holdfast with your mother. Arya clenched her fists. It's not fair. I want to help. Cersei cut her off sharply. You'll help by keeping yourself alive and out of the way. Then she softened, seeing Arya's wounded expression. I know it seems unfair, but this is not a game, child. People are dying. Arya's lips quivered. She nodded once, then turned and stalked back toward the keep. Sansa followed, tears threatening to spill. Night fell in a haze of smoke. The city was on edge, expecting a renewed assault under cover of darkness. Patrols moved along the walls, torches flaring. Ned hardly slept. He dozed fitfully in his armor, waiting for the alarm horns. But the night passed without another attack. At dawn, they discovered that Renly's men were still arrayed outside the walls, but some had begun to encircle the city, cutting off supply routes. Food would soon become scarce. Ned conferred with Tywin near the gatehouse. "We can't withstand a long siege if we have no hope of relief," Ned warned. Tywin's voice was grim. "You must hold out as long as you can. My riders have gone to Casterly Rock. We'll gather what we can and march here 2 weeks, perhaps 3 if the roads are clear." Ned nearly ground his teeth in frustration. "Renly knows we can't wait that long. He'll starve us out." Before Tywin could reply, a messenger came sprinting up, breathless. "My lords, riders have been spotted flying Baratheon banners, approaching from the south." Ned stiffened. "Another army?" The messenger shook his head. "I'm not certain, my lord. But they're close." The gold cloaks at the southern gate signaled. Could be another faction. Exchanging a look of alarm, Ned and Tywin rushed to the southern walls. There, using a far eye, Ned surveyed a column of mounted knights in the distance. The banners indeed displayed the crowned stag on a field of black, but with a red heart beneath it. His own memory dredged up knowledge. That was Stannis' personal sigil, the flaming heart of the Lord of Light he sometimes affected. Ned's pulse quickened. "Stannis? Here?" Soon enough, the Watchers confirmed it. A host of several thousand men approached from the south, presumably led by Stannis Baratheon. They skirted Renly's encampment wide, forming a separate line as if prepared to challenge the younger brother directly. Chaos erupted in Renly's siege lines. Scouts galloped back and forth. The entire siege seemed to stutter, uncertain whether to continue the assault on King's Landing or to turn and face this new threat. Ned could hardly believe it. Both Baratheon brothers had come to claim the throne, but neither had the city in hand. The question was, would they combine forces or fight each other? Soon, the answer became all too clear. War horns blared on Renly's side, and Ned watched in growing astonishment as ranks of men pivoted to the south, forming a line of battle. Stannis' men advanced in disciplined columns. The ground between them was about half a mile. They were clearly preparing to clash. Tywin let out a slow breath. "They'll fight each other right outside our walls. If one side crushes the other, we'll have a single Baratheon force to contend with. And if they're evenly matched," Ned said softly, horror creeping into his voice, "they'll tear each other apart, leaving a field of corpses and a shattered realm." Tywin's eyes narrowed. "That might give us time to sally out and break the weakened victor." Ned shuddered at the thought. More death. More chaos. Even as he spoke, the drums and horns signaled the beginning of the brotherly battle. From the city walls, the Watchers beheld 2 armies, one bearing Renly's stag, the other Stannis' flaming heart, colliding in a thunderous meeting of steel and horses. The clash echoed to the heavens. Ned turned away in sickened dismay. Is this truly what Robert's death has wrought? Brother kills brother for a crown. But the battle was far from simple. Renly's forces were larger, having the advantage in raw numbers. Stannis, however, had disciplined troops and a flank of Selzward's rumored to be deadly effective. The fight seesawed. Cavalry charges thundered, but each side refused to yield. A swirl of dust and blood enveloped the field. Through a spyglass, Ned caught a glimpse of Renly himself in the thick of the melee, clad in gleaming green armor, swinging his sword. Nearby, the Knight of Flowers rode with lethal grace. On the other side, a tall, gaunt figure that must have been Stannis moved methodically through the fray. Between them, men screamed, horses tumbled, and banners toppled. Hours ground by. The midday sun beat down on the carnage. Neither side seemed to gain a decisive edge, though it was plain that hundreds, perhaps thousands, had fallen. The Watchers on the city walls could hardly believe their eyes. Cersei joined Ned at one point, staring out in grim fascination. She asked quietly, "Should we open the gates and attempt to mediate?" Ned shook his head. "They'd ignore us. The time for talk has passed." By late afternoon, the armies were ragged, but the fighting continued. Renly tried a desperate flanking maneuver, sending Ser Loras and a band of knights around Stannis' right. The maneuver nearly succeeded, but Stannis' left swung in, cutting off the attackers. The field became a swirling mass of close-quarter combat. Dying men littered the ground. Finally, as dusk approached, the noise began to abate. Columns of men disengaged, dragging their wounded away. It seemed neither side could deliver a decisive blow. Some corners of the field still clashed, but the main hosts drifted into exhaustion. Ned watched with a heavy heart as smoke from scattered fires drifted across piles of corpses. This was the fruit of ambition, of two men claiming the same crown. Tywin stood behind Ned, arms folded. We must prepare for whichever side tries to regroup and strike the city next. Ned's voice was hollow. Yes. Cersei laid a hand on Ned's arm. Come inside. You're weary. He nodded, letting her guide him from the ramparts. The city stank of fear and smoke. He saw the worry in every guard's eye, in every servant's posture. War had come to the doorstep, yet the city still stood unbreached, for now. That night, neither Baratheon army renewed attacks on the city, being too drained. Instead, they tended their wounded, or perhaps simply glared at each other across the battlefield. Ned received sporadic reports from scouts venturing beyond the walls. They claimed Stannis had formed a makeshift camp south of the field, while Renly had retreated north a short distance to recover. The area between them was a no-man's land of corpses. In the Red Keep's Great Hall, Tywin convened the leadership again. Candles flickered over drawn, tired faces. Cersei, Varys, Baelish, Pycelle, and a handful of high-ranked officers huddled around a map of the Crownlands. Tywin tapped the map. Renly is battered. Stannis is battered. Both have lost men, and neither is in shape to storm the city at dawn. We should use this moment. Ned regarded him warily. Meaning we sally forth with a small but fresh force to strike whichever side is weaker, or at least harass them so they can't catch their breath. Baelish scratched his chin. A bold move, but how do we choose which brother to attack? Tywin's eyes gleamed. It doesn't matter, does it? If we weaken both, we can keep the city safe longer. By the time they recover from the day's carnage, our reinforcements from the west may be close. Ned set his jaw. So we ride out and slaughter exhausted men in the dead of night? They are our enemies, Lord Stark. Cersei studied Ned's expression. We either remain besieged or attempt to break the siege. If we do nothing, in a few days they'll rally and attack us again. Ned understood the logic, but a sour taste filled his mouth at the thought of striking wounded foes under cover of darkness. Yet war was war. If we do so, we risk a pitched battle outside the walls. Can we trust the city watch to maintain discipline out there in the dark? Tywin nodded curtly. I'll lead the knights myself. The watch can hold the gates. We'll strike swiftly and return before dawn. Still, Ned hesitated. Are we so certain that's wise? Baelish spoke up, tone sly. If we stay behind our walls, we gamble that one brother recovers first and takes the city. Better to keep them both reeling. A long silence stretched. At last, Ned exhaled. Very well, Lord Tywin. Take your knights. Strike if you see an advantage. But do not linger. If you're overwhelmed, we can't risk sending the entire garrison to rescue you. Tywin offered a curt bow. Understood. He turned to bark orders at some assembled officers. Gather 500 mounted knights, the best we have, plus crossbowmen on horses. We ride within the hour. Once Tywin swept out, Baelish followed, wearing a half-smile. Varys and Pycelle exchanged murmurs, drifting away. Cersei lingered, her expression complex. I hope this doesn't turn into a disaster. Ned rubbed his temples. So do I. She put a hand on his shoulder again, a touch that felt almost comforting. Get some rest if you can. Tomorrow will be no easier. Ned nodded, though he knew rest would not come easily. Night draped the field in darkness. From the city walls, watchers saw the distant flicker of torches as Tywin's knights rode out. Now and then, the echo of steel on steel drifted through the cool air. Ned paced along the battlements, scanning the gloom for signs of victory or catastrophe. Hours crawled by. Shortly before dawn, the gates groaned open again, and Tywin's force trickled back inside. They carried prisoners and loot, and more than a few wounded of their own. Tywin himself rode in, grim and spattered with blood, but apparently unhurt. Ned and Cersei hurried down to the courtyard. How did it go? Cersei asked, voice tense. Tywin dismounted, removing his blood-flecked gloves. We struck Renly's camp first. The watchfires were poorly guarded. We slew a number of knights in their tents. But they rallied quicker than expected. We clashed with Ser Loras and a few dozen others. Then we broke off before Stannis' men arrived. Ned's stomach twisted. The thought of slaying knights in their tents, asleep and unarmed, made him feel ill, yet he understood the harsh logic. Did you engage Stannis' men at all? Tywin shook his head. We saw movement in his camp. Some skirmishers came, but we chose not to push our luck. We lost about 30 men, half as many wounded. Killed or captured at least 100 of theirs. He handed off his reins to a groom. We hit them hard, though not enough to break them entirely. Ned exhaled. So we remain in stalemate? For now, Tywin conceded. But we've hurt Renly's host more than they've hurt us. Cersei glanced at Ned as though seeking his reaction. Ned swallowed, forcing himself to maintain a stoic composure. Thank you for leading the charge, Lord Tywin. Let's see if this changes their approach. Tywin gave a curt nod, then strode away, issuing orders to stable hands and guards. Ned watched him go, feeling a pang of unease. This was the man he had wed his own life to through Cersei. The man was ruthless, cunning, exactly the sort of person Ned distrusted. Yet in war, such ruthlessness might be an asset. He felt Cersei's gaze on him, but he could not meet her eyes. Instead, he turned and walked back to the Red Keep. That morning, a new messenger from Renly arrived with a flag of truce. Ned and Cersei received him in a smaller audience chamber. The man, a knight with a bandage on his arm, glared at them with open hostility. My Lord Stark, my lady, he said. Lord Renly demands to know why you would stoop to midnight butchery. He had hoped you would see reason, but now he knows your alliance with Lord Tywin is stronger than your desire for peace. Ned suppressed a surge of anger. Your lord attacked us first, laying siege to our city. We acted in self-defense. The knight's lip curled. Slaughtering sleeping men is your notion of defense? Cersei's eyes flashed. Tell Lord Renly he's free to leave if he doesn't like how we fight. The crownlands are not his for the taking. The knight set his jaw. He will not leave. If anything, you've spurred him to renewed vengeance. Consider this his final warning. Yield now, or he will show no mercy when he breaches your walls. With that, the knight turned on his heel and exited. Cersei let out a furious breath. Ned felt an ache in his chest. The cycle of violence spiraled on. For 3 more days, the city endured sporadic assaults. Renly's catapults hammered the walls and men clashed at the gates. Stannis loomed on the southern flank, skirmishing with Renly's outriders, occasionally exchanging volleys of arrows. The fields outside the city turned into a graveyard of men and horses. The Watchers saw new banners appear in the distance, small pockets of lords answering the call of one Baratheon brother or the other. Yet none approached King's Landing to help the defenders. Inside the city, panic mounted. Food prices soared and bread riots broke out in Flea Bottom. The gold cloaks, under Tywin's orders, cracked down harshly. Dozens of small folk were imprisoned, some hanged as an example. Ned tried to moderate the punishment, but he found Tywin's iron hand too swift to stay. In the Red Keep, tension crackled. Sansa and Arya were kept indoors. Robb braved the courtyard for sword practice but grew restless. Cersei seldom left Ned's side except to see the children, perhaps sensing that if the city fell, they would need each other's protection. On the morning of the 6th day of siege, Ned awoke to urgent knocking at his chamber door. He opened it to find Jory Castle, his loyal captain from Winterfell, who had traveled south earlier at Ned's request, leading a small force of Stark men. Jory was pale with excitement. Lord Stark, you must come see. There's movement outside the city again. Ned quickly dressed and, with Cersei at his side, hurried to the walls. There Tywin stood with a far eye, scanning the horizon. He thrust it at Ned. Look. Ned focused on the southern approach where Stannis' lines had been. Now, a new force approached from the southeast, bright golden roses on green fields. The Tyrells? Thousands more men. Indeed, at the head of the column, Ned spotted the golden rose of Highgarden. A second line of banners showed the fox sandflowers of House Florent. Another bore House Tarly's huntsman. The main Tyrell host had arrived at last. Cersei's hand gripped Ned's arm. Are they here to support Marjorie's claim? Or have they come to back Renly after all? Tywin's eyes glinted. We're about to find out. Sure enough, as the Tyrell forces advanced, they angled toward Stannis' position. Another swirl of confusion seized the battlefield. Renly's men turned to see if these newcomers were friend or foe. Stannis' men braced. Then the Tyrell banners kept marching straight for Stannis' flank. In moments, a furious new battle erupted as Tyrell cavalry charged Stannis' unsuspecting lines. Cersei let out a breath. They've joined Renly. The Tyrells are attacking Stannis. Ned watched in mounting shock. The Tyrell cavalry thundered into Stannis' lines, sowing havoc. Stannis, outnumbered now, tried to pivot his ranks, but it was a desperate effort. Meanwhile, Renly, seeing the advantage, advanced as well. Caught between two forces, Stannis' host crumpled into chaos. It was a pincer maneuver and a brutally effective one. Within the hour, Stannis' line splintered. Men fled in all directions. Some tried to fight on, but it was hopeless. Ned, from the city walls, saw a cluster of men rallying around Stannis' personal banner. But the swirl of Tyrell and Renly forces engulfed them. Trumpets and war horns blared and the clash of steel resounded even at this distance. Eventually, the flaming heart banner toppled. Stannis' forces were in full rout. By midday, the battle ended. Stannis himself was nowhere to be seen, though some said they glimpsed him escaping with a handful of retainers. Thousands of his men lay dead or captured. Renly and Mace Tyrell, the Lord of Highgarden, were meeting in the field, presumably celebrating their joint victory. The question now was what came next. Ned and Cersei exchanged a grave look. If Renly and the Tyrells combined their armies, they would be unstoppable, easily enough men to besiege King's Landing properly. Indeed, soon after, the Watchers saw the Tyrell banners shifting position, merging with Renly's siege lines. A single giant army now surrounded the city from multiple angles. Ned's heart sank. Tywin's jaw clenched. They'll come for us next with renewed strength. Cersei spoke quietly, so it's not a matter of which Baratheon we face. We face Renly with Tyrell backing. That's easily twice as many men as before. Ned stared out at the massive host. Our only hope was that the Tyrells might remain divided or at least hesitant. But they've thrown their full weight behind Renly. Is Margaery's unborn child set aside then? Varys' soft voice came from behind. They may still claim the child is Robert's. But for now, they see Renly as the living, breathing Baratheon king. They'll want to seat him on the throne. If Margaery remains at court, they might proclaim her as Renly's queen once the child is born, fusing claims in a single line, so to speak. Cersei let out a mirthless laugh. So Margaery might marry one brother after having been wed to another. How neat for them. Tywin ignored the barb. They'll close the net around us. The question is whether they try negotiation one last time or simply starve us out. With Tyrell supply lines from the Reach, they can keep their army fed indefinitely. Ned felt a hollow pit in his stomach. We cannot hold out indefinitely. Our stores aren't enough, not with so many mouths. Cersei's gaze flicked around at the worried faces of the assembled men. What do we do? Tywin's face was grim. We wait to see if they parley. If not, we prepare for the worst. Ned took a deep breath and turned to the Watchers. Send ravens again. Maybe the North can muster more swiftly. Maybe the River Lords will intervene. We have no choice but to try. And so the city hunkered down for another wave of siege, this time from a larger, unified force. At midday the next day, a large party of knights in Tyrell and Baratheon colors approached the main gates with a green and gold banner of truce. Ned, Tywin, and Cersei ascended the gatehouse. A herald called out, "In the name of King Renly Baratheon and Lord Mace Tyrell of Highgarden, we request a meeting with the hand of the king." Ned stepped forward on the battlements. "I am Lord Eddard Stark, protector of the realm." Another knight raised his visor. It was Loras Tyrell, bruised from battle but still proud. His hair was damp with sweat. "Lord Stark, we come in peace this time. Will you speak with us?" Ned glanced at Tywin, who gave a curt nod. "Yes," Ned called down, "but not within these walls. We'll meet you at the base of the gate, under safe conduct with a limited escort." "Agreed," Loras replied. Moments later, the gates creaked open enough to allow Ned, Tywin, Cersei, and a handful of guards through. They emerged outside the walls, still within arrow range if something went awry. A group of knights awaited them: Ser Loras, Randall Tarley, Lord Mace Tyrell, a large man in lavish green silks, and at their center, Renly Baratheon himself. He wore a polished breastplate dented from the recent battle and a golden crown shaped like antlers. Ned approached carefully, Cersei at his side, Tywin flanking him. The armed escorts eyed each other warily. Renly pulled off his gauntlets, tucking them under one arm. His face was set in a controlled expression, no longer the carefree Renly Ned remembered. "Lord Stark," Renly said, "we meet again, though I wish it were under better circumstances." Ned inclined his head. "So do I." Renly's gaze slid to Tywin and Cersei, then back to Ned. "I've come to offer terms, generous terms, I believe. Lay down your arms. Open the city. Acknowledge me as king, and I will spare all within, including your families." Ned spoke gravely. "And what of the child Marjorie carries? And what of the throne's rightful succession?" Mace Tyrell cleared his throat. "My daughter's child is indeed Robert's. But we see now that the realm needs a ruling king, not an infant. In due time, King Renly may choose to adopt the child as his own heir if that child is a boy, thus uniting the Baratheon lines and avoiding further disputes." Renly nodded. "That is one possibility. I'm open to the arrangement. But right now, the realm needs stability, not the claim of a babe. Lord Stark, your vow is to serve the rightful king." "I am that king by the will of the lords who follow me, and they are many. Do not be stubborn. Surrender the city and keep your position. I will honor your service, make you Warden of the North, and if you wish to remain hand, that can be arranged." Ned glanced at Cersei, whose expression was stony. Tywin's face was unreadable, but Ned knew the old lion would not bow easily. "We stand by Robert's testament," Ned said carefully. "He named me protector until his lawful heir is found. The laws of inheritance." Renly's patience frayed. "The laws of inheritance can be set aside when the lords choose a different course. It happened when Robert took the throne from the Targaryens, did it not?" Ned could not deny that truth. He felt the weight of thousands of lives pressing on him. If he insisted on a standoff, they would be starved or stormed. The city would burn. Innocent people would die. Tywin spoke then, voice cold. "And what of House Lannister, your grace? Do we remain wardens of the West with all our privileges intact?" Renly nodded. "You do. So long as you swear fealty. The same terms apply. Yield the city, pay homage, and keep your lands. If you refuse, I will take the city by force. The Tyrells alone outnumber your defenders. With my original host, we're unstoppable. I'd prefer not to spill more blood." A tense hush followed. Ned felt Cersei's grip on his sleeve. He knew the two of them had once reasoned that open war might be better than subjugation. But that was before tens of thousands of Tyrell troops arrived. Now the odds were hopelessly skewed. At last, Ned forced himself to speak. "Your terms spare the people, spare the families. In return, you demand utter fealty. And if we refuse, we face mass slaughter." Renly squared his shoulders. "Yes. I'll give you until sundown to decide. After that, I assume your refusal." Tywin's eyes narrowed. "We need time to consult with our bannermen." "Sunset," Renly repeated, his tone final. Then he gestured to Loras and the others. "We'll withdraw and await your answer." With that, the Baratheon Tyrell party rode off, leaving Ned, Cersei, and Tywin standing outside the gates. Slowly, they returned within, the massive doors shutting behind them. Back in the Red Keep, Ned gathered the small council and the highest-ranking officers. The tension in the room was suffocating. When Ned explained Renly's final offer, arguments erupted at once. Some gold cloaks demanded they fight to the death better than yield to a pretender. Others pointed out that the city was full of women and children who would not survive a sacking. Baelish asked slyly whether it would truly matter who sat the throne if all kept their titles and lands. Varys cautioned that resisting Renly and the Tyrells might lead to a horrifying slaughter, one that could plunge the realm into deeper chaos. Pycelle invoked old precedents, stammering about the Great Council that once decided a Targaryen succession. Tywin listened to it all in silence, steely-eyed. Cersei stood. "We are outnumbered. My father's reinforcements from the Westerlands are still far away. The Northmen cannot arrive in time. If we fight, the city will fall eventually. Thousands will die, our children included." Ned felt a pang in his chest. "I swore to uphold Robert's testament, but I cannot let the city burn." Tywin finally spoke, voice clipped. "We gain nothing by mass slaughter. If we yield, we may keep some power. The Lannisters will not lose our lands. Lord Stark remains Warden of the North. Your children remain safe. Only your pride suffers." Silence claimed them. Ned knew that Tywin was right in the cold arithmetic of war. The city's walls could hold for a time, but eventually they would crumble before such a vast host. Or the people within would starve. Meanwhile, the kingdom might fracture further, leaving them vulnerable to opportunistic attacks from other regions or the Iron Islands. His gaze drifted to Cersei, who clutched the back of a chair. In her eyes, he saw the raw fear for their children. Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon, how many thousands of innocent small folk beside them? All would pay the price. Ned closed his eyes briefly. The honorable course supporting Stannis' rightful claim was moot now that Stannis lay broken on the battlefield. Even if he survived, he lacked an army. The moral fight had already spilled rivers of blood. He drew in a long breath, remembering that fateful day under the heart tree when he had wed this woman of House Lannister. He had never dreamed it would come to such a choice, yield or die. Gently, he placed his hand over Cersei's. "We yield," he said. A hush fell. Pycelle let out a shuddery sigh. Baelish's lips curled in something close to satisfaction. Varys bowed his head as if relieved. The gold cloaks exchanged worried glances but made no move to protest. Only Tywin stared at Ned with a flat expression. "Very well," Tywin said. "I'll see to the formalities." That was that. By sunset, King's Landing's gates opened wide. Ned, in full Stark regalia, stood on the ramparts with Cersei, Tywin, and a sizable honor guard. Below, the Baratheon and Tyrell banners advanced. Renly Baratheon rode at the head, flanked by Mace Tyrell, Loras Tyrell, and a sea of knights. The city watch parted, allowing them entry with no resistance. Tension crackled as Renly guided his horse through the gate, gazing up at Ned. "You've chosen peace?" Ned nodded, though the word felt heavy in his mouth. "We yield the city to you, King Renly. May the gods have mercy on us all." Renly's gaze flicked past Ned to Cersei and Tywin. Then, with a measured nod, he dismounted. "Have the bells rung. Let all the city know we've come in peace and that no looting or killing will be tolerated. Any man who breaks that command answers to me." Mace Tyrell boomed. The Tyrells stand ready to maintain order. "Food will be distributed from our supply wagons. The small folk will not starve." A cheer, or something like it, rose from the more desperate onlookers, relieved at the prospect of bread. Others stood in stunned silence, uncertain whether to trust these new overlords. The gold cloaks stepped aside as ranks of Tyrell and Baratheon men poured into the city, but no immediate violence broke out. By the time the bells began to toll from the Great September of Baelor, the streets were packed with armed men. The siege was over. King's Landing had fallen, not to an assault, but to capitulation. Ned watched from the walls, shoulders bowed, as the city changed hands. Cersei stood beside him, lips trembling. "It's done," she whispered. He nodded. "Yes, now we see what sort of king Renly will be." Below, Renly and Loras led the mass of troops toward the Red Keep, where Renly would presumably take the throne in a formal ceremony. Tywin signaled that the time had come to greet the new king properly in the throne room. With a deep breath, Ned turned away, helping Cersei descend the steps. In the great hall, the Iron Throne loomed, still draped in black mourning cloth for Robert. Renly marched up the central aisle, flanked by Tyrell knights. The hall was eerily silent except for the clang of armor. Nobles and courtiers who once served Robert stood by, unsure of their place. Margaery Tyrell, pale and anxious, was escorted forward by ladies of her house. She looked at Renly with a mixture of relief and dread. If rumor was correct, she would be expected to wed him, forging a powerful claim. But Ned could see the sadness in her eyes. She was still in mourning, carrying Robert's child. Renly ascended the steps to the throne, then turned to face the assembled crowd. He removed his crowned helm and set it aside. A hush fell, broken only by the distant tolling of bells. Then, with deliberate grace, Renly settled himself onto the Iron Throne. Cersei's hand tensed around Ned's forearm. Ned saw Tywin bow stiffly, and Baelish fold into a sweeping gesture. Varys made a graceful obeisance. One by one, courtiers sank to their knees. Ned hesitated, heart pounding, but he could not bring more death upon them all. He bowed, guiding Cersei to do the same, though it tore at her pride. Renly raised a gauntlet hand. "Rise, my lords. Rise, Lady Cersei, Lady Margaery. We are gathered here to mark the dawn of a new peace." His voice echoed in the vaulted hall. "The crown rests upon me by right of acclaim from the greatest houses of Westeros. House Tyrell stands at my side, ensuring the stability of the realm. Lord Eddard Stark, having served as protector, has yielded the city without unnecessary bloodshed. Let it be known that I bear no ill will to those who served my brother Robert in good faith. Let them bend the knee to me, and they shall keep their lands and honors." A wave of murmuring spread. Some in the crowd dared to appear relieved. Others looked resentful or uncertain. Ned slowly rose, meeting Renly's gaze across the hall. He prayed that Renly's promise was genuine, that the city's people would not suffer further punishments. Renly shifted in the throne. "Lord Stark, come forth." Ned moved forward, mindful of how many eyes were upon him. Renly regarded him from atop the spiked seat of swords. "You served my brother well. Will you now serve me as hand of the king?" A ripple of surprise coursed through the onlookers. Ned blinked. He had expected some role, but not the hands again. "Your Grace, I am a man of the North. My duties to Winterfell." Renly raised a hand. "You have governed this city in Robert's absence. The realm knows and respects you. In this time of turmoil, I need a hand who can help us heal, who can restore order. I offer you this chance to keep the realm united." Behind Ned, Tywin stood silent, his expression unreadable. The question loomed. If Ned refused, how would Renly respond? If he accepted, would that make him complicit in the dethroning of Robert's unborn child? Before Ned could speak, Renly added, "I know you find all this distasteful, but you yourself said you want to spare lives. As my hand, you can guide my rule, ensure justice, and keep the kingdom from further bloodshed. Cannot force you, but I hope you'll see sense." Ned swallowed. In the hush, he felt Cersei's eyes on him, felt the weight of the future pressing down. He remembered how he once refused to remain in King's Landing for Robert's sake, how that had led to tragedies. If he refused now, he might lose any influence to shape a better outcome. Yet, if he accepted, he would be placing a crown on a man who had set aside rightful succession. The realm was rarely so black and white. This was about protecting the people, from the Red Keep to the farthest holds of the north. He dared to hope that maybe, under his guidance, Renly could be a better king than the alternatives. Slowly, Ned bowed his head. "Uneasy. Accept, your grace. For the sake of the realm." Renly's expression flashed with satisfaction. Applause, subdued and uneasy, rippled through the hall. A herald stepped forward to place the hand's badge on Ned's cloak. Ned felt its weight as if it were a millstone around his neck. He thought of Robert's final words, of the many lords who had bled in these past weeks. "Let this be an end to it." Renly raised his voice. "Let the realm see that old enmities are cast aside. I proclaim a general pardon for all who laid down arms. The war ends here. We shall proceed with the business of governance, with House Tyrell at my side and House Stark and House Lannister maintaining their provinces. Together we rebuild." A cheer rose, uncertain but hopeful. Marjorie gazed on, expression unreadable. Tywin's lips thinned, yet he inclined his head in acceptance. Ned stood before the throne, the new hand neither triumphant nor defeated. The days that followed were filled with complexities. Renly's men occupied King's Landing, but discipline held, largely thanks to the Tyrell Knights enforcing the king's orders. Food from the Reach flooded into the city markets, easing starvation. The small folk felt relief, though many still eyed the conquerors warily. Ned spent long hours in council with Renly, Mace Tyrell, and other lords, working out taxes, trade routes, and the distribution of grain to the city's wards. As the new hand, he also had to oversee the reorganization of the Gold Cloaks, many of whom resented the shift in power. Cersei walked the corridors like a restless ghost. She had lost the queenly role she once believed would be hers when she first married Ned, but at least she was still Lady of Winterfell, still mother to Ned's children. People whispered that she was a spent force. Yet Ned knew better. She might have stepped back from the daily intrigues, but her pride burned and she had her father behind her. Tywin seemed to bide his time, wearing the mask of cooperation. Ned suspected that Tywin was weighing alliances, waiting for a moment when House Lannister could leverage a stronger position. Meanwhile, Marjorie Tyrell remained in the Red Keep, pregnant with Robert's child. Renly visited her chambers occasionally, accompanied by Loras. Rumors flew that Renly would marry her as soon as she gave birth, forging an unbreakable union between Baratheon and Tyrell claims. Ned watched from a distance, wanting to ensure that the unborn child, if it was truly Robert's, would not meet a dark fate. Renly was charming and persuasive. If the babe was a boy, he might be named heir or raised as a younger brother to any child Renly and Marjorie might have. The details were murky, but Ned's immediate priority was to prevent violence. One evening, as Ned walked the ramparts near dusk, he found Cersei leaning against the parapet, gazing out toward the horizon. The city below was calmer than it had been in weeks, the main squares bustling with renewed trade. Soldiers of the Tyrell and Baratheon alliance patrolled the streets in ordered lines. She turned at his approach, her face tinged with weariness. "Your duties keep you busy, my Lord Hand." He sighed softly. "Yes, there's much to rebuild." She said nothing for a moment. Then, our children, I want to return them to Winterfell soon. This city is no place for them now. He nodded, understanding. Once things stabilize, we can make arrangements. Robb is old enough to remain if he chooses, but the others, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon, would be safer in the north. A wry smile curved her lips. So we'll leave them under your sister-in-law's eye? Or your bannerman's? Perhaps I'll go with them. She turned back to the view. King's Landing never truly felt like home to me, even when I first came here as a girl. Now it's a prison with a different jailer. Ned stepped to the parapet beside her. You're free to go if you wish, once Renly grants the leave. I doubt he'll refuse you. You're the Lady of Winterfell, and he needs the North's goodwill. She bowed her head. I never thought I'd see the day House Lannister bowed to a younger Baratheon. My father is furious, though he hides it well. He'll abide for now, but I don't know what cunning plan he's hatching. Ned inhaled, the breeze ruffling his hair. Whatever it is, I want no part in more bloodshed. We have a fragile peace. Let us keep it, for the children's sake. Her green eyes flicked to him. You always cling to that sense of duty. He met her gaze. I do. A silence fell. The swirl of their shared past, of forced marriage, of uneasy alliance, of the children who bound them, hung between them like a tapestry of memories. Eventually, she said, I suppose I should be grateful that you have it. Without your sense of duty, who knows what might have befallen us all? He placed a hand on the cold stone. We lost so much already. Robert, Jon Arryn, all those men in the battles outside the gates. I'd rather endure humiliation than see more die. If that means serving Renly, so be it. She nodded, subdued. Let's hope it's a price worth paying. Together, they stared at the city under the softly darkening sky. In the distance, the waters of Blackwater Bay glimmered, ships bobbing at anchor, carrying new goods from the Reach or from the Stormlands. A sense of precarious calm rested over King's Landing, the eye of a storm that might yet return. But for now, the swords had fallen silent, and the realm, though fractured, found itself under a single monarch. Ned thought of the north, of the old gods and the snows that would one day fall again. He thought of the children, half wolf, half lion, forging their own paths. He felt Cersei's presence beside him, aware that they were partners in a strange dance that had lasted almost 2 decades. Their marriage had begun as a political pact, grown into a tense partnership, survived war and conspiracies. Now it endured under a new king. He wondered if, despite everything, they might finally find a measure of understanding, if not happiness. Softly, the bells told the hour from the great September. Ned and Cersei lingered a moment longer, united by the knowledge that the choices they had made had saved countless lives and in doing so, changed the fate of Westeros forever. There were new intrigues yet to come, the uncertain future of Margaery's child, the ambitions of Tywin, the watchers across the sea who might bear the Targaryen name, and the unspoken tension with Stannis if he still lived. But for this moment, at least, the wolf and the lion stood side by side, gazing upon a city that they had spared from the worst of war, hoping that perhaps they had given their children and the realm a chance at a tomorrow free from bloodshed. That hope, tentative as it was, would have to be enough. Ned Stark did not expect a steady peace under King Renly Baratheon. New storms loomed on every horizon, and the uneasy calm in King's Landing merely concealed the tension coiled beneath. Still, for the first time in what felt like ages, the city was no longer locked in siege. Trade resumed through the gates, wagons from the Reach rattled over the cobblestones laden with flour, fruits, and salted meats. The starving small folk fought over the fresh goods, but thanks to swift discipline from Tyrell knights, outright riots were kept to a minimum. Some semblance of normal life returned. Yet the scars of recent violence were everywhere. Burned-out homes and collapsed walls near the Gate of the Gods still attested to Renly's earlier attacks, and crows feasted outside the city on the battlefield's dead. Gravediggers labored to bury what they could, but the stench carried on the breeze. Within the Red Keep, the newly enthroned King Renly surrounded himself with a tight knot of loyalists, Loras Tyrell, Mace Tyrell, Randall Tarley, and various Reach lords who had marched to his cause. A few Stormland lords, too, who had not perished in the fighting against Stannis, gathered around him. Stannis himself remained at large. Some claimed he had been seen fleeing with a handful of men across the King's Road, others rumored he was on a ship sailing back to Dragonstone. No one knew for sure. As Hand of the King, Ned found that every passing day brought a deluge of tasks. The city needed repairs, stone for walls, timber for scaffolds, laborers to rebuild. The crown's coffers, already strained since Robert's reign, were nearly empty. Littlefinger boasted he could always scrounge gold from somewhere, but Ned did not trust the master of coin's smug reassurances. Still, the king had appointed Peter Baelish to remain in the post. Renly found Baelish's cunning useful even if Ned found it distasteful. In the midst of it all, Ned had to deal with the complicated presence of Cersei's father. Lord Tywin Lannister was outwardly cooperative, but Ned saw the tightness in his mouth, the narrow calculation in his gaze. Tywin had not forgotten that he once hoped to see a Baratheon Lannister monarchy, or failing that, to make the Lannisters the supreme power behind the throne. Now, those ambitions had been stymied. Ned suspected that Tywin was simply biding his time, ensuring that House Lannister would profit from any future shift. Cersei, meanwhile, remained in the Red Keep, but her heart was turned toward the north. She stayed close to their children, Robb, Sansa, Arya, and the younger ones, Bran and Rickon, who had been brought south later under guard. Cersei insisted she wanted them near while the city's future was decided. Robb had quietly asked if he might return to Winterfell soon and begin taking on the responsibilities of a Stark in the north, but the roads were not secure, and Ned hesitated to let him leave while the realm was still so fragile. Cersei, too, was torn. She wanted them safe, yet part of her loathed the thought of ceding any advantage by sending them away. She spent her days ensuring they were taught, fed, and protected, while every so often exchanging curt words with Margaery Tyrell in the corridors. Margaery, for her part, had moved into a luxurious suite previously reserved for queens or princesses. She was far enough along in her pregnancy that her ladies fussed constantly over her diet and rest, though Margaery herself displayed a quiet composure. Officially, the story was that this child, if a son, would be recognized in some capacity by Renly, though no one had spelled out precisely how. For all the talk that Renly would take Margaery to wife once she gave birth, no formal announcement had yet been made. There was a lingering sense that the entire realm watched to see what would happen when that child emerged. One day, after endless petitions in the throne room, from merchants seeking compensation for war damage, from sellswords clamoring for pay, from commoners pleading for justice, Ned convened with King Renly in the solar that had once belonged to King Robert. It was a bright chamber overlooking the inner ward. There, in the quiet hush of late afternoon, Ned finally posed the question that had bothered him for weeks. "What do you intend for the child Margaery carries?" he asked. "If it is a son, many in the realm will call him Robert's rightful heir." Renly leaned back in the cushioned chair, drumming his fingers on the armrest. "I've given it thought. The Tyrells desire a lasting bond, so once the child is born, we'll see to it that he's recognized as my ward, or perhaps as my stepson if Margaery and I wed. That effectively merges any claim he might have with mine." Ned studied Renly's expression. "And if it's a daughter?" Renly shrugged. "Then it's simpler. A daughter is less likely to stir the realm about succession. In that case, I'll marry Margaery swiftly to keep Highgarden bound to me. Either way, the Tyrell alliance is secure." Ned pressed his lips together. "And what of Stannis? If he resurfaces, if he challenges you, will you treat with him?" Renly's gaze hardened. "That depends on how he approaches. He tried to unseat me on the battlefield. He failed and he lost many men. If he begs mercy, perhaps I'll offer him a comfortable castle somewhere in the Stormlands. But if he clings to the notion that he's the rightful king, I'll have no choice but to defeat him again, or have him declared traitor." Ned remembered Stannis's grim face, the rigid sense of law that marked him. The thought of Stannis yielding quietly seemed fanciful. But Ned also recognized that Stannis lacked the strength to press his claim again anytime soon. "So you see no pressing threat from him?" Renly's mouth twitched in a half-smile. "If rumors are true, he's licking his wounds. Possibly on Dragonstone. Possibly in the Narrow Sea. Without a strong fleet, he can't land enough men to bother us. Especially not with the Tyrell host still behind me. Let him be. I have a kingdom to rule. Now, Lord Hand, speaking of threats, what of the Targaryens across the sea?" Ned frowned. The Targaryen exiles were a worry that had simmered during Robert's reign. Now, with Robert gone, the question was, did they remain a threat? "From what I gather, Viserys Targaryen is dead. Killed by Dothraki, or so the whispers say. His sister, Daenerys, rumored to have wed a Dothraki call, might still live. Varys hears conflicting reports. Some say she died. Others claim she roams Essos with a few followers. But if she has no army, she poses little immediate danger. Renly tapped his chair. Robert always spoke of them as a dire threat. But Robert saw Targaryen ghosts behind every tree. For now, let us keep an ear out. If the girl crosses the sea, we'll act. If not, I have more urgent matters. Ned inclined his head. As you say, your grace. Still, he did not quite share Renly's nonchalance. War had a way of creating opportunities for exiled claimants. Better to stay vigilant. But Ned was tired of fruitless arguments that could not be solved by sending more assassins across the sea, as Robert once suggested. Indeed, Ned had always opposed such measures. Not long after, Ned emerged into the corridor, weighed down by fresh burdens. There, Cersei stood waiting, arms folded. He could see the tension in her posture. She had never liked being near the Tyrells. Though they had crushed Stannis, they had also forced the city to bend the knee. Ned knew Cersei resented the humiliation of surrender. "We must speak," she said quietly. "Privately." He led her to a smaller, windowless antechamber, where the thick walls dampened the clamor of the Red Keep. The chamber was sparsely furnished. A single table and a few chairs. When the door shut, she rounded on him. "I've just come from a conversation with my father," she said. "He's heard tidings that Balon Greyjoy stirs in the Iron Islands. The Ironborn grew restless during the chaos here. Lord Tywin thinks Balon may soon declare independence, as he tried once before." Ned felt a flicker of alarm. He recalled vividly how Balon had risen against the Iron Throne years ago, only to be crushed by Robert and the combined might of the realm. Robert once subdued him, but it wasn't an easy victory. If Balon believes the throne is vulnerable again, he may strike. Cersei nodded grimly. "Yes. My father proposes to send an envoy at once, or perhaps a show of force, ships bearing Lannister banners, or even Tyrell ships. But Renly might balk at letting my father handle it. He prefers the Tyrells to be his main supporters. This could spark friction. The king might not want House Lannister to gain too much credit for quelling a new rebellion." Ned rubbed his temples. The realm is battered, the finances are stretched thin, and now the Ironborn want to carve away the western coasts. Precisely what we don't need. Cersei's face was taut. "I want to bring the children home to Winterfell before any of this escalates. If the realm is about to face more war, whether with Greyjoys or with some other threat, let the children be safe. Perhaps I'll go with them." She hesitated, then added, "But my father seems to think I should remain here. He believes having a Lannister presence at court is vital." Ned understood Tywin's thinking. A powerful house did not relinquish influence at court willingly. Still, he sympathized with Cersei's wish to shield their children from the never-ending perils of King's Landing. "If you truly wish to bring them north, I'd support it. Let me speak to Renly. He may not object, so long as it doesn't appear House Stark is abandoning him." She looked at him with an odd mix of gratitude and hesitation. It might be for the best. Sansa is old enough to begin learning how to manage a household. Arya loathes it here. Bran and Rickon are too young to be any use to the king's cause, and they've grown pale from the southern heat. As for Robb, she paused, her brow creasing. He's just turning 12, nearing the age when a boy becomes a squire or fosters under another lord. He could train under someone at Winterfell or in the north if we find him a suitable knight or master-at-arms. Ned could almost feel the tug of home at the mention of Winterfell. The ancient seat of House Stark had begun to feel impossibly distant. "Robb belongs in the north," he agreed. "But we must ensure that taking him away from court isn't seen as disloyal. Renly might see it as a slight." Her lips pressed thin. "So we're hostages in all but name? Is that what this new king means for us?" He took a measured breath. "I'll make him see reason. As hand, I have some leverage. The children don't need to remain here as pawns. So long as he trusts me, it should be fine." Then he placed a hand gently on her forearm. "We'll do what's right for them, Cersei. We always have." She lowered her gaze, nodding slightly. Sometimes, in rare moments of vulnerability, she let him see the fierce maternal love that drove her. In King's Landing, the two of them had been forced into 1,000 compromises, each one a small betrayal of the simpler life they once might have led. But their children were the unifying thread that bound them past all politics. Soon after, Ned found himself in the king's presence again, this time in the council chamber. Renly, Mace Tyrell, Peter Baelish, Pycelle, and Varys were present. The topic of Balon Greyjoy's rumored restlessness was front and center. Mace Tyrell boomed that if the Ironborn threatened any western coasts, his ships from the Reach would be more than a match. Peter Baelish pointed out that Tywin Lannister would never allow Tyrell might to overshadow Lannister authority in the west. Pycelle fussed that the royal treasury could not afford a major naval expedition. Varys softly interjected that the Ironborn had not yet openly declared rebellion, only rumors suggested they might. Renly turned to Ned. "What say you, my Lord Hand? We cannot ignore the possibility." Ned considered carefully. "We should send a swift diplomatic mission, one that carries the king's authority but isn't so large as to provoke Balan into open defiance. A small fleet or even a single warship with a royal envoy might suffice to remind him that the Iron Throne is not so weak as to be challenged." Mace Tyrell looked skeptical. "Better to crush them before they cause trouble. The Ironborn feed on perceived weakness. If we come in force, they'll scuttle back to their rocks." Ned shook his head. "If we commit half the royal fleet, we risk leaving the Blackwater unguarded. We just endured a siege. The Crownlands still need stability. A gentle but firm reminder might be enough." Renly tapped his fingers on the table. "Very well, Lord Hand. Who do you propose to lead this envoy?" Tywin Lannister was not present at this council, an absence that in itself was a statement of sorts. Ned could imagine that if Tywin had been there, he would have untiered Lannister ships from Lannisport. Without Tywin, Mace Tyrell was eager to champion his own men. Ned wanted to keep both from a direct confrontation. "We might choose someone unaligned with either House Tyrell or House Lannister. Perhaps a loyal Stormlands lord or a Crownlands knight of repute. Someone Balan knows will speak with the king's authority." Renly looked to Mace Tyrell, who shrugged. Then the king nodded. "So be it. I'll select an envoy from among the lesser Stormlords. In the meantime, we'll keep watch for any sign of Greyjoy fleets. Now, as for other matters, Lord Hand, you had a personal request." Ned cleared his throat. "Yes, your grace. My children have spent long enough in the capital. I wish to send them north, to Winterfell. They will return someday if you wish them to attend your court or further alliances, but for now, I believe it best for them to learn their heritage among my bannermen." He kept his tone neutral, but the entire room felt taut, waiting to see if Renly would interpret this as a slight or desertion. Renly studied him. The king's expression was thoughtful. "All of them? Even Robb?" Ned inclined his head. "He's on the cusp of manhood. The north is vast and sometimes restive. The presence of its young heir helps maintain order. I'm still your hand and I remain here to serve you. But my family need not all be in the capital." A moment's pause. Then Renly smiled. "I see no reason to keep them if they prefer the north. As long as you remain devoted to my realm, I have no objection. Let them go with my blessing." Ned released a silent breath of relief. Mace Tyrell and Baelish exchanged glances but said nothing. Varys bowed slightly, as if acknowledging the wisdom in letting the children leave. "Thank you, your grace," Ned said. "I'll arrange it at once." In the corridor afterwards, Baelish caught up with Ned wearing a sly smirk. "Sending the brood away, are we?" Ned gave him a curt glance. "You heard the king's leave. If you mean to imply something." Baelish laughed softly. "Oh, no implication, my lord. I only wonder if you sense storms ahead and wish to shield them from the blow. Wise, if so. One can never be too careful in King's Landing." Ned's jaw tightened. "I do what's best for my family. You do well not to breathe rumors around it." Baelish held up both hands. "Peace, my lord. I have no desire to tangle with House Stark or House Lannister. Merely an observation." He gave a mocking half-bow and slipped away down the corridor. Not for the first time, Ned found himself wishing that Renly would replace Baelish with someone more trustworthy. But Renly seemed to value Baelish's cunning in coin and rumor, and Mace Tyrell had no particular quarrel with him. So the master of coin remained. In the following days, plans for the children's departure took shape. Ned arranged for a caravan north, guarded by a blend of Stark soldiers and Lannister men. Though Tywin was not the sort to waste resources on a mere escort job, he knew appearances mattered. If any bandit or rebellious house attacked, it would be seen as an affront to both House Stark and House Lannister. Cersei oversaw the packing, ensuring that each child had ample clothing, supplies, and a small retinue of maids or squires. Arya, brimming with restless excitement, badgered everyone in earshot about the journey. Sansa, more nervous, grew quiet, confiding to Ned that she'd missed the courtly life. Despite all its troubles, she'd grown accustomed to it. Robb tried to appear stoic, but Ned could see the anticipation in his eyes. Bran and Rickon were simply delighted to return to the home they barely remembered. On the day of departure, the courtyard bustled with horses being saddled, wagons loaded, stable boys scurrying to and fro. Cersei stood with Ned by the gates, watching as the children were helped onto their mounts. She planned to travel with them for at least part of the journey north, though she was not certain if she would remain in Winterfell or return to the capital. For now, she carried a traveling cloak of heavy green velvet, lined with fur. Robb, astride a sturdy horse, moved to the front. His posture was upright, the sword at his belt no longer a mere child's toy. Ned felt an ache of pride. Sansa rode a palfrey beside a maid. Arya tried to control her spirited mare and insisted on wearing breeches beneath her traveling skirts, ignoring the disapproval of certain courtiers. Bran and Rickon, too young to ride alone, were placed in a covered wagon along with their nurse. Cersei took a deep breath, turning to Ned. "I'll write to you. Let me see how the road fares. Perhaps I'll come back once they're safely settled." Ned bowed his head to her. "Whatever you decide, I support you. The North is always open to you as Lady Stark. King's Landing remains my burden." He glanced around at the watchers, Lannister men, a few Tyrell knights, random courtiers who had come to watch the spectacle. "Stay safe on the road. The Crownlands aren't as lawless as they were, but there are still brigands." She offered a wry smile. "I have House Lannister and House Stark at my back. Let them try." Then, in a softer tone, she added, "Farewell, Ned." He hesitated, then gave her hand a gentle squeeze. In front of this audience, that small gesture carried meaning. She squeezed back. Then she swept toward her horse, letting a guard help her mount. The gates clanked open. Ned walked with them to the threshold, exchanging final words of caution with Robb. Then he stepped back as the caravan rolled out. He watched until the last wagon disappeared from view, dust rising behind it. The courtyard suddenly felt very empty. Sighing, Ned turned to face the Red Keep once more, thinking of the many tasks still awaiting the hand of the king. But a part of him felt lighter, knowing his children were heading toward Winterfell, away from these shifting intrigues. The following weeks tested Ned's resolve. King Renly pressed him to expand the crown's authority over rebellious lords who had quietly refused to bend the knee. Some were Targaryen loyalists from the old days, others had marched with Stannis and then slunk away after the defeat. Using the king's name, Ned issued letters of pardon to any lord who would declare for Renly. Most eventually complied, no one wished to face the Tyrell host again. But a few defiant pockets remained, especially in the Stormlands themselves. Renly muttered that his own domain should be the easiest to secure, yet ironically, it was where some of Stannis' loyal knights still clung to hope. Meanwhile, the Greyjoy question grew more pressing. Balon Greyjoy had not openly declared war, but his longships had harried some small ports near Lannisport. Tywin fumed at the insult. Mace Tyrell demanded the crown do something. Renly dithered, unsure whether to commit the royal fleet or to let the Lannisters handle it. In the end, Ned brokered a compromise. The king sanctioned Tywin to send a small flotilla from Lannisport, aided by a handful of royal warships, to encourage Balon's loyalty. Whether that encouragement would be a diplomatic mission or a punitive raid remained to be seen. Late one evening, after poring over ledgers with Peter Baelish regarding the crown's finances, Ned retreated to his solar. The corridors were mostly empty at this hour, torches sputtering in their brackets. Before he could sink into a chair to rest, a soft knock came at his door. Varys slipped in, moving with his usual quiet grace. "My lord hand," Varys said, folding his hands within voluminous sleeves. "I bring news from across the narrow sea." Ned eyed him warily. "What sort of news?" Varys's eyes gleamed in the candlelight. "You recall Daenerys Targaryen? The last Targaryen princess rumored to have wedded Dothraki Khal?" "I do," Ned said, feeling a flicker of apprehension. Varys gave a slight bow. "It seems she did not perish. She travels now in Essos with a band of loyalists, perhaps fewer than 100. But the rumors say she has dragons, my lord. 3 living dragons hatched from some ancient eggs." A hush fell, broken only by Ned's own exhalation. "Dragons? That's impossible. The last were said to have died a century and a half ago." A tiny smile curved Varys's lips. "So we believed. Yet many trifling rumors swirl from the free cities. Some speak of seeing small winged creatures spitting flame, no larger than hounds. Others claim it's all a hoax, illusions of a red priestess or some such. But I've heard enough to be sure that Daenerys Targaryen believes she has real dragons." Ned felt a jolt of dread. If true, even small dragons could grow. A Targaryen with living dragons might rally old loyalists in Westeros, might provoke a massive invasion. "Why tell me this now?" Varys inclined his head. "Because the realm is at a delicate juncture. If King Renly underestimates the Targaryen girl, we could face a renewed threat in a few years' time, one not so easily cast aside." Ned rubbed his eyes. "Gods help us. Robert was so bent on killing Targaryen heirs. I never had the stomach for that. But dragons, that changes things. Indeed, Varys murmured. What will you do, my lord hand? Ned knew Renly would demand an immediate plan, possibly an assassin's mission or a bounty placed on Daenerys's head. Ned's instincts rebelled against murdering a young woman so far away, especially while the realm was still patching its own wounds. On the other hand, ignoring her might be a grave risk if the rumors were true. I must speak to the king. Keep this discreet, Varys. The Tyrells might clamor for drastic measures, and I'd rather not stoke fear before we know more. Varys bowed. As you wish, my lord hand. After he left, Ned sat in silence, haunted by the memory of Robert's rage whenever the Targaryen name was mentioned. That path had led to Jon Arryn's deadly secrets, to the downfall of House Targaryen, and yet not fully. He wondered if fate was punishing them for old sins. The next day, Ned informed King Renly in private of Varys's intelligence. Renly, rather than showing alarm, gave a short laugh. Dragons? Next you'll tell me the White Walkers roam the forests beyond the wall. I'll believe it when I see one flying over the narrow sea. Ned tried to speak calmly. I don't say it's proven, but do not dismiss it outright. Even if her dragons are small, the symbol alone, House Targaryen's rebirth, might inspire rebellions. Renly's expression turned thoughtful. Let her rally Sel's words in Essos if she wants. I have enough men here to crush any foreign incursion. The realm belongs to me, and I have the Tyrells on my side. If she ever dares land on our shores, we'll see how her baby dragons fare against steel. Ned frowned. Better to be prepared than to wait for that day. If we gather accurate intelligence. Renly waved a hand. Yes, yes, send your spies or your ravens. But I won't be spending the crown's last coins chasing rumors across the sea. We have enough troubles at home. That was the end of it, at least for the moment. Renly returned to more pressing issues. The Stormlands, the Ironborn threat, the question of how to reward new lords who bent the knee. Ned recognized that his warnings had fallen on deaf ears. But he wrote letters anyway, one to Lord Mormont at the Wall, discreetly asking if any sign of disturbance had reached them from the east. Another to various contacts in Bravos, requesting news of any Targaryen movements. He felt a flicker of guilt for staying behind when all his children were on their way home, but he had chosen to remain and serve the realm. It was his duty, and the North had to be represented. A fortnight passed with no major calamity. Word arrived that the Lannister-led flotilla had put in at Pike under a flag of truce. Balon Greyjoy refused them audience but did not attack. The standoff continued, with Greyjoy longships shadowing the Lannister vessels up the coast. No open war, yet no peace either. King Renly's court turned its attention to the approach of autumn. The realm had to be readied for the possibility of an early winter, though maesters insisted the warm season might last longer yet. Mace Tyrell oversaw shipments of grain from the Reach, trying to rebuild the city's depleted storehouses. Ned heard only sparse news from the road north, but each raven told him that Cersei and the children were traveling without major incident. They passed Harrenhal, found it half in disrepair, but welcomed by the current castellan. They skirted the Trident, forging on past the Ruby Ford. Robb wrote a short letter describing the thrill of crossing the Neck, how the air felt cooler, how the swamps of the Crannogmen smelled of peat. Arya's scribbled note said only, "It's not as dull as King's Landing. I saw a frog the size of Rickon's head." Sansa's letter was more formal, lamenting the dusty roads but praising the kindness of lords along the way. Cersei wrote only brief updates, confirming all was well. Then, some days later, a new raven came. Their party had reached Moat Cailin, the ancient fortress at the entrance to the north. Within a week, they would be at Winterfell. Ned felt a rush of relief. Let them settle in that old stronghold of House Stark where the godwood had watched over centuries of his forebears. He wished he could be with them, but his responsibilities held him fast in the south. No major storm broke for several weeks. King's Landing grew, if not peaceful, then at least resigned to its new king. Renly rode out in state sometimes, escorted by Tyrell knights resplendent in green and gold cloaks to receive petitions from outlying villages. Margaery Tyrell moved through the castle with quiet grace, her belly large. She was near her time, and speculation buzzed among ladies in waiting. Would she bear a son or daughter? And how would Renly respond? Rumor had it that Marjorie's younger cousins were stitching a cradle with the Baratheon stag entwined with Tyrell roses, symbolic of a bright future. And then, on a crisp morning, the bells of the Great September began to peal, summoning the realm to witness. Marjorie was in labor. Maester Pycelle, along with half a dozen midwives, rushed to her chambers. King Renly paced in an antechamber, ignoring all who tried to calm him. Loras Tyrell stood guard at the door, half-wild with anxiety for his sister's life. The tension in the corridors was palpable. Hours dragged on. Ned arrived to offer what comfort he could, but there was little he could do except ensure quiet and order. By mid-afternoon, the baby's cries pierced the hush. Loras hurried into the birthing chamber, ignoring protocol, and soon re-emerged, tears in his eyes. "A boy," he announced. "Alive, healthy?" A ripple of relief swept the watchers. Renly, exhaling a shuddering breath, strode into the chamber to see mother and child. Servants babbled that the babe had a tuft of dark hair, Baratheon hair, some claimed. Others insisted a trick of the lamplight made it look more chestnut. No one was quite sure. But the formal message that went out to the city read, "Rejoice, good people, for the Queen Dowager Marjorie Tyrell has borne a true Baratheon son to the late King Robert." Those words were significant, for it subtly reinforced that the child was Robert's, not Renly's. Yet everyone expected that Renly would claim him as an adopted heir or incorporate him into the new royal line. As Mace Tyrell proclaimed at a subsequent feast, he is a gift to the realm, bridging the old kingship and the new. That evening, a subdued celebration took place in the Red Keep's Great Hall. Renly appeared in a thoughtful mood, neither triumphant nor troubled, but somewhere in between. The newborn would be called Stefan after Robert's father, or so Marjorie had requested. Loras Tyrell hovered protectively near Marjorie, who was weak from the ordeal but smiling. Ned watched them from a distance, pondering the precarious nature of this arrangement. A child fathered by the late king, recognized by the new king as part of his extended household. If it held the realm together, so be it. Yet not everyone felt so sanguine. In a side alcove, Ned caught glimpses of Tywin Lannister's face, tight-lipped, calculating. The presence of a living Baratheon heir might complicate the future. House Lannister had no direct claim on the throne now. The alliance with the Starks existed, but Ned was far from home and his children were no longer in the capital. Tywin might fear losing influence if the Tyrells became too entrenched. Ned resolved to watch Tywin closely in the days to come. Sometime later, in a private meeting, King Renly announced his intentions to marry Marjorie. "Once she recovers, we shall wed. I will raise young Stefan as my ward, perhaps even as a future prince, should the realm wish it. This cements our houses as one. Let no man call the Tyrells anything but the greatest supporters of the crown." Ned nodded. "It will make your hold on the throne more secure. What of your older brother's child, Robert's child, that is? Some may whisper that the boy is the rightful king, or at least a rival to your line." Renly's eyes hardened momentarily, then softened. "He's a babe. I'll treat him well, but I rule by the sword and by the will of the lords. They've chosen me. Let the child live in comfort and station. By the time he's old enough to question his birthright, he'll know me as father and king." Thus it was decided. Marjorie, pale but recovering, did not object. She was content to see her child cherished and to become queen in truth, not just in waiting. The Tyrell lords all but sang praises in the corridors. A lavish wedding was planned, though not until Marjorie fully regained her strength. Outside the keep, autumn crept closer. The winds were sharper in the mornings. Leaves yellowed in the royal gardens. Messengers brought scattered tidings. The roads in the Riverlands were still plagued by outlaws, some loyal to the idea of Stannis or to a Targaryen restoration. Robber knights ambushed travelers near Harrenhal. In the west, Tywin's flotilla had withdrawn from Pike after fruitless talks. Balon Greyjoy remained unbowed, though still short of open rebellion. King Renly weighed sending more ships, but decided the matter could wait. Not everything could wait forever, however. At length, Ned received word from the north. His family had arrived safely at Winterfell, welcomed by the castle staff and the northern lords. Cersei wrote a short letter. "We are home. The children are well, though Sansa misses the fineries of the south. Arya, of course, roams like a wild thing in the courtyards. Robb is quite serious. He has taken to wearing the Stark colors daily, as if to prove his birthright to any who'll see. I'm unsure how long I'll remain. There is comfort here, but also a chill I've not felt in years. I suspect I'll return south before the snows truly set in. Yet I cannot deny it is good to see them all safe in these walls. I will write more soon. Ned felt an unaccountable rush of warmth reading those words. For all the friction he and Cersei had endured, they shared a bond shaped by time, duty, and children. He let the letter rest on his desk for a while, remembering how Winterfell's walls looked under a pale sun, the way the gods would smelled of warm earth and old leaves. An ache rose in him for the wide northern sky, but he was needed here, under the narrower sky of King's Landing, to keep the realm from spinning out of control. One evening, not long after, Tywin Lannister requested a private audience with Ned in the Solar. Ned found Tywin there, standing by a window, candlelight flickering on his stern features. He turned as Ned entered, inclining his head in stiff politeness. "Lord Hand," Tywin said, gesturing to a chair. "Sit. We must speak plainly." Ned complied, bracing himself. "What's on your mind, my lord?" Tywin paced slowly across the flagstones. "This arrangement with the Tyrells grows more entangled. Renly will wed Margaery, that whelp she bore becomes part of the new royal household. House Tyrell now stands at the pinnacle of power, overshadowing other houses. Even my own." Ned's expression remained impassive. "That is the king's choice, and the Tyrells did help secure the throne. Without them, Renly would have struggled." Tywin's mouth tightened. "Yes, and now the Tyrell rose chokes the realm. Mace Tyrell grows fat on royal favors, shipments of grain come from the Reach, and soon he'll be the father to the queen. Meanwhile, House Lannister is left to patrol the coasts against Greyjoy threats with no gratitude from the king. My daughter is all but exiled to the north. My grandchildren are gone from the capital. Tell me, is that wise for House Stark or House Lannister?" Ned fought a surge of anger. "It's wise for their safety. King's Landing is no place to raise children among these intrigues. We do not measure everything by advantage, Lord Tywin." Tywin allowed a faint snort. "One day you may regret not measuring by advantage. The Tyrells will not share power forever. They crave to be the sole power behind Renly. Sooner or later, they will move against any who stand in their way. That includes you, Ned Stark, and your wife." "My daughter." Ned leaned back, crossing his arms. "You suspect Mace Tyrell is plotting to eliminate us all? That seems far-fetched. He has no quarrel with the North or with House Lannister unless we provoke him." Tywin's gaze was piercing. "Powerful houses do not need a quarrel to expand their influence. They do it because they can. The Tyrells have a queen in waiting, they have the king's ear, and soon they may see little value in placating lesser players. You may trust them at your peril, but I do not." Ned exhaled slowly. "What would you have me do? Resign his hand, gather an army, challenge the Tyrells? That would fling the realm back into war. I won't do that." Tywin's expression flickered with impatience. "I propose we remain vigilant and that you remember House Lannister as a potential ally should the Tyrells move too far. The king is young, easily swayed. If Margaery or her family starts shaping policy that harms the North or the West, we must be ready to act together." Ned paused. The thought of actively conspiring with Tywin Lannister left a bitter taste. But ignoring the possibility that the Tyrells might overshadow them was naive. "I will keep the realm's interests first. If I see any sign that the Tyrells intend harm, I'll act. But for now, I won't embrace secret pacts or conspiracies." Tywin nodded curtly. "Neither will I unless forced by circumstances. Just remember, House Lannister has not forgotten how to fight for what's ours." Ned rose. "I'll bear that in mind. Is that all?" "That is all," Tywin said, turning back to the window. "For now." Ned left the Solar, unsettled by the conversation. Tywin's wariness might be an overreaction, or it might be an astute warning. The realm rested on a precarious balance between the king, the Tyrells, and everyone else. If that balance tipped, the result could be bloody. That night, Ned wrestled with uneasy dreams. He dreamt of old battles, of Robert at the trident, hammer raised, except Robert's face twisted into Renly's. He dreamt of a lion and a rose locked together in strangling vines. He dreamt of Winterfell's crypts, the old kings of winter stirring to speak, their words lost in the wind. When he woke, the sky was gray and cold. A new day, more duties, more burdens. He forced himself to continue his tasks, seeing to the city's management. Baelish sought more coin from Bravos. Pycelle droned about supply lines. Varys whispered of fresh rumors from the east. Margaery's postpartum month slipped by. Her strength returned swiftly, and soon the court buzzed with talk of the royal wedding. Renly, for his part, seemed both eager and anxious. A new queen would solidify his reign, but also tie him inextricably to the Tyrells, making them a permanent fixture of power. On the appointed day, the wedding commenced with grand fanfare. The great September of Baelor overflowed with lords and ladies from across the realm. Flower petals were scattered on the marble steps. Banners fluttered from every spire. The High Septon presided, blessing the union of King Renly Baratheon and Lady Margaery Tyrell. The bride wore a gown of green and gold, embroidered with interlocking roses and stags. The groom wore regal black velvet with golden accents, crowned with the stag's antlers. Even the infant Stefan was present, carried by a nurse, though he was too young to do anything but squirm and whimper. Ned watched from the front pew, near the Tyrell lords. Mace Tyrell stood beaming, his chins quivering in delight. Ser Loras, though forced to set aside his rainbow cloak from old tourneys, wore a shining white cloak as one of Renly's chosen personal guards. An unorthodox role, but few questioned it openly. The entire affair seemed a lavish tapestry of color, music, and spectacle. At the feast afterward, minstrels sang ballads of House Tyrell and House Baratheon forging a new golden age. Yet Ned could not shake the sense that all this pomp was a veneer, hiding the quiet jockeying for power behind the scenes. He drank sparingly, mindful of how Robert's feasts had ended with drunken brawls. Renly, though, carried himself with dignity, toasting Margaery as his beloved queen, paying respects to the Tyrell patriarch, and bestowing small boons on various lords to secure their loyalty. Late into the night, after the final dances ended, Ned stepped away from the hall into a shadowy colonnade overlooking the Blackwater. Flickering torchlight played on the water's surface. He relished the quiet. Footsteps approached and he turned to see Loras Tyrell. The Knight of Flowers inclined his head in greeting. "Lord Hand," Loras said, "you've been a steadfast presence in King Renly's reign. We owe you thanks for that." Ned raised an eyebrow. "I serve the realm, not any one house." Loras offered a small, polished smile. "Of course. Still, the Tyrells appreciate that you haven't challenged our ascendancy. Some might be jealous of our place at the king's side." Ned studied him. Loras was young, fair of face, dangerous with a blade, and deeply attached to Renly, perhaps more than any official relationship suggested. "I only want peace. If the Tyrells keep the realm stable, I have no quarrel." Loras nodded. "Indeed. And now that my sister is queen, stability is assured. Let us hope House Lannister sees it that way." Ned considered the hint of steel behind those words. "House Lannister will do what it thinks best, so we remain watchful. I trust your family understands how quickly an alliance can shift if threatened." Loras's eyes glinted. "We do, my Lord Hand. We understand alliances better than most. Enjoy the wedding festivities. We look forward to continued cooperation with you." He bowed and departed, his cape swirling behind him. Ned stared out at the dark waters, the faint reflection of King's Landing's lights shimmering. He recognized that Loras's words were a polite but pointed warning. The Tyrells, now flush with power, intended to keep it. If the Lannisters, or even the Starks, moved against them, they would respond in kind. Ned sighed, returning to the hall to fulfill his duties. Another day, another night, another swirl of alliances and hidden swords. The next morning, courtiers gossiped about whether the king visited the queen's chambers or lingered in conversation with Loras. Such talk was common enough that it no longer surprised Ned, but he wondered if the realm might eventually question Renly's children, if any were born to Margaery, and whether they were truly his. Another puzzle for the future. For a brief span, the city almost seemed to settle. Tyrell banners flew high, the king and queen made an imposing pair at court, lords paid homage, and the small folk whispered that maybe the worst was over. Ned carried out the king's justice, hearing disputes, punishing criminals, striving to keep order. He wrote occasional letters to Winterfell, receiving updates that the children were adjusting. Sansa was reacquainting herself with the castle's ladies, Arya had resumed archery lessons, Robb was training daily with Roderick Castle, and young Bran and Rickon thrived in the crisp northern air. Cersei's notes were clipped but cordial. She confessed to missing the southern sun. Ned read between the lines. She was restless, uncertain whether to remain or return. Then, as so often happened in Westeros, ill tidings arrived to shatter the fragile calm. One autumn dawn, a raven bearing the sigil of House Mormont perched on the rookery's ledge. Its message was delivered to Ned with urgent speed. "To Lord Eddard Stark, Hand of the King, I write from Castle Black on the Wall. Strange events trouble us in the far north. Rangers have reported sightings of walking corpses and other horrors in the forest. We have lost good men, including some who vanished without trace. Jeor Mormont believes something unnatural stirs beyond the wall. He beseeches the realm for men and resources to fortify the Night's Watch. Winter is coming, my lord. We can feel it in our bones. Maester Aemon, in the name of Lord Commander Jeor Mormont. Ned felt a chill crawl up his spine, as if the cold wind of the wall had seeped into his skin. Walking corpses? Tales of the others were ancient legends, half believed by superstitious folk. But he knew Jeor Mormont to be a practical man, not prone to flights of fancy. If Mormont said unnatural things were happening, it deserved grave attention. He carried the letter at once to King Renly. Renly listened, brow creasing. The Night's Watch? They always claim they need more men. My brother Robert brushed them off for years. Ned tried to remain calm. Yes, but Jeor Mormont is no liar. If he says there's real danger, we cannot ignore it. At the least, we can spare some men or supplies to investigate. The realm is large enough that a few hundred men might be found. Renly rubbed his chin. We're still rebuilding from the war. The Tyrells must keep troops here. The Stormlands are unsettled. The Greyjoys threaten the west. Where do I find men to send to the wall? Ned swallowed. Pull from the dungeons if you must, as kings have done before, or raise volunteers from lesser lordships. The Watch needs strong bodies, and steel. Even a token show of help might be critical. Renly sighed. All right, I'll consider it, but I can't simply conjure an army for the north when so many threats remain. The realm is not stable, Ned. Ned understood, yet his sense of foreboding deepened. A threat beyond the wall could overshadow all these petty squabbles if it's truly the old enemy come again. The king brushed it aside with a wave. Legends. We'll address it in time. See if you can gather some recruits from the city's jails. I'll issue a royal order allowing the Night's Watch to take them if they wish. Beyond that, we cannot do much now. Though dissatisfied, Ned could push only so far. He left the king's presence with heavy thoughts swirling in his mind. That night, he wrote back to Maester Aemon, promising a modest effort of recruits and supplies, but fearing it was insufficient. Another letter he addressed to Winterfell, urging the northern lords to consider sending more men to the Watch, warning them that ill omens stirred beyond the wall. If the southern king would not lead on this matter, then the north must do so itself. Meanwhile, rumors from across the sea flared again. Varys whispered that Daenerys Targaryen might have found new allies among the slave cities. Ned tried to inform Renly, but the king, in the flush of newlywed life, was more concerned with seeking an heir of his own with Marjorie. The pair had begun sleeping in the same bedchamber as a show of unity. Talk of the Targaryen princess fell on ears dulled by more immediate concerns. As autumn deepened, dark words seemed the rule of the day. A raven from the west reported that Balon Greyjoy was mustering even more longships. Tywin responded by urging the king to let House Lannister raise a full fleet from Lannisport, but Mace Tyrell objected that the crown could not afford a second navy overshadowing the royal fleet. The arguments grew heated. Renly tried to placate both sides, but it was a precarious dance. Ned saw in Tywin's eyes that old, implacable anger. If the Greyjoys attacked, the west might burn while the king squabbled with the Tyrells over command. Tensions in the Stormlands flared too. A handful of lords who once served Stannis refused to yield, hiding in remote strongholds. Renly dispatched loyal bannermen to bring them to heel. Rumors swirled that Stannis himself might be somewhere in the Narrow Sea, forging alliances with Lys or Pentos, but no one could confirm it. And thus, the realm tottered under King Renly's rule, outwardly stable, inwardly riven with unresolved conflicts. Ned carried on his hand, trying to preserve a fragile peace. He knew that one day the illusions might shatter under the weight of Dothraki-boosted Targaryens or Ironborn Reavers or the others from beyond the wall. Yet in the swirl of it all, he clung to a slender hope that the realm might weather these storms if good men and women, if honorable hearts, stood firm. At last, word came that Cersei was returning south. The snows had not yet fallen in the north, but she felt the creeping chill. She wrote that she would leave Robb to oversee Winterfell under the guidance of Maester Luwin and Roderick Castle, while Sansa and Arya might remain or accompany her, depending on their wishes. Ned felt a curious mix of relief and apprehension. Cersei's presence in King's Landing always meant a potent swirl of Lannister influence and the possibility of friction with the Tyrells. Yet he would welcome her company if only to share the burden of an uneasy realm. She arrived just before the first frosts touched the Crownlands, riding into the Red Keep courtyard with a retinue of Lannister guards. Sansa and Arya were with her, while Bran and Rickon stayed behind. The girls dismounted, Sansa with an air of a growing lady, Arya with boyish energy. Cersei herself looked travel-worn but composed. Ned greeted them, ignoring the curious stares of courtiers. He escorted them inside, asked after Robb and the younger boys, and breathed a quiet thanks to the gods they had all come through the journey safely. That night, as Ned and Cersei stood on a balcony overlooking King's Landing, she spoke in a low voice of the changes she had seen in Winterfell. Robb growing into a leader, Grey Wind, his dire wolf prowling at his side. Arya's happiness in the wide spaces of the north. The persistent sorrow that lingered whenever they passed the crypts or looked upon Lyanna's statue. Ned felt the ache of memory but also a quiet pride. I almost stayed, Cersei admitted, resting her hands on the balustrade. But I realized my father might see it as abandoning any southern presence for House Lannister. And I grew restless. The north has its beauty, but I don't belong there. Ned nodded, understanding. Your place is where you choose it to be. I won't force you one way or another. She turned to face him. Does that truly matter anymore? We're bound to a realm that never stays still. The Tyrells rise, the Greyjoys stir, the Targaryens brood across the sea. And the north faces whatever ghosts lie beyond the wall. He stepped closer, putting a hand on hers. We face it together as we always have. For better or worse. She exhaled, letting her gaze drift over the moonlit city. Yes, she said softly. For better or worse. They lingered there under the sky, two souls tied by vows and children, once strangers from different worlds, now tempered by years of trials. Below, the city glimmered with torchlight, the uneasy hush of 1,000 secrets. In the distance, the black waters of the bay stretched away toward foreign shores. And far to the north, beyond even Winterfell, the wall stood silent sentinel against an ancient menace. So many threats, so many uncertainties, and yet for this moment, they found a fragile stillness side by side. Morning would bring new challenges. King Renly's reign might falter or flourish. The Tyrells might press their advantage. The Lannisters might scheme. The Greyjoys might raid. Stannis might re-emerge. And Daenerys Targaryen's rumored dragons might one day darken the skies. But for now, Ned Stark and Cersei Lannister Stark clung to their bond, hoping that in their strange alliance lay at least a measure of strength to shield the realm from the chaos looming just beyond the horizon. And so their story continued, weaving through the tapestry of Westeros with every choice, every loyalty, and every whispered promise of a future that might yet defy the storms of war. Ned Stark waited in the pre-dawn hush, hands resting on the cold stone of the Red Keep's outer parapet. The night sky had slowly begun to lighten, stars winking out one by one over the sprawl of King's Landing. He glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see Cersei appear in the doorway. Lately, she too had taken to rising early, pacing the castle corridors, restless after her journey south. But for now, he was alone with the crisp autumn air and his thoughts. The realm lay in a delicate balance. King Renly Baratheon and Queen Margaery Tyrell ruled from the Iron Throne, forging ties through their newborn child, Steffon, Robert's posthumous son, and the might of Highgarden. The Lannisters, for their part, hovered at the edges of power. Tywin Lannister growled for more authority in dealing with Balon Greyjoy, whose longships prowled along the western coasts, a threat that might at any moment flare into open war. And in the east, Daenerys Targaryen's name persisted in whispers, rumored to command small but living dragons, though no one in the Red Keep seemed eager to confront that possibility. Most troubling to Ned, the Night's Watch had cried out for help. Unnatural sightings haunted the far north. But the king's attention was everywhere else, quelling stubborn lords, pacifying Tyrell ambitions, juggling the crown's finances that Peter Baelish insisted were on the brink of ruin. Renly believed there was no immediate threat from the icy wilderness beyond the wall. And so Ned stood on the ramparts of a southern city, far from the land he loved, burdened by the knowledge that something dire might stir in the cold. Duty demanded he remain as Hand of the King and shield the realm from immediate chaos, yet his heart tugged northward. Footsteps echoed on the stair behind him. He glanced back to see Cersei step forward, wearing a simple cloak. Despite the mild autumn in the Crownlands, she sometimes complained the mornings felt colder than she remembered. Or perhaps, he reflected, she had simply grown too accustomed to Winterfell these past months. "You're awake early," she remarked softly, coming to stand beside him. He offered a slight nod. The city never truly sleeps, but mornings are quieter. I was thinking. She followed his gaze across the city. Below, the rooftops spread under a faint haze. The harbor to the east was still shadowed, the water reflecting the first hints of pale color in the sky. Have you written again to the wall? Twice, Ned replied. No new replies since Maester Eamon's last letter. The Night's Watch can do little on their own, short of begging for men. At least the prisoners from the city's dungeons have been offered up, though it's a meager handful. Cersei's lips tightened. Renly's not blind. But his focus is on the Stormlands, on the Greyjoy threat, on pleasing the Tyrells. Even the Targaryen rumors don't stir him half so much as the thought of losing the Tyrell alliance. I gather Tywin thinks that's foolish too. A flicker of resignation crossed Ned's face. Lord Tywin and King Renly rarely see eye to eye, but it's also true that Tywin's solutions always begin with force. Renly is more cautious. And with the Tyrells so deeply woven into his reign, I doubt he'll offend them by letting Lannister fleets overshadow the Royal Navy. Cersei's green eyes flickered. I've sometimes wondered if we should have left King's Landing for good, you and I both. Let Renly and the Tyrells rule here, clashing with my father if they like, and keep the North out of it. But that would be too simple, wouldn't it? Ned gave a rueful half-smile. Too simple and too dangerous. If the realm fractured anew, we'd still be forced into the fight. Best to stay close and shape events as we can. Then he hesitated. You're certain you wish to remain here, though? You spoke of returning to the North quickly. Are you changing your mind? She lifted a shoulder in a small shrug. I told the children I'd see them settled and then decide. They're settled. Robb is taking to his duties, Sansa remains at Winterfell for now, and Arya agreed to stay a short while to enjoy it. Bran and Rickon seem content, too young to care about politics. I left them well-guarded and comfortable. But my father expects me here, so do half the Lannisters who believe we should not abandon the capital. If I vanish now, they'll lose what influence remains. And you're not one to cede influence, Ned observed gently. Cersei's mouth curved. You know me well. I'll remain a while longer, see if I can keep Tywin from burning every bridge in his quest for vengeance on the Greyjoys. Ned surveyed her, recalling how once, many years ago, she had arrived at Winterfell as a proud southern bride he could hardly comprehend. Time and trials had molded her into a figure both fierce and more tempered. You're welcome to remain. I'm glad you've come back. She said nothing but placed her hand lightly on his sleeve. The city below stirred and the subtle clang of distant bells announced the approach of dawn. The two of them lingered a moment longer in that hush, neither quite knowing what the day would bring. When they returned inside, the Red Keep was already buzzing. Courtiers flitted about, men-at-arms polished armor, and servants rushed with trays of breakfast loaves and steaming kettles. King Renly had called a session in the throne room to announce new decrees. Ned parted from Cersei, intending to gather a few documents from his solar before attending. As he walked, Ser Barristan Selmy fell into step beside him, the older knight offering a respectful nod. My Lord Hand, might I have a word? Ser Barristan asked, voice low and steady. Of course, Ned said, motioning for him to continue. They passed a pillar adorned with a coiled stone dragon, one of the Targaryen remnants that had survived the sacking of King's Landing. Ser Barristan's expression was grave. I've been approached by several loyal knights who served under Robert. Men who wonder if the child Marjorie bore might complicate the line of succession. They fear if King Renly sires a child of his own with the Queen, we'll have two Baratheon heirs, one from Robert's blood, one from Renly's. The realm might see that as a conflict someday. Ned had pondered the same question. Renly has said he intends to treat young Steffan like a beloved ward, possibly naming him as heir if no other is produced, or giving him a high station if a new child supplants him. It's complicated, yes, but you know as well as I do that the throne's history is filled with uncertain lines of inheritance. Ser Barristan nodded. True enough, but some of these knights recall the wars that erupted over lesser disputes. I only mention it to you so you'll be aware. Murmurs brew. Ned paused. I understand. I'll speak to the king. Perhaps he can issue a clearer statement about the child's standing. Though I doubt he'll want to commit until he sees if the queen conceives another child. Ser Barristan's courtesy was unwavering. Thank you, my lord. I know you have the realm's peace at heart. They parted ways, and Ned made for his solar, mind abuzz with the realm's complexities. The seat of power had always been precarious. Robert had nearly torn the kingdom apart by ignoring finances, fathering bastards, and starting vendettas. Now, with a new Baratheon and a new queen from the Tyrell line, trouble might easily reignite over succession. Possibly not tomorrow, but in years to come. Ned felt the weight of it pressing on his shoulders. He arrived in time to collect the ledgers that Baelish insisted he review. Then, with a sigh, he headed down to the throne room. Mace Tyrell's booming voice echoed in the marble halls long before Ned entered. Catching a quick glimpse from the corridor, Ned saw King Renly perched on the Iron Throne, Marjorie at his side in a stately high-backed chair, the infant Steffan in the arms of a nurse. Mace Tyrell stood in front of them, flanked by his retinue, bragging about the latest harvest yields from the Reach. Peter Baelish hovered at the edge, half smiling. Lords from around the realm crowded the dais, each wanting an audience or favor. Ned slipped inside. A herald rapped a staff on the floor, announcing, "Lord Eddard Stark, Hand of the King." Murmurs swelled, and heads turned. Renly beckoned him forward. "Lord Hand," Renly called. "Perfect timing. We're discussing matters of supply for the Crownlands." Ned inclined his head. "Your Grace, my Lord Tyrell." He moved up the steps to stand near the king's dais, giving Marjorie a polite nod. The queen's face was set in that serene mask she'd perfected, though Ned wondered if she was tired. Motherhood and queenship both demanded much. Mace Tyrell exhaled through his nose, giving Ned a florid bow. "We were just reviewing the shipments of wheat and barley from Highgarden, my Lord Hand, and how the crown might reciprocate. Our fields feed King's Landing, after all." Ned suspected he knew the gist. Mace wanted more gold or new titles or advantageous trade rights. The Tyrells rarely gave something for nothing. "We're grateful for the Reach's bounty," Ned said carefully. "The Master of Coin can address how best to repay your generosity." Baelish stepped forward, robed in fine gray and purple. "Indeed, Lord Tyrell, the crown is in your debt. We can arrange a tax incentive for Tyrell merchant caravans entering the city, offset by the lowered harvest costs." He rattled on about percentages and coin tallies, all in that silky voice of his. Mace's eyes glazed over slightly, but in the end, he nodded, apparently pleased. Ned let the talk wash over him, quietly ensuring no key detail was overlooked. Baelish was adept at slipping hidden fees or side deals into the thick of things. Renly looked to Ned. "Lord Hand, any other matters requiring the court's attention?" Ned stepped closer to the dais, voice pitched to carry. "Only that the Night's Watch again requests men and supplies. We've provided some from the city's jails, but the watch begs the lords of the realm to send volunteers. With your permission, I'd like to put forward an official royal plea, urging every lord to spare a few men for the wall." A rumble of conversation swelled in the hall. Some lords gave uneasy frowns. Others shrugged. Mace Tyrell shifted, letting out a dismissive grunt. But Renly, to his credit, nodded. "Yes, a formal request is fair. We can't strip every castle of men, but the realm can surely spare a handful from each region. My father used to say the wall was worth preserving, though he rarely acted on it," he added wryly, remembering how Steffan Baratheon, Robert, and Renly's sire had once considered the North's defenses. Ned bowed. "Thank you, Your Grace." He hoped it would help. Encouraging official donations might stir a trickle of men northward. They still needed steel, food, coin to maintain the watch. But it was better than silence. Renly cleared his throat. "Very well. If there are no further matters," he glanced around. A few lesser lords asked for judgments on minor disputes, boundary lines, debt settlements. Ned stood by, dispensing counsel or stepping in to mediate when required. The routine of governance ground on for another hour. By the end of it, Ned's mind felt weighed down by petty complaints, though he understood that these trifles collectively shaped the realm's stability. At last, Renly dismissed the court, and the throng of lords began drifting away. Mace Tyrell lingered to chat with Baelish. Marjorie, standing gracefully, murmured that she would retire to check on the baby. Ned saw the faint circles under her eyes. Queenship and motherhood in the capital wore on a person quickly. As Ned turned to depart, Renly caught his elbow. "A word, Lord Hand," the king said quietly. Ned dipped his head. Of course. They stepped aside out of earshot. Renly kept his voice low. The Tyrells press me daily for new concessions. More trade rights, more seats on the council, a bigger share in maritime law. I can't deny they saved the city from Stannis, but I won't let them rule in my stead. What's your view? Ned chose his words carefully. They are ambitious. The more power you yield now, the more they'll demand later. Yet you rely on them, no sense antagonizing them openly. Perhaps keep them satisfied in smaller ways, but reserve the major levers of power for the crown. Renly nodded, brow furrowed. Yes, that's the path I've tried to tread. Another matter. Ser Loras has asked for a greater role in the Kingsguard, almost as if he wants to overshadow Barristan. I value Loras's skill, but Barristan is a living legend. I'd not slight him. Then don't, Ned said simply. Politely remind Ser Loras that Barristan Selmy's seniority stands. If Loras chafes, you can offer him some other honorable post, Master of Horse or Commander of the City Watch, perhaps. Something to stroke his pride without dethroning Ser Barristan. Renly exhaled relief. Good counsel. Thank you. He lowered his voice further. And, if you hear any fresh rumors of Stannis or Daenerys Targaryen, let me know at once. I suspect the Tyrells would happily push me into a foreign war if it bolstered their own glory, but I'd prefer caution. I'll inform you, Ned promised. Though from what Varys says, Stannis remains out of sight, and Daenerys is still far across the sea. We have time, unless the rumors about her dragons grow more substantial. Renly's lips tightened slightly. I hope it's all fables. The realm is not ready for another war. With that, he gave Ned a weary grin and strode off, presumably to a meeting with Mace Tyrell or possibly with Marjorie in her chambers. Ned paused at the foot of the dais, running a palm along the arm of the Iron Throne. The fused swords were cold and sharp to the touch, reminding him of how many kings and queens had bled for their seat. Another day in King's Landing, another precarious peace. He withdrew his hand and turned away. In the weeks that followed, Ned threw himself into the administration of the realm. He oversaw the distribution of new edicts summoning volunteers for the Night's Watch. Some lords responded with small contingents, while others offered to send criminals in lieu of freemen. More men than expected trickled up the King's Road. It was a small victory, but Ned hoped it might keep the wall from collapse a little longer. Cersei, meanwhile, reinserted herself into courtly life with her usual mixture of elegance and guarded ferocity. When Marjorie's ladies organized a small fete in the gardens, Cersei made a pointed appearance, dressed in a sleek gown that combined northern furs with subtle golden thread. The Tyrell ladies, used to Marjorie's overshadowing them, studied Cersei with new curiosity. Once, she had been a figure of grudging respect, Lady of Winterfell, a Lannister by birth. Now, some whispered that she might be seeking more direct involvement in the capital's intrigue. Ned wasn't entirely sure what she wanted himself, but he trusted that her presence alone reminded everyone that House Stark and House Lannister were no spent forces. As for Tywin, he continued to press the king for decisive action against Balon Greyjoy. Reports from the west said more coastal villages had been pillaged, their fishing boats stolen. Renly authorized a partial mobilization of the royal fleet, but balked at giving Tywin free rein. Mace Tyrell insisted that his own ships from the Arbor and Old Town could handle matters if called upon. He did not see why Tywin should gain glory or territorial claims in the west. The friction grew. Ned watched, uneasy. The last thing the realm needed was a fresh feud. But neither Tyrell nor Lannister men would yield. One late afternoon, Ned strolled the outer bailey, hoping to clear his head, when Cersei approached him with an intent look. She was alone, dismissing her guards at a gesture. He paused under the shadow of a tall turret. She began without preamble. My father says the Greyjoys will soon escalate. Balon is old, but his brood is restless, especially his son, Theon. You know that boy, yes? He was your ward for years at Winterfell. Ned's memories of Theon Greyjoy flickered. Theon had been taken hostage after Balon's failed rebellion. Raised in Winterfell's halls, nominally loyal but with a hidden streak of arrogance. Yes, Theon was with us many years. He and Robb became something like friends. Though Theon always had that Greyjoy pride about him. Cersei nodded. Tywin believes Theon might be pushing his father to make a bold move. He urges the king to dispatch a strong force to the Iron Islands. Quell them swiftly. She gave a mirthless half-smile. And of course, my father wants to command it himself. Ned sighed. Renly is reluctant to let Tywin lead a major campaign. He fears Lannister ascendancy. Or maybe he fears pushing the Greyjoys into a corner they can't get out of. War at sea is costly, but letting them raid unpunished is a weakness. And we both know Tywin despises letting a slight go unanswered. Cersei's voice carried quiet frustration. Exactly. If this drags on, it may embolden the Ironborn to strike deeper. Then the West truly suffers. Then my father unleashes fury, and we have full-scale conflict on our hands. The king needs to decide. Ned's gaze drifted over the yard where squires practiced with wooden swords. Perhaps we can suggest a limited expedition. Let Tywin or the royal fleet undertake a show of force near Pike, harass them in return, demand Balon's submission. Not an all-out war, but not idle dithering. It might be enough to curb the raids. Cersei considered it. Tywin would call it half measures, but if it yields results, he'll accept. He wants the glory of subduing the Greyjoys entirely, but maybe he'll settle for humiliating them. He's pragmatic enough if a partial solution spares time and coin. Ned nodded. We'll push that idea. Renly might be more amenable to a short campaign than indefinite occupation. If the Greyjoys push back, well, that's on their heads. She hesitated a moment, fiddling with one of her embroidered sleeve cuffs. I'll speak with Renly as well. Sometimes it's best if the request comes from multiple sides. Marjorie can't protest too strongly since the Tyrell fleet is largely engaged in protecting the southern shores. She should have no reason to see this as an affront to her father's domain. He allowed a small, weary smile. It's a plan. Let's hope it stops short of war. She inclined her head, then turned to walk with him across the courtyard. They moved in comfortable silence, each aware that their alliance, their entire marriage, was a tapestry woven out of improbable threads, north and south, wolf and lion, shaped by necessity. They had come a long way since those early days of mistrust, each forging a path through the labyrinth of politics and family. By the next small council meeting, the notion of a limited show of force in the West had coalesced. Ned presented it calmly, pointing out that if Balon truly yearned for a crown at sea, he might use these raids to test the realm's response. Tywin endorsed the plan with measured approval, noting that the Lannister fleet stationed at Lannisport could combine with the royal warships from King's Landing. The navy from the Reach would remain on standby but need not commit unless the conflict grew. King Renly considered, then agreed. Plans were put in motion. Within a fortnight, a squadron of war galleys sailed from the Blackwater, commanded by a crown-appointed admiral who answered to the king directly but welcomed Tywin's counsel. Simultaneously, Tywin dispatched knights and foot from the Westerlands to guard the coasts, ensuring no further raiders landed unopposed. Word reached them soon after that Balon Greyjoy scowled at the news but had not yet declared open rebellion. Ned thought perhaps that might be enough to keep the tension from boiling over. While the realm's ships fanned out across the Sunset Sea, the capital turned its attention to another spectacle, a grand tourney proposed by some minor lord in the Stormlands eager to celebrate King Renly's first year on the throne. Mace Tyrell instantly supported the idea. He loved pomp and feasting, and any chance to highlight the king's grandeur suited him. Renly, uncertain at first, eventually agreed, swayed by the argument that a grand tourney would distract the populace from war fears and prove the realm's unity. Ned disliked the extravagance. The crown's coffers were not overflowing, thanks to Baelish's sly manipulations and the costs of maintaining a large standing guard. Yet the king insisted. Sensing no easy way to block it, Ned acquiesced. Flyers went out across the Seven Kingdoms, a grand tourney in King's Landing with lavish prizes and the attendance of the king, the queen, and their child. Loras Tyrell was rumored to be the favorite in the lists, though some said that Ser Barristan might still have enough skill to unhorse younger knights. When the day arrived, the field outside the city walls buzzed with color and noise. Elaborate stands had been erected, banners fluttered from tall poles, and the crowds swarmed in by the thousands, many of them small folk eager for a taste of pageantry after months of tense times. The king and queen took their places on a high dais, flanked by Mace Tyrell, Ned Stark, and a collection of noble spectators. Cersei sat near Ned, wearing a fur-trimmed cloak that nodded to her role as Lady of Winterfell, though the day was quite warm. Trumpets blared. Knights paraded around the lists, armor gleaming. Among them, Loras Tyrell cut a striking figure in his green enamel plate, roses etched across the breast. Ser Barristan was less ostentatious, but he carried himself with the poised confidence of a seasoned warrior. Other notables included several Stormland knights eager to prove their loyalty, a few from the Westerlands bearing the Golden Lion, and even a couple of Northmen who had ventured down to compete. Each saluted the royal box. The spectators roared their approval. The justs began. Lances shattered, dust swirled, and the crowd cheered or gasped with each thunderous collision. The king clapped, leaning over to whisper remarks to Marjorie, who cuddled the infant Stefan at her side. Ned watched with a faint sense of unease. Tourneys often led to injuries or worse, and the realm could ill afford more wasted blood. But at least no one had died in the preliminary matches. Perhaps the realm did need some sense of celebration after the months of fear. Ser Loras performed brilliantly, unhorsing a line of challengers. Ser Barristan, though older, showed cunning and technique, also advancing round by round. Before long, it became evident the final tilt might well be between those two. Another knight from the Reach, Ser Parman Crane, made a respectable showing but lost narrowly to Barristan. A Westerland knight wearing lion-crested armor bested a few lesser opponents but was decisively defeated by Loras in the quarterfinal. Each victory stoked excitement among the small folk. Food vendors roamed the stands, hawking pies and ale. Musicians played lively tunes during the interludes. When the final match arrived, Loras Tyrell versus Barristan Selmy, the entire crowd held its breath. Even King Renly sat forward in his seat, eager to see his prized young champion duel the storied Kingsguard hero. Cersei leaned closer to Ned. "I almost hope Barristan wins, just to prove that youth isn't everything," she murmured, eyes glittering with interest. Ned nodded, remembering Barristan's formidable skill. But Loras was in his prime, lithe and swift. The two knights readied at opposite ends of the tilt. A hush fell. Trumpets sounded. They charged. The first pass saw both lances shatter on shields, neither unhorsed. The second pass was more dramatic. Barristan's lance struck squarely on Loras's shield, rocking him in the saddle. Loras's own lance glanced off Barristan's armor, sending splinters flying but lacking force. The crowd roared, half rising from their seats. A break was allowed so fresh lances could be fetched. Ned watched Loras circle back, chest heaving inside that green armor. Barristan maintained a calm posture, visor lowered. Then the second set of trumpets blared. They charged again. This time, Loras angled sharply at the last moment, lance hitting Barristan's shoulder with impressive power. Barristan teetered, almost fell, but righted himself. His own lance crashed into Loras's helm, snapping the crest but failing to knock the younger man free. A fresh explosion of cheers. Both men had taken brutal hits. Another pause. Blood trickled from a seam in Loras's armor near the neck. Barristan's left arm hung oddly, possibly bruised or worse. But neither knight asked for mercy. They saluted each other with battered shields. On the third pass, they thundered toward each other, hooves pounding the earth. Loras shifted to strike Barristan's shield's side, but Barristan adjusted with cunning. At the last instant, Barristan's lance struck a sweet spot on Loras's side, driving him back in the saddle. Loras's own lance collided with Barristan's chest, the impetus fierce. The impact unhorsed them both, each toppling to the ground with a resounding crash. Gasps and shouts erupted from the crowd. Ned stood, leaning forward. For a heartbeat, neither man rose. Then Barristan Selmy stirred, pushing himself to his knees with obvious effort. Loras Tyrell also struggled upright, helmet dented, shield splintered. The two men locked gazes. The rules allowed them to continue on foot if they wished. Loras, proud and hungry for victory, retrieved his sword from a squire. Barristan, wincing, grabbed his own blade. The crowd went wild, chanting their names. Ned exchanged glances with Cersei, who lifted her eyebrows. She seemed enthralled. King Renly, on his dais, gave a small nod, allowing the fight to continue. Loras lunged first, but Barristan parried with practiced skill. Steel rang on steel. Loras pressed the attack, moving quickly despite the weight of his damaged armor. Barristan responded with crisp counters, each blow aimed to disarm or subdue without lethal force. The men circled, dust clouding around their feet. At last, Barristan feinted left, then pivoted behind Loras's shield side. Loras tried to spin and slash, but Barristan's sword clanged hard against Loras's gauntlet, jarring the younger knight's grip. With a swift motion, Barristan swept Loras's legs from under him, sending him sprawling. The next instant, Barristan's blade was at Loras's throat, though not drawing blood. A hush fell, broken by the roaring cheers of the stands. Loras, panting, stared up at Barristan, defeat clear on his face. Then he released his sword, conceding with a nod. Barristan extended his free hand and helped Loras up. King Renly's herald proclaimed Ser Barrist and Selmy champion. The stands erupted, half from genuine admiration, half from the thrill of unexpected victory. Renly rose, beaming, though Ned saw a flicker of tension in the king's eyes, perhaps concerned that his young favorite had lost. But Loras bowed graciously to Barristan, though his frustration was evident. Barristan, battered and limping, knelt before the royal box to receive his laurels. Marjorie applauded politely, though a whisper of disappointment crossed her features. The king declared a purse of gold for the victor and praised Loras for his valor. And so the tourney ended in cheers, with new stories told of the day the old Kingsguard legend bested the famed Knight of Flowers. The small folk loved it. Songs were composed that very night. For a moment, the realm's troubles seemed distant. But as the crowds dispersed and the stands emptied, Ned's gaze shifted to the horizon, where the faint shapes of warships could be seen on the water. The illusions of peace might hold a while longer, but the real concerns, Greyjoy raids, tensions with the Tyrells and Lannisters, rumors of Targaryen dragons remained. No jousting victory could change that. Late that evening, after a feast to honor the competitors, Ned slipped away from the revelry to find a moment's quiet. He ended up near the royal stables, where a warm glow of lamplight fell across the courtyard. Horses stamped and snorted inside. He could still hear the distant music from the castle's main hall, but it was muffled here. He found Cersei near the open stable door, one hand extended to let a palfrey nuzzle her palm. She glanced his way, a faint smile on her lips. The feasting was too noisy, she murmured. I needed to breathe. I feel the same, Ned said, stepping up beside her. He scratched the horse's ears absently. Barristan's victory was the talk of the hour. She nodded. I imagine so. Loras won't soon forget it. Though in a way it might do him good to taste defeat. She paused. You know, I almost envy them, these knights who can measure life by a single tilt, win or lose, and the story is told. Our lives are far more muddled. Ned studied her face. True. We spend our days balancing alliances, guiding armies, navigating treacherous waters. She let her hand fall from the horse's muzzle. It wears on you, doesn't it? A faint chuckle escaped him. It does. But this is the path we chose or had thrust upon us. I suppose we can't turn away just because we're tired. She shifted, turning to face him fully. We can't. But if there's any comfort, it's that we face it together. Once, I'd never have believed I'd say such words. Yet here we are. He watched her eyes, recalling all the rancor and forced politeness of their early marriage, the many years they'd spent learning each other's strengths and flaws. I'm glad, he said quietly, that we can speak honestly now. She inclined her head, lips curving in a small, almost shy acknowledgement. Then a voice called from beyond the courtyard, a guard looking for her, presumably to escort her back to her chambers. She sighed, turning away. I'll see you tomorrow, Ned. With that, she strode off into the night's shadows, her cloak swirling behind her. Ned stood there a moment longer, the horse nickering softly. Distant music wafted from the keep, and he exhaled into the hush. The next day, the realm would plunge back into routine. Letters to the storm landlords, orders to the navy, petitions from merchants. But in the quiet of the stable yard, he allowed himself a fleeting sense that perhaps, for all the storms looming, life in King's Landing did not have to be purely bleak. That sense of calm proved fleeting indeed. Days later, a raven arrived from the west with urgent tidings. The Lannister-led flotilla had engaged in a brief skirmish near the Iron Islands. Casualties were small, but the Greyjoys had sunk one of the Crown's galleys, then withdrawn. Balon Greyjoy had not formally declared himself King of the Isles and the North yet. But the message implied the Ironborn were testing the waters. Tywin Lannister bristled at the blow, urging immediate retaliation. King Renly hesitated, not wanting a full-blown war at sea. The small council met in the Tower of the Hand, tension thrumming through every exchange. If Balon insists on these provocations, Tywin growled, then I say let us strike Pike itself. A short, decisive assault, and if that old fool will not yield, we capture him and his family. End the threat once and for all. Mace Tyrell frowned. That would be a major campaign, costing coin and men. The Tyrell navy is not at your beck and call, Lord Lannister. Tywin's eyes narrowed. The King's navy plus the Lannister fleet would suffice. We need not trouble you or your ships unless you wish to be overshadowed by our success. King Renly rapped his knuckles on the table. Enough. We're not here to snipe at each other. Lord Tywin, your plan might quell the threat or it might inflame it if Balon calls for a drawn-out defense. We recall how his last rebellion forced Robert's hand. It was not ended overnight. Ned spoke up. If we act too harshly, the Ironborn might unite behind Balon. They revel in defiance. A siege of Pike could become long and bloody. Perhaps we can send an ultimatum, demand compensation for the sunken ship, return of any prisoners, and a cease to these raids. Tywin sneered faintly. An ultimatum? Greyjoys laugh at letters. They respect only strength. Strength alone can be a trap, Ned countered. Look at how Robert dealt with them. He bled them badly, but he left Balon in place, which means the threat persists. Theon was a hostage to ensure compliance, yet that time has passed. Now Theon's presumably back among them, fueling their pride. We might offer a path for them to stand down, something that preserves their face. If that fails, then we commit to action. Renly considered, tapping the table. Baelish looked on, fingers steepled, while Varys quietly listened. At length, Renly said, I want to avoid another war, if possible. So I will dispatch an ultimatum as Lord Stark suggests. Lord Tywin, inform your captains to maintain a defensive posture near the coasts. If Balon refuses the terms or escalates, we'll plan a stronger response. That's final. Tywin's jaw tightened, but he inclined his head. Mace Tyrell gave a small smirk, satisfied that the Lannisters would not gain new glories. Ned exhaled, hoping the Ironborn might see reason, though he doubted it. The meeting adjourned in an undercurrent of hostility. Outside, the corridor bustled as usual, but Ned could feel the friction in every glance exchanged between Lannister and Tyrell guards. He paused to speak with Varys, who drifted at his elbow. Something on your mind, Lord Varys? Varys' soft voice curled around them. Only that the realm sits atop a tinderbox. Greyjoy ambitions, Tyrell pride, Lannister wrath, and the faint embers of Targaryen rumor. One spark could set it ablaze. Ned nodded. I'm well aware. Keep me informed if Balon or Theon make any unusual moves, or if the Targaryen girl crosses the sea. Of course, my lord hand, Varys murmured, smiling with empty sweetness. I live to serve. Ned watched him vanish into the shadows, wondering anew how much the spider truly knew and to whom he might ultimately be loyal. A fortnight later, King Renly's ultimatum reached Pike. Balon Greyjoy's response, scrawled in harsh, almost unreadable script, arrived soon after. It contained no concessions. Indeed, it mocked the notion that Ironborn should pay for a single sunk galley. Balon refused to release any captives, demanded that the crown withdraw its ships from Ironborn waters, and threatened to proclaim himself king of the Isles if pressed further. Tywin's triumphant glare at the next council meeting spoke volumes. You see, he said to Renly. Attempts at gentle persuasion fall on deaf ears. Balon remains as arrogant as ever. Renly ran a hand through his dark curls. So it seems. He glanced at Ned. Advice, Lord Hand? Ned's shoulders felt leaden. I had hoped otherwise. But if Balon means to be defiant, we either accept ongoing raids or we act. The question is how far we go. Tywin seized the opening. We must go far enough that Balon yields in truth this time. No half measures. Allow my armies and the royal fleet to land men on Pike, destroy his warships, and take him prisoner. We needn't hold the Iron Islands long, just break their rebellion thoroughly. Baelish spoke up, feigning casual interest. And who pays for this grand campaign? The crown's coffers can hardly support a protracted venture. We might levy new taxes if the king consents. Mace Tyrell snorted. New taxes are never popular. You'd have riots in King's Landing before long. Renly sighed. Let me think. Perhaps we do not need an all-out invasion, only a raid on Pike's harbor to sink Balon's ships. Without ships, the Ironborn are nothing. That might be enough to force him to negotiate. Tywin's face was unreadable. A more focused strike, yes, that could suffice. But you'll need a commander with steel in his spine to do it. If we fail, Balon only grows bolder. Ned studied Renly's expression. The king was torn. He disliked leaning too heavily on Lannisters, but recognized their skill in war. Lord Tywin, Renly said at last, you may choose a capable commander to lead this raid, but it must be coordinated with the royal fleet. Let's keep our aims limited, cripple Balon's navy, do minimal damage on land, but enough to prove we won't be trifled with. Tywin's nod was curt. As you command, your grace. A single line, but Ned could sense the seething ambition beneath. Tywin was effectively being given the green light for a new campaign. Mace Tyrell's brow darkened. He no doubt resented the Lannisters' overshadowing Tyrell influence in martial affairs, but he could hardly object if the king decreed it. And so the matter was settled. The realm would once again test its steel against the Iron Islands. While ships and soldiers prepared in the west, life in King's Landing ground on. Marjorie resumed her stately appearances at court, baby Stefan often in the arms of a nurse behind her. Renly attended to edicts and judgments by day, sometimes feasting by night. Barristan Selmy, hailed as the tourney champion, was once more seen training younger knights in the courtyard, including Loras Tyrell, who sought a rematch someday. Tyrion Lannister, Tywin's son, arrived briefly to see about certain financial matters, though Ned spoke with him only in passing. Tyrion seemed wryly amused by the swirl of intrigue, remarking that King's Landing had a way of swallowing men in petty conflict. He departed soon after to avoid being devoured, as he put it, though Ned guessed he was bound for Lannisport or elsewhere, assisting Tywin. Cersei found herself invited to a small gathering of ladies hosted by Margaery, presumably an olive branch from the Queen to the returning Lady of Winterfell. She returned from it with carefully chosen words. Margaery was polite, but Cersei sensed the young Queen's subtle dominance. If there had been any doubt that Margaery ruled the ladies' circle, it was dispelled by how they deferred to her. Still, there was no overt hostility. Ned took that as a good sign. The last thing they needed was a petty rivalry. Yet behind the facade, trouble lurked. One night, a secret letter slipped into Ned's quarters, left by an unknown hand. It bore only a few lines. Stannis gathers strength and lists. He seeks cell sails and bright steel. He will not rest while Renly sits the throne. Beware. No signature, no crest. Ned brought it at once to Varys, who confessed he'd heard similar rumors. Stannis might be forging alliances across the narrow sea, preparing for another attempt to claim the Iron Throne. Varys added that the Targaryen princess, Daenerys, had last been spotted near Qarth with uncertain prospects. Two separate threats, each dangerous in its own time. Ned took the letter to King Renly. Renly read it, scowled. If Stannis had any sense, he'd yield. He lost half his men on the battlefield. But it seems he has more pride than sense. He might gather enough mercenaries to be a nuisance, Ned warned. If he lands in the Stormlands, old loyalties might awaken. Are you prepared? Renly let out a breath. I'll fortify the coasts. But with the Greyjoy expedition looming, our resources are already stretched. If Stannis times this well, it could be troublesome indeed. One war at sea in the west, another in the east. I suppose I can only hope Stannis fails to muster enough force for a true invasion. Ned pressed. Better to be safe than sorry. At least we can keep watchers on the narrow sea. If Stannis sails, we'll know. Renly nodded. Agreed. I'll inform the Tyrell lords as well. None of them wish to see Stannis return. In the meantime, we'll hold the realm together as best we can. Ned left the king with a simmering worry that Stannis' re-emergence could spark renewed civil strife. The realm was exhausted, but ambition rarely heeds exhaustion. And if, by chance, Daenerys Targaryen truly had living dragons, even small ones, that might be a cataclysm waiting to happen. He rode again to the north, urging Robb, Maester Luwin, and the northern lords to stand vigilant. For the moment, the Greyjoy matter overshadowed all else, but if Stannis or the Targaryen girl chose their timing well, they could exploit any weakness. As ships and men departed westward under Tywin's chosen commander, Ser Gregor Clegane, a brutal man known for fearsome deeds, news soon reached the capital that a swift strike would indeed be attempted. The Lannister Western Fleet and some royal galleys would circle Pike, burn the Ironborn ships in harbor, and attempt to force Balon's surrender. It was a gamble, but one that might end the threat quickly if done with enough ferocity. The day the expedition set sail from Lannisport, the city braced for tidings of battle. Weeks passed in tense waiting. The king tried to distract the populace with hunts, small feasts, or festivals. Margaery planned a harvest celebration in the Red Keep's courtyard, complete with a traveling troupe of mummers for entertainment. Ned attended politely, but his thoughts were often on the far west, imagining smoke rising from the Iron Islands or the monstrous mountain Gregor wreaking havoc. Finally, the long-awaited ravens arrived, a flurry of them in a single morning. Ned, in his solar, read the first dispatch with mounting dread. Ser Gregor's assault on the Iron Islands had begun as planned. With initial success, they burned a few Ironborn longships moored near Pike, inflicted casualties, and forced Balon to retreat into his castle. But the Ironborn had not rolled over. The letter described how Theon Greyjoy led a daring counterattack at sea, capturing 2 Lannister galleys in a nighttime raid. Losses were significant on both sides. Pike's harbor was now a contested zone, the Lannister Western Fleet unable to secure it fully. Another raven from a different officer described brutal fighting on the rocky shores. Gregor apparently showed no mercy, slaughtering Ironborn defend. Civilians were caught in the chaos. The letter dripped with alarm. Lord Tywin commanded us to quell Balon, but this is turning into a bloody siege. If the king does not send reinforcements, we may become mired here. Ned felt the old frustration rising. War never went according to neat plans. He rushed to find King Renly, who was conferring with Mace Tyrell in the council chambers. He laid the letters before them. Renly's face darkened as he read. "This is exactly what I feared. Protracted conflict. We're to send more men, or withdraw and look weak." Mace Tyrell huffed. "Send more men, obviously. If we let the Lannisters fail, the Ironborn are emboldened. But if the Crown invests fully, we're stuck in a full occupation of the Iron Islands. Expensive, risky. Perhaps your friend Stannis will arrive to help us," he added sarcastically. Renly shot him a glare, then turned to Ned. "Your view, Lord Hand?" Ned set his jaw. "We either commit to seeing this through, siege Pike, dethrone Balon, place someone more pliable in charge, or we accept a messy stalemate. If we do neither, we look indecisive." Mace Tyrell splayed his hands. "Perhaps the simplest solution is to name a new lord of the Iron Islands once Balon is captured. The Ironborn might grumble, but with no ships left, they can't resist." Renly drummed his fingers. "But I see Gregor Clegane's name in these reports. He's a savage dog. If we let him run loose in the Iron Islands, half the small folk there might be massacred. We risk the realm's condemnation." Ned nodded grimly. "This is another reason Robert's reign suffered, unleashing men like Gregor on helpless populations. The result was a tarnished moral standing. The small folk come to hate the crown, fueling future rebellions. We need a steadier hand." Mace Tyrell shrugged. "We're at war or near enough. The Ironborn asked for this by attacking us." Renly raked a hand through his hair. "Nevertheless, we don't want a butchery. Let's recall Ser Gregor after he's secured the harbor. We'll send a loyal but less monstrous commander to finalize the siege. Perhaps my cousin, Ser Edric Storm, or someone from the Stormlands. It may not be as swift, but it will limit atrocities. Meanwhile, we can decide on reinforcements." And so it went. Another wave of orders was drawn up. Ravens were sent west, instructing Gregor to withdraw once a beachhead was established and to hand command to another knight. Whether Gregor would heed that politely was another question, but the chain of command was clear. Ned also proposed sending an envoy directly to Balon, offering leniency if he yielded Theon as a hostage and gave over his ships. It was all half measures again, but the realm was not ready for a grinding war. Time crawled on. Tension spiked with each new raven from the west, detailing skirmishes, captures, and feints. Tywin was rumored to be furious at the news that Gregor had to be reined in, but King Renly held firm. Meanwhile, the city's lords began to wonder if the king or the hand might travel west to oversee the campaign. Marjorie quietly lobbied Renly to remain in King's Landing. She was certain the Tyrells could quell any unrest without the king's direct presence. Tywin's supporters whispered that the king lacked spine. Ned tried to keep it all from erupting into an open feud. Amid these tribulations, Cersei quietly continued her role at court, observing, gathering bits of information, occasionally stepping in to quell a dispute between Lannisters and Tyrell retainers. Ned often found comfort in her level-headed counsel, even if they sometimes disagreed on methods. She had grown adept at walking the line between paternal loyalty and a broader sense of duty to the realm. In some ways, that parallel to Ned's own bridging of House Stark and the crown drew them closer. Then came the day everything changed. A battered raven arrived at dawn, its feathers caked with salt and grime. The letter was sealed with the sigil of House Farman, a lesser Westerland's house. Ned broke the seal with shaking fingers, bracing for more grim tidings from the Western Front. But what he read stunned him. He rushed to the king's private chambers, rousing Renly from a half-sleep. Mace Tyrell was summoned. Baelish and Varys appeared, faces pale. Tywin Lannister arrived soon after, his expression grim. As they gathered, Ned read the message aloud. To King Renly Baratheon, from Ser Gon Farman at Fair Isle. An Ironborn assault has landed on the western coast, bypassing our blockade. Their main fleet feigned a retreat near Pike, drawing off many of our galleys. Meanwhile, another squadron, likely commanded by Victarion Greyjoy or Theon Greyjoy, sailed south and struck Fair Isle. The stronghold has fallen. Lord Farman is dead. Ironborn reavers run wild through the region. I have fled with survivors. We beg the crown for immediate aid, else the entire western shore may fall." Shock rippled through the room. Tywin's face tightened like stone. "They outmaneuvered us," he spat. "All that talk of raiding Pike's Harbor, and the Greyjoys lured our fleet away. Now they strike farther south." Mace Tyrell looked enraged. "How many men did you have in that region?" Tywin's glare could have melted iron. "Clearly not enough. Fair Isle was always a likely target, but we assumed the main threat was Pike." He turned to Renly, voice trembling with anger. "This is the cost of half measures. The Ironborn deceived us." Renly's face was ashen. "We can't let the West fall. They'll ravage Lannister lands. We must respond. Summon the Tyrell fleet if necessary." Mace Tyrell's lips pressed in a thin line. "I'll speak to my father, but sailing around the southern tip to the Westerlands is no quick journey. Meanwhile, your forces in Pike are pinned. We'd have to dispatch more ships from King's Landing at once. And men, many men." Ned felt a chill. This was exactly the scenario they had dreaded. A second front opened by cunning Ironborn. "We have to move swiftly," he said, "before they can dig in. If the Greyjoys seize major coastal strongholds, it'll take an entire campaign to dislodge them." Tywin's eyes snapped to Renly. "This is your war now, my king. Will you raise a royal host and march west? Or will you send your Tyrell father-by-law's fleet at once?" Renly looked cornered. "We must do both. I'll call the banners from the Crownlands and Stormlands, assemble a host here, and lead them west. Meanwhile, the Tyrells can send ships to retake Fair Isle or block further Ironborn advances." Mace Tyrell gave a reluctant nod. "I'll send ravens to Highgarden. We can muster a fleet from Old Town and the Arbor, but it takes time. If the Ironborn have already anchored at Fair Isle, we risk losing more ground unless the Lannisters can hold them off." Tywin's scowl deepened. "We'll hold them off as best we can, but we lost many men to the campaign at Pike. If Victarion or Theon is as bold as Balon, they might strike Lannisport next." Tension pressed on Ned like a physical weight. If Lannisport fell, the West would be in flames. The realm would face a near-civil war scenario. "We must unify," he said quietly. "Bickering will gain us nothing. Let's coordinate fully. Summon men from every corner. Stormlands, reach even the Riverlands if they'll come. We have to drive the Ironborn back or risk losing half the coastline." Renly exhaled slowly. "Then it's decided. I will lead the royal host myself with my loyal Stormlords. Lord Tyrell, gather your ships as swiftly as you can. Lord Lannister, recall your men from Pike if needed, or at least enough to defend Lannisport. Lord Stark," Renly looked at Ned, a pleading edge in his voice, "I need you to remain his hand, but also to help plan this campaign. Will you ride west with me?" Ned paused, glancing at Cersei's face in his mind. But duty was clear. "Yes, your grace. If it comes to open war, I will ride. My sword is yours." Baelish cleared his throat. "The cost of such a campaign will be great. We'll need new levies, new taxes." Renly cut him off with a gesture of impatience. "Work it out. The realm cannot be left to the Ironborn. We'll pay what we must." He turned to Tywin. "I hope you'll keep the friction with the Tyrells in check, my lord. Because if we fail to work together, the Greyjoys might do more damage than all your grudges can rectify." Tywin's mouth flattened. "I understand. We have no choice but to stand united, for now." And with that, the meeting ended in an uproar of preparations. Ravens flew in every direction. The city, which had just begun to relax after the siege months before, now braced for the muster of another royal army. Soldiers drilled in the yards, blacksmiths worked night and day forging weapons, and scribes recorded the names of men conscripted from the Crownlands. Rumors spread through the streets. The Ironborn had taken Fair Isle, might have sacked Case, and threatened to strike deeper inland. Tales of rapine and slaughter circulated, stirring fear and anger. Ned oversaw logistics with grim determination. He wrote letters north again, requesting that Robb Stark remain vigilant and perhaps send a token force if possible. The roads were long, but every man might matter in a wide-scale campaign. He doubted the North could gather much in time, but at least word would be out that the crown needed assistance. Possibly the Riverlords would pass the northern men through. Cersei confronted him on the third day of frantic preparations. "So you're riding west with the king?" she asked, stepping into his solar where he pored over supply rosters. He set down the parchment. "Aye. He wants me at his side. I can't refuse, this may be the largest campaign since the rebellion." She studied him, her expression carefully controlled. "Then I will remain here in King's Landing, presumably. Or do you suggest I go north again?" He thought a moment. "You could remain here or return to Winterfell if you wish. Perhaps the city is not the safest place if unrest grows. But as Lady of Winterfell, you're free to choose." "I won't command you." Her mouth twitched in a faint smirk. "No, you wouldn't. But I might stay. If the king and the Hand are away, the city's governance will fall to Marjorie and whomever else she designates. I'm not eager to be parted from you for so long, but I might do more good here, ensuring Tyrellian tensions don't boil over." He took her hand, turning it palm up. "I trust your judgment. Do what you feel is right. If we fail in the west, though, it may not matter what happens here." She squeezed his fingers gently, then let go. "Then see that you don't fail. And see that you come back." Ned nodded, a grim promise in his eyes. Less than 2 weeks later, King Renly rode out of King's Landing at the head of a royal host. Knights and bannermen from the Stormlands followed, along with forces from the Crownlands, a contingent of Tyrell troops who'd marched from Highgarden and an assortment of lesser lords who owed Renly their allegiance. It was a formidable army, though not as large as the force that had once marched on King's Landing during the rebellion. They flew the stag banner, but interspersed with the golden rose, the lion, and other sigils. Ned traveled near the van with Renly himself, flanked by a personal guard. They followed the Rose Road westward, aiming for the Gold Road eventually, with the plan to pivot north toward Lannisport. The journey was a test of coordination. Thousands of men, plus camp followers, wagons of supplies, and lines of horses. Autumn rains made some roads slippery. News trickled in at each castle stop. The Ironborn had sacked certain coastal villages, but the defenders around Lannisport had rallied. Theon Greyjoy was rumored to be at Fair Isle, overseeing a makeshift seat for his father. Balon still held pike with a portion of their fleet, apparently refusing to yield ground even as Gregor Clegane battered the main harbor. So the Greyjoys were fighting on multiple fronts, yet still holding their own. Renly fretted over whether they would arrive too late. Ned counseled patience, reminding him that a rushed arrival with half-formed ranks might only bring defeat. Better to gather properly and strike with overwhelming force. Tywin Lannister was absent. He had gone ahead with a smaller cavalry vanguard to reinforce the Westerland lords near Case. Mace Tyrell had chosen to remain behind in King's Landing, focusing on the sea route from the Arbor, but he'd sent his son Garland Tyrell to march with Renly's host. Loras Tyrell, ironically, had been assigned to guard King's Landing as part of the king's personal retinue, though Loras had argued to come west. Ned guessed Marjorie had a hand in that decision, not wanting her brother needlessly risking his life. For Ned, the march rekindled memories of Robert's rebellion, how he and Robert had marched together, forging alliances, dethroning the Targaryens. Now, with Robert dead, Ned rode beside Robert's younger brother, forging a new war for control of the West. The difference weighed on him. Robert had been a close friend, almost a brother in heart. Renly was more distant, though well-meaning. The weeks on the march gave them time to speak. Renly confided his frustrations with the throne, how it was heavier than he'd ever imagined. "I used to think Robert's biggest flaw was that he hated the day-to-day tasks of kingship," Renly said one evening, seated by a flickering campfire while the soldiers settled around them. "But now I understand. It's not just the tasks, it's the knowledge that every decision I make could lead to thousands dying." Perhaps Robert drank because it was the only way to quiet that fear. Ned, poking the fire with a stick, looked up. He had other reasons to drink, but yes. The throne can weigh heavily. You must be resolute, though, or the realm senses weakness. Renly let out a breath, glancing at the men gathered beyond the fire's glow. "I'll do what I must. The Greyjoys can't be allowed to carve away the West. Still, I wish it hadn't come to this." Ned nodded, remembering Robert's thunderous joy in battle. Renly did not share that love of bloodshed. In some ways, that might be a blessing. No man of sense craves war. But once it's upon us, we can't flinch. They parted for the night, each retreating to a tent. Ned lay awake, wondering if this war would truly end with a swift victory or spiral into a deeper conflict, especially if Stannis chose this moment to launch an invasion from the east, or if Daenerys Targaryen arrived with strange powers. The realm was too large, too complicated for any single campaign to settle everything. Yet he had pledged to do his part. At last, as the royal host neared the western lands, ravens came bearing tidings. Gregor Clegane had partially withdrawn from Pike, leaving a token force to keep Balon bottled up. Gregor's main body of men had sailed south, hoping to retake Fair Isle or at least cut off Theon's fleet. Theon, for his part, had advanced further along the coast, capturing Case. Lannisport braced for a potential siege. Smoke was said to rise from farmland in that region. The devastation was growing. Renly quickened the pace, driving his men hard across the Gold Road. Stragglers were left behind. Ned worried about supplies. An army of thousands could strip the countryside bare, alienating local peasants who might resent a southern king. Renly tried to pay fairly where he could, but many huts were found deserted, the small folk fleeing. The signs of war overshadowed everything: burned fields, refugees along the roads, rumors of Ironborn pillaging. One afternoon, they encountered a trickle of battered Westerlands knights, survivors of a clash near Case. They told of how Theon Greyjoy had led a daring raid, capturing or scattering local lords' forces. Tywin Lannister was rumored to be riding to intercept him, but the region's rugged terrain slowed large forces. Ned realized with a sinking heart that the West was in deeper chaos than they'd expected. Finally, the king's host emerged from the hills overlooking the coastal plains. The sky near the horizon was smudged with smoke. Renly ordered scouts ahead, sending Ned with a vanguard to gauge the situation. They rode swiftly through farmlands scorched by the Ironborn. On the second day, they encountered a band of Lannister men under the banner of Ser Kevan Lannister, Tywin's brother. Kevan greeted Ned with relief, explaining that Tywin was further north, trying to block Theon from reaching Lannisport, but Theon had cunningly slipped away again, raiding up and down the coast. "This is no ordinary pitched battle," Kevan said grimly. "It's cat and mouse. The Ironborn avoid direct engagements unless they have the advantage, then vanish to their ships. The land is too broad to cover all at once. We need more men, more ships, some way to corner them." Ned relayed the news to Renly, who cursed. "We'll press onward, try to secure Case first, then link with Tywin's forces. If Theon flees by sea, we'll rely on the navy. If he stays ashore, we'll pin him down." So it began, a grueling campaign across the battered western coast. Ned rode at the king's side, their columns occupying key towns, driving out small pockets of Ironborn. Everywhere they found the wreckage of raids, blackened homesteads, terrified small folk, stolen livestock. The men's anger grew. Some knights wanted to wreak vengeance on any Ironborn prisoners. Renly insisted on discipline, though controlling the mass of armed men proved hard. Ned tried to enforce the king's order, punishing looters among their own ranks. Hard times often turned even honest men desperate. As the army advanced, they reconnected with Tywin Lannister near Case, discovering that the local keep was in partial ruins after a short siege. Tywin greeted Renly with stiff formality, though a hint of relief showed in his eyes. "You've come at last," he said. "Now we can combine our forces. Theon's men hold the port at Case, or did until recently, but rumors say they might have boarded ships again. This is a devilish foe, always slipping from our grasp." Renly took a moment to respond. "I'm sorry the West has suffered so. Let's see if we can end this quickly." With Tywin's knowledge of the terrain and Renly's fresh troops, they moved to retake Case's port. But the Ironborn had indeed departed, slipping away under cover of darkness. They left behind a half-burned harbor and enough carnage to enrage the combined armies. It was said Theon Greyjoy's banner ship was spotted on the horizon. Some believed he was heading to Fair Isle to reinforce or to ferry men back to Pike. Others thought he might circle further south, harassing additional settlements. Renly and Tywin hastily debated strategies. Meanwhile, scouts returned with word that Gregor Clegane and his fleet had clashed with the Ironborn near Fair Isle. But the fight was inconclusive. Theon might rejoin Balon at Pike, or he might have something else in mind entirely. The entire campaign threatened to become a fruitless chase. War seldom adhered to neat lines. Ned found himself in nightly councils with Tywin, Renly, and a handful of Westerland lords. Tensions flared. Tywin wanted to unleash Gregor on any coastal villages suspected of harboring Ironborn, an approach that Ned vigorously opposed, warning that punishing innocents only fueled hatred. Renly, for once, sided with Ned, declaring that the war was with Balon and his raiders, not the small folk. Tywin's mouth tightened, but for now, he conceded, perhaps remembering how his own savage tactics at the end of the rebellion had earned him lasting enmity. Gradually, though not swiftly enough, the combined forces retook land from the Ironborn. Case was restored, battered but free. Fair Isle was partially reclaimed by Gregor's men, though many of the island's defenders had died in the chaos. Gregor himself, recalled from the main seat of Pike, seemed unstoppable wherever he landed. Yet the Ironborn kept slipping away by ship. Ned found the entire conflict draining. The war might be won on paper if Balon's men withdrew, but they could always raid again. News from King's Landing arrived sporadically. Cersei wrote that the city remained tense, with Marjorie anxious about the cost of war, and Baelish enacting new taxes to fund the campaign. Stannis had yet to appear in Westeros, though rumors placed him in the Stepstones. Daenerys Targaryen, apparently, had not emerged from Essos in any force. Winter approached, though no one could guess precisely when it might arrive in full. The small council did what it could, but Renly's absence meant Marjorie and the Tyrells effectively managed the capital. If the Greyjoy threat dragged on, the realm risked further fracturing. Amid these worries, summer's last warmth ebbed, replaced by crisp wind and swirling dead leaves. The men in the western host shivered at night, lacking proper winter gear, though the deep snows were not expected for some time. Ned often gazed west at the vast ocean, the gulls swooping overhead. He wondered if Theon and Balon might realize their cause was hopeless. Then one day, a scout brought word. The Ironborn flagship, with Theon aboard, had been sighted near the northern coasts of the Westerlands, apparently heading for Pike. It seemed the Greyjoy foray into the west was concluding, either by choice or necessity. Balon might hope to hold Pike against further siege. If the king's host tried to invade the main island again, they'd face rough terrain and the Ironborn's last stand. Tywin pressed for a final blow to capture Balon, but Renly hesitated, uncertain how to navigate a difficult amphibious assault. Meanwhile, word arrived that House Greyjoy had begun parley with Gregor's forces near the main harbor. Some suggested that if the crown guaranteed limited autonomy, Balon might yield. The entire conflict hung on a knife's edge. Eventually, after nearly 2 months of savage raids and marches, ravens came from Pike. Balon Greyjoy proposed a truce. He'd release certain captives, pay a modest ransom, and cease raids, provided the crown ended its siege. The letter reeked of arrogance, but also desperation. Balon must have realized he could not win a protracted war. The West was battered, but the combined might of the realm was now focused on him. Tywin sneered at the notion of a truce. "I'd rather see him crushed," he growled in council. "If we let him walk away again, we face the same threat in a few years." Renly weighed it, shoulders bowed. "Crushing Pike might cost us thousands of men, especially if the Ironborn fight to the last. The war has already drained the treasury, the small folk, and our alliances. A compromise might bring us the peace we need. If Balon tries this again, we'll finish him then." Tywin shook his head in disgust, but Ned interjected, "If the king wants to avoid further bloodshed, a truce is the swiftest path. We can bind Balon with hostages or treaties. Perhaps Theon could return to the crown as a ward again or remain in Lannister custody. If the Ironborn give up more hostages, that might deter them." Renly's eyes lit with interest. "Yes, we demand Theon Greyjoy as hostage. That might keep Balon in check. Force them to pay for rebuilding the damage in the west, too. Or at least some measure of recompense. That's more than we had before." Tywin considered, grimacing. "Hostages and gold are worthless if Balon breaks word. But you are king, your grace. If you declare we accept a truce, I'll abide. Under protest." And so, after more back and forth, the final decision emerged. The crown would accept Balon's terms with additional stipulations. Theon and a handful of other Ironborn would be surrendered as hostages. A sum of gold would be sent for the damage inflicted, and the Ironborn would promise no further raids. In exchange, the siege on Pike would lift, and the crown's fleets would withdraw from Iron Island's territory, leaving a small garrison to watch the coast. Balon would remain lord of the Iron Islands under the Iron Throne, but no new privileges. Reluctant ravens carried the king's acceptance to Pike. The battered armies in the west waited. Then, at last, the Greyjoys complied. Theon Greyjoy was handed over with sullen fury along with others. Gregor Clegane withdrew from Pike, though the keep's walls were pitted and scorched from bombardment. The Crown's ships prepared to sail home, as did the Lannister fleets. War's end arrived not with a triumphant siege, but with uneasy compromise mirroring so many conflicts in Westeros. In case, near the Blackened Port, Renly proclaimed victory of a sort, praising the combined might of the realm. Tywin Lannister, arms folded, gave only the most grudging acknowledgement of the king's leadership. Ned could see the seeds of future conflict still thrumming beneath the surface. But for now, the West was no longer aflame. The Ironborn withdrew, battered, presumably seething over their partial defeat. Theon Greyjoy knelt in the mud before the king's dais, face taut. Renly declared him the crown's hostage, to be kept at King's Landing or possibly the Westerlands as a guarantee against future raids. Theon did not speak as they bound his hands. Ned recalled how Theon had once lived in Winterfell, riding beside Robb. Now he was older, more dangerous, shaped by Ironborn ways. Ned wondered if Theon would harbor vengeance or regret. Hostages rarely forgot captivity. And so the royal host, weary and ragged, finally turned east for King's Landing. Tywin parted ways near the Gold Road, leading his battered men back to Lannisport. His farewell to Renly was cold, though he stated, "We shall see if peace holds. If it doesn't, we'll finish the job." Mace Tyrell's ships had only barely arrived on the coast in time to see the war end, fueling more tension. Ned shook his head as he rode, imagining the next round of political sniping. The journey back took weeks. The countryside was turning colder, the leaves thinning. Some nights, Ned saw frost on the camp tents, though the men said it was still only autumn. By the time they neared King's Landing, winter might well be at the gates. But the immediate threat of the Ironborn had passed, giving the realm a chance to catch its breath unless Stannis or Daenerys emerged now. When they finally reached the city, the king's battered host was greeted with moderate acclaim. People had grown used to unrest. They saw the returning soldiers, heard the rumors that the Greyjoy threat was ended for now, and turned back to their daily concerns. Ned parted from Renly at the castle gates, each exhausted. Theon Greyjoy, sullen and in chains, was led away by gold cloaks to be placed under guard. Cersei stood in the courtyard, waiting as Ned dismounted. She looked him over, eyes lingering on his tired face and dusty cloak. "Welcome home," she said softly. He managed a faint smile, letting a squire take his horse's reins. "Home," he repeated. The city was not truly home, but after the horrors of the West, the Red Keep's gray stones felt oddly familiar. "It's done." Balon yielded, though not happily. She studied him a moment, concern flickering across her features. "Come inside. Rest. We can talk of it once you've caught your breath." He nodded, grateful, following her into the keep. The courtyard behind them filled with trudging soldiers, many set to greet families or to collect their pay. The lull of resumed routine descended, but Ned could not forget the sight of burned villages, the stench of death along the coast. War left scars that might never fully heal. Inside, the corridors felt stifling after so long in open air. Cersei led him to his solar, where a servant had prepared fresh water and a simple meal. Ned sank into a chair, closing his eyes a moment. She sat across from him, hands folded in her lap. "I heard you accepted a truce," she said gently. "Yes. We had little choice. Breaking Balon might have cost thousands more lives. But I fear it may only delay another conflict." She nodded in grim understanding. "Delays can be valuable, too. The realm is not strong enough for endless wars. Better to have a pause than total ruin." He opened his eyes, meeting hers. Indeed. He thought of the children in Winterfell, safe from these storms, and felt relief. "How is the city?" She shrugged. "Marjorie has governed with a firm but fair hand, though Baelish's new taxes stirred unrest. Some minor riots in Flea Bottom swiftly quashed. Tyrell and Lannister courtiers hiss at each other daily. Nothing new. Word of the Greyjoy hostages has arrived, so there's some relief that your war ended. But the Exchequer bleeds coin. The Red Keep bustles with rumor, Stannis rumored here, Daenerys rumored there. Possibly nonsense, possibly not. The usual churn." He sighed. "One war ends, new threats linger. We can't keep the realm in perpetual conflict." She reached out, placing her hand over his. "You need rest. The kingdom's burdens never vanish, Ned, but at least you returned alive from the West. That's something I prayed for." He gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "Thank you. I prayed too, though I wasn't sure who might be listening." They sat in silence then, simply two weary figures bound by duty and family, each having survived yet another storm. Outside the solar's window, the sky bore streaks of late afternoon light, gold and amber. For once, Ned allowed himself a moment to hope that maybe, just maybe, the realm could hold together a while longer. Balon Greyjoy had been forced to yield, albeit grudgingly. The savage raids were done. If Stannis stayed across the sea, if Daenerys remained far away, if the White Walkers beyond the wall did not march south. Too many ifs, he reflected. But for now, the city would not burn, the west would rebuild, and perhaps the realm would find a little breathing room before the next tempest. Quietly, he rose to wash the dust from his hands, Cersei helping him undo the straps of his battered armor. Each piece clattered onto the stone floor, revealing bruises beneath. In that shared, unspoken closeness, they might be husband and wife again, away from the eyes of courtiers. She moved behind him, sliding her palms over his shoulders where the mail had rubbed them raw. He closed his eyes. They had come so far from the day she had arrived in Winterfell a stranger. Tomorrow, he thought, the wheels of governance would spin anew. He would attend the king, see to Theon Greyjoy's fate, face the small council's demands, monitor the Tyrell Lannister feud. War might have paused, but the realm was never truly at peace. Even so, in that fleeting moment, with the hush of the solar and Cersei's gentle hands on him, he allowed himself to imagine a day when the storms would pass, the White Walkers remain only stories, the Targaryen girls stay across the sea, and Stannis fade into irrelevance. Perhaps, if the gods were kind, and they rarely were, this alliance of wolf and lion might preserve the realm from self-destruction a little longer. He took Cersei's hand in his, turning to meet her eyes. She nodded once as if understanding. They would face tomorrow's battles side by side, as they always had, two improbable allies in a land where alliances were forged and broken like bent swords. If that was not the bright romance of songs, so be it. They had something deeper, a tether of children, years of shared burdens, and a determination to see Westeros endure. Dusk fell, shadows lengthening across the floor. But for a short time, neither moved, content to stand in quiet solidarity, the taste of war's ashes lingering on Ned's tongue, yet overshadowed by the faint warmth that came from surviving another day together. Ned Stark did not dream on the night he returned from the west. Exhaustion had dragged him into a sleep so deep that dreams could find no purchase, leaving him adrift in a dark void until dawn's first hint of light stirred him from oblivion. When he opened his eyes, he found the bedchamber curtains gently shifting in the cool air, the faint morning sun tracing the contours of the stone walls. He was back in the Red Keep, safe under its familiar ceilings, yet the memory of scorched farms and ravaged coasts in the Westerlands lingered behind his eyes. He rose slowly, ribs aching from the campaign's many nights in a camp bed. Outside, the sounds of King's Landing waking drifted in, distant hammering of a smithy, the chatter of guards changing posts, the bleating of cart mules trudging up the city's winding streets. It was the same city he had left, but the man who returned felt a degree older, harsher. War in the West had left no illusions, though a tenuous truce now held the Iron Islands in check. Balon Greyjoy's grudging surrender did not guarantee lasting peace. Ned splashed water on his face from the basin, the chill helping chase the grogginess away. He dried himself, dressed in a simple tunic and breeches, and belted a short knife at his hip. His arms felt heavy, but he forced them to move with purpose. King Renly would expect him at morning council, no rest for the weary. He reminded himself that this was the life he'd chosen as Hand of the King, to stand in the swirl of politics and war for the sake of a realm that teetered on the edge of chaos. He stepped into the corridor. Outside his door stood a pair of guards, gold cloaks, armed with halberds, who snapped to attention when he emerged. The hall smelled faintly of dust and old rushes. He made his way toward the council chamber, hearing echoing footsteps on stone. Along the way, a page caught up to him with a note and a quick bow. "A letter for you, Lord Hand," the boy said, presenting it. The seal showed a crowned stag overlaid with a rose, the emblem King Renly used whenever Marjorie Tyrell was also associated. Ned thanked the page, broke the seal, and scanned the neat script. The king and queen wished to see him before the small council in a more private setting to discuss matters of personal import. Ned grimaced. Personal import could mean nearly anything. He navigated the corridors toward a small solar often used by Renly and Marjorie for private meetings. 2 guards at the door permitted him entry. Inside, the morning light poured through windows that overlooked the castle yard. Marjorie Tyrell, technically Marjorie Baratheon, though few used that surname, sat by a table in a gown of soft green. The king stood behind her, arms crossed, wearing a deep blue doublet embroidered with tiny golden stags. Marjorie cradled her infant son, Stefan, who fussed at her sleeve. "Lord Eddard," Renly said, turning as Ned entered. "Thank you for coming. Did you sleep well after your journey?" "Well enough," Ned replied, with a polite bow. "I trust you both fared better than we did on the front lines." Marjorie gave him a measured smile. "We worried for you and the men, my Lord Hand. We heard of the devastation in the west and the struggles to corner the Ironborn. We're grateful the fighting has ended even if the peace is tenuous. Ned nodded, stepping closer so as not to force them to shout across the chamber. Yes, the Ironborn have withdrawn. The West will need time to recover. So will we all. But you summoned me for something else. Renly exhaled, rubbing his jaw. A few things, actually. First, there's the matter of Balon's truce. I want your advice on how strictly we enforce the terms. The Greyjoy hostages, Theon among them, have arrived, but Tywin Lannister is pressing me to demand more. He wants full reparations. Mace Tyrell wants to see the Greyjoys punished for every scrap of farmland burnt. I'm loath to push too hard, or they might rebel again in a year's time. Ned considered. Balon sent Theon as hostage, which is significant. That alone should deter him from new raids. He values his son. Perhaps you can compromise on the total sum. Tywin won't like it, but if we ease the financial burden on the Ironborn slightly, they'll have less cause for immediate revolt. Marjorie rocked the child in her arms, voice gentle yet firm. My lord father thinks gold is the best way to keep a sworn house docile. If they are impoverished, they can't fund more ships. But I do see your point. The Ironborn, being proud and fractious, might resist if squeezed too mercilessly. Is there a middle ground that can appease Lord Tywin but not break Balon? Ned gave a cautious smile. We might structure the reparations as an annual tribute rather than a single lump sum. Enough that the crown is recognized and Tywin feels some justice for the West, but spread out so Balon can't claim immediate ruin. That might keep them in check, and if they fail to pay, we'd have cause to act. Renly brightened a fraction. That's sensible. I'll propose it at the council. If we keep Theon under watch, Balon dare not defy us so soon. Ned nodded, waiting. He sensed another matter hung unspoken. Renly exchanged a look with Marjorie, who drew a breath. Additionally, we have concerns about the lines of inheritance, the queen began, voice carefully measured. Steffan is Robert's son, posthumous, yes, but carrying the Baratheon blood. My husband, she glanced at Renly, has been recognized as king with House Tyrell's backing. Still, some lords whisper about the future. If Renly and I have a child of our own, will that overshadow Steffan? Or will Steffan overshadow our child? The realm wonders. We hoped for your counsel in clarifying it before gossip breeds dissent. Ned recalled Barristan's quiet warning about knights concerned with the possibility of dual heirs. He exhaled. Have you decided how you wish to handle that? Renly shifted, clearly uneasy. Steffan is dear to me, but I can't let confusion linger. If Marjorie conceives a child with me in coming years, that child must be recognized as heir. Otherwise, the Tyrell alliance might weaken, not to mention the realm's assumption that a reigning king's child outranks a half-sibling. On the other hand, Steffan is Robert's legacy. I promise to treat him well, perhaps even as a younger prince. But if the realm sees two claimants, trouble could ignite if I perish or, gods forbid, something happens to Marjorie. Marjorie looked down at her baby's dark hair. I don't want him cast aside or made to feel lesser. He is my son, whether or not the realm sees him as Robert's final scion. Ned spoke gently. You might name Steffan as a prince of the blood, but clarify that any future child by you two stands in direct line. Essentially, the realm would see Steffan as a royal family member, titled, well provided for, but not first in the succession. If you do that publicly, it could quell rumors. If you never produce another heir, then Steffan might eventually stand as your successor if the lords accept it. Renly pursed his lips, glancing at Marjorie. That's more or less what we had in mind. Yet I worry that if the Stormlords or the Crownlands folk or even the West see Steffan's rights set aside, they might call it an affront to Robert's memory. Meanwhile, the Tyrells want to ensure any child truly from me is recognized as first. A formal statement might help, some royal decree proclaiming the line of inheritance. Marjorie's gaze hardened with determination. It might be best to do it soon while he is still an infant. People adapt more easily now than if he were grown, proclaiming a claim of his own. Ned nodded. A wise approach. Issue a royal declaration that Steffan is recognized as your beloved ward and adopted son. Prince in courtesy, but not automatically first in line unless no other heirs exist. That leaves the door open. Some lords may grumble, but if you speak plainly, they'll accept it. They prefer clarity over confusion. Renly let out a breath, tension easing from his shoulders. Then we shall, and I want you to stand by me, Lord Hand, when I announce it in the throne room. I'll probably also want to call on Cersei's presence, to show House Lannister's acceptance. They were once close to Robert, after all. Ned found that mention unsurprising. Cersei's role at court, though unofficial, gave her sway among many. She'll come, he assured them. We both want a stable realm. Marjorie inclined her head, returning her attention to the fussy child. Thank you, Lord Stark. Your advice is a boon. Renly gave Ned a faint smile of relief. We'll discuss it more at the small council. For now, we've taken enough of your time. Ned bowed, stepping back. Your graces. He turned to go. As he left, he heard Renly murmur soothing words to Marjorie and the baby. A part of Ned felt a pang, remembering the late Robert so full of life, and how odd it was that his posthumous child now lived in a realm where Renly reigned. But such was the tangled tapestry of politics. The morning council convened soon after in the Tower of the Hand. Ned arrived to find the usual faces. Peter Baelish in plum and silver attire, leaning by the window. Pycelle dozing behind his folded hands. Varys in satin robes, perusing some new tidbit of rumor. Mace Tyrell was conspicuously absent, likely occupied with the Queen or enjoying a late breakfast. Tywin Lannister, however, was present, resplendent in a scarlet doublet, his gold-threaded mane tinged with silver at the temples. Renly entered last, accompanied by Ser Barristan Selmy in his white cloak. The king settled at the head of the table, Barristan standing just behind him. Renly's face was composed, but faint lines of strain showed around his eyes, testament to the prior weeks of war. Let's begin, Renly announced, lacing his fingers. First, any news from the west? Tywin cleared his throat. A raven arrived this dawn. The Greyjoy ships have fully vacated Fair Isle, though the island's holdfast is half-burned. My men are helping Lord Farman's heirs rebuild. For now, the Ironborn appear to have returned to Pike, carrying their wounded. Balon remains sullen, but no new raids are reported. Renly gave a curt nod. Good. Now that Theon and other hostages are in our dungeons, or comfortable quarters under guard if we prefer, Balon should think twice about stirring trouble. I intend to propose an annual tribute. Details can be hammered out soon. Tywin's jaw tightened as though he'd have preferred a more brutal approach. You do as you will, Your Grace. I only trust you won't let them wriggle free of proper restitution. Renly's lips thinned. They will pay for the damages to the west in installments. That's final. Baelish interjected smoothly. If I might add, I've drafted a preliminary schedule of payments. We can review it if you wish, my Lord Tywin, to ensure it satisfies Lannister interests. We want the West loyal after all. Tywin gave a grudging nod. Later then. Renly turned to Varys. Any further word of Stannis? Varys spread his hands in a graceful arc. Whispers place him still across the narrow sea, perhaps in Lys or the Stepstones. No firm confirmation. He might be hiring cell sales. He might be scrounging for funds. None of my little birds have found conclusive proof of a large fleet under his command, so perhaps his recruiting flounders. Ned studied Renly's reaction, a flicker of relief mingled with uncertainty. Let us stay vigilant, Ned said. If Stannis returns with even a small force, he could try to reignite revolt in the Stormlands or gather disaffected lords who resent the Tyrell alliance. Renly nodded. Agreed. We'll keep watchers in the Narrow Sea. Next, Daenerys Targaryen. Any news there? Varys delicately inclined his head. Still rumored to be in the east, near Slaver's Bay, though conflicting stories persist. Some claim she's forging alliances with local rulers. Others speak of her traveling with 3 small dragons. If that is true, she's biding her time, perhaps waiting for the realm to weaken itself further. Tywin gave an impatient snort. Children's tales? Even if she had hatchlings, they'd be no match for steel. And she has no experienced army. Still, best to keep watch, I suppose. Renly massaged his temples. One war is enough. I'd rather not chase phantom Targaryens across the sea. Let's maintain our usual spies. If she dares land in Westeros with real force, we'll respond. A round of ascent followed. Ned's mind lingered on the possibility of dragons. He recalled Robert's obsession with stamping out any Targaryen heirs. But Robert was gone, and Renly seemed more pragmatic if less concerned. If an actual dragon soared over the narrow sea one day, the entire game would change in an instant. Ned resolved to keep watch, though no one else seemed eager to worry. Finally, Renly said, flipping through a few parchments, we have the question of finances. The war in the West was not cheap. Master Baelish? Baelish stepped forward with a practiced sigh. We are depleted, shall we say. Repairs, ransoms, and soldier wages weigh heavily on the crown's purse. We've raised new taxes in King's Landing, but that's never popular. We might secure loans from the Iron Bank of Bravos if we must, or from wealthy lords. The Tyrells might assist, though I suspect they will want concessions. Pycelle stirred. Your Grace, it might be time to reduce the standing army around King's Landing if we no longer fear immediate revolt. Maintaining so many gold cloaks and hired swords bleeds coin daily. Renly frowned. Perhaps we can scale back the extra men, yes. But I won't disband them entirely while Stannis and the Ironborn remain threats. Master Baelish, see if we can tighten the budget. Cut extraneous spending in court. No more lavish feasts beyond reason. The realm is not stable enough for extravagance. Baelish, bowing with a mocking twinkle, said, As you command, though some lords do enjoy a lavish feast or two. Renly ended the meeting soon after, instructing them all to follow up on their tasks. Ned caught Tywin's eye as the group dispersed, but the older man's expression was stony. The discontent over the negotiated settlement with Balon was clear in Tywin's face, but he said nothing more. Ned exhaled, silently thankful that, for the moment, Lannister ambitions were held in check. Later that day, Ned went to see Theon Greyjoy. The young man had been placed not in the darkest dungeon cell, but in a guarded tower room, an improvement over the black cells, though still captivity. King Renly had decreed that Theon, as a highborn ward, in effect a hostage, deserved some measure of courtesy unless he caused trouble. A pair of gold cloaks stood outside the tower door. They allowed Ned entry without protest. Inside, the room was sparse but not squalid. A bed, a small table, a brazier for warmth. Theon sat on the edge of the bed, gazing through a narrow window slit at the city below. He wore plain breeches and a threadbare tunic, no finery. His hair looked slightly unkempt. He turned at Ned's entrance. For a moment, something flickered in his eyes. Anger, shame, perhaps a glimmer of old familiarity. Theon had spent his youth in Winterfell as Ned's nominal ward after Balon's failed rebellion. He and Robb Stark had grown up sparring side by side. Now, the gulf between them yawned wider than any sea. Lord Stark, Theon said quietly. He stood, trying to muster a measure of pride. You've come to see me in my cage. Ned studied him. I had to see how you fared. The king's terms demand you remain a hostage to ensure your father's compliance. I trust they've treated you decently so far. Theon gave a bitter laugh. Decently enough for a prisoner. I have food, a roof, the chance to walk the courtyard under guard an hour a day. But I'm a Greyjoy locked in a tower. There's no comfort in that. Ned stepped further into the room, crossing his arms. You chose to sail with your father, leading raids against the coast. People died. Small folk, knights, farmers. Did you expect a hero's welcome here? Theon's jaw tightened. I didn't choose this war so much as I was born to it. My father demanded I prove myself. You should understand, when I lived at Winterfell, I was always the outsider, the hostage. The moment I returned to Pike, I had to show I was still Ironborn, or they'd treat me as a craven. Still, Ned said quietly, cruelty is not courage. If you wish to salvage anything from this, perhaps you might counsel your father to keep the peace. Work with the king's envoys to avoid more bloodshed. Theon sighed, leaning against the wall. Balon is proud. If the crown demands too much, he'll bristle. And me? I have no illusions. I'm stuck here, paying for my father's ambitions. Maybe I deserve it. Silence stretched. Ned remembered a younger Theon, laughing too loudly, boasting of hunts, competing with Robb in archery contests. That boy had grown into a man shaped by the hardest edges of the Iron Islands. Robert is dead, Theon said after a moment, gaze distant. You stand as hand to Renly. Times truly have changed, haven't they? Even you, Lord Stark, you married a Lannister. I never thought. It was the realm's choice, not mine, Ned interrupted, though gently. But yes, everything has changed. The question is whether we do better or worse than those who came before. Theon frowned, picking at a loose thread in his tunic. My father won't forget how you lot took me from him once. Then he lost again. Hard for him to swallow. But if you show some mercy, maybe he'll keep calm. I can't promise he won't brood on revenge, though. Ned nodded. I'll advise the king to offer balanced terms. Balon's illusions of a separate kingdom are ill-founded. The north, the west, the crownlands, no one will stand for it. Theon raked a hand through his hair, expression weary. If I can't change my father, at least I might prevent more pointless slaughter. Lord Stark, he paused, swallowing. For whatever it's worth, I never hated the Starks. Robb was like a brother, once. Tell him, well, if you ever speak with him, tell him I'm sorry for how it ended. Ned's chest tightened. He inclined his head. I will. For now, do as commanded, keep the peace. Perhaps in time, the king will grant you freer quarters. But that depends on your father's actions. He turned to leave. Theon said nothing else. The door closed behind Ned and the guards resumed their post. Ned walked away, footsteps echoing on stone, unsettled by the sorrow he'd glimpsed in Theon's eyes. Another life shaped by the harshness of war and the pride of fathers. That evening, Ned found Cersei in the library perusing a tome of Westerosi history by candlelight. The tall shelves cast flickering shadows. Cersei wore a gown of deep blue, her golden hair pulled into a loose tail. She looked up at his approach, giving a small smile. Long day, she asked softly, marking her page with a finger. Long enough, he said, sinking into a chair opposite her. We hammered out partial plans for tribute from Balan, and we debated the realm's finances yet again. Then I visited Theon Greyjoy. Her brow rose. How does he fare? Well enough for a hostage. Better than rotting in a black cell, I suppose. He's bitter, but perhaps he'll cooperate to keep his father in line. Cersei nodded, closing the book. Let's hope so. The West can't endure another wave of raids. Father is still furious that we didn't crush the Ironborn outright, but at least the immediate threat is gone. Ned leaned back, rubbing the ache at the base of his neck. Renly wants me to stand with him in the throne room soon to clarify the inheritance, that Steffan is recognized but not guaranteed the throne if Renly and Margaery have a child of their own. I suspect your father might sneer at the arrangement, but it's better than letting gossip fester. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. A wise move. Might also sidestep any friction with the Tyrells if Margaery grows pregnant soon. She's still young, yes? She is, Ned agreed. Likely not even 20 with many childbearing years left. If they produce an heir, that cements House Tyrell's position and reduces confusion about Steffan. Cersei gave a slight shrug. We'll see how the lords react. I imagine some who revered Robert might prefer his son take precedence. But the realm is exhausted by these succession squabbles. Clear lines help. Ned pressed his palms together. I'll do my part. If we can forestall more civil strife, we might focus on the real dangers: Stannis, Daenerys Targaryen, or the unknowns beyond the wall. I still receive letters from Castle Black urging watchfulness. They speak of unnatural events in the far north. She sighed. I wish Renly would take that more seriously. But every time it's mentioned, the council waves it off. Tales of walking corpses are too fantastical for them. Ned's gaze dropped. Let us just pray the threat remains distant. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch still recruits from what dregs we can send. I'll keep pressing for more support. Cersei set the book aside. Perhaps that's all you can do. She stood, offering her hand. Come, you need rest. The realm's burdens will still be there in the morning. He rose, letting her lead him from the library. They walked through the corridors, candlelit tapestries flickering around them. The hush of evening enveloped them like a comforting cloak, one of the few quiet moments amid ceaseless tensions. 3 days later, the king held a formal audience in the throne room. Banners of the Stagan Rose fluttered along the walls, torches lined the pillars. Courtiers crowded the space, curious for new proclamations. Margaery stood on a smaller dais near the Iron Throne, baby Steffan in a nurse's arms. Ned stood on the king's right hand. On the left, Loras Tyrell had chosen to appear in the gleaming armor of the King Guard, though barrassed and still outranked him. Renly raised a hand for silence. My lords, ladies, and good folk of King's Landing. We gather today for 2 announcements. The first concerns the Great Warden of the Iron Islands and the settlement of war debts. Let Balan Greyjoy know that we claim annual tribute to repair the West. Hostages are already in our care, ensuring compliance. So let it be written, so let it be done. Murmurs rippled through the hall. Some scowled, others nodded, a few looked relieved. Tywin, standing among the lords, watched with stony composure. Renly continued. Second, the king proclaimed, we address the future of the crown. As you know, my beloved queen, Margaery, bore a child after my brother Robert's passing. That child, Steffan, is dear to me as any son might be. Yet it must be clear to the realm how succession stands. If the gods grant Margaery and me another child, one born of our marriage, such a child shall stand as heir to the Iron Throne. Steffan, though I cherish him, shall be honored as a prince of the blood, with all the dignity and station thereof. But he is not first in line unless no other heirs arise. A wave of chatter and startled whispers swept the crowd. Some lords exchanged glances. Marjorie's face remained serene, though tension showed in her hands. The nurse rocked the baby gently, heedless of the swirl of voices. Renly raised his voice over the murmuring. I do this not to diminish Robert's memory, but to uphold the realm's order. My brother's legacy lives on in young Stefan. I shall raise him as my own. Yet the crown must rest on the head of one who inherits from the sitting king. I trust the realm will accept this for the sake of stability. Ned scanned the crowd. Various reactions. Some nodded vigorously, wanting no further confusion. Others frowned, likely loyal to Robert's line above all. But few would openly speak against the king's decree. Tywin wore an impassive mask, while Baelish's lips curved in an unreadable smile. Mace Tyrell, near the dais, beamed with satisfaction. This arrangement guaranteed that if Marjorie birthed a new child, that child would rule, cementing Tyrell influence. Renly lowered his hand, letting the murmurs subside. Ned stepped forward, voice steady. Hear this proclamation by the will of the king, with the counsel of the hand and the support of the queen. Let no man gainsay it. So commands his grace, Renly of the house Baratheon, king of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men. A final hush settled. Then, incrementally, the court knelt or bowed. The tension in the air dissolved into a resigned acceptance. Stefan, an infant ignorant of his own fate, wriggled in the nurse's arms, letting out a small cry. Marjorie stepped off the dais to comfort him, the crowd parting to allow her passage. Renly signaled for the court to rise, then ended the session. Your presence is appreciated, he said, waving them off. Court is dismissed. Ned descended the steps, stepping aside as noble courtiers filed out. He saw Cersei among them, watching from a discreet corner. She caught his eye and inclined her head. A flicker of mutual understanding passed between them. The realm might breathe easier now that the question of Stefan was addressed. At least for the moment. In the days that followed, the city adjusted to the new reality. Most lords, grateful for the clarity, moved on to their usual intrigues. The arrangement did rankle a few die-hard Baratheon loyalists who had viewed Stefan as the rightful continuation of Robert's line. But few dared challenge Renly openly, not while the Tyrells and Lannisters both commanded large armies. Tywin, for his part, seemed indifferent to the matter. So long as the king remained beholden to the alliance with House Lannister, Tywin was content. Yet trouble rarely slumbered long in Westeros. One afternoon, Ned was in his solar wrestling with an overlong list of supply requests for the capital's winter stockpiles when a messenger burst in, breathless. My lord hand, a raven from Rosby arrived. It bears tidings of a band of outlaws, or possibly Sellswords, ravaging the king's road to the east. They claim to follow Lord Stannis, though we can't confirm if Stannis himself is among them. Ned's heart clenched. Let me see. He read the letter, penned in a shaky hand by Rosby's castellan. The gist. A small force bearing the sigil of the Flaming Heart over a crowned stag had attacked travelers near the King's Road. They took supplies, killed any who resisted, and vanished into the wooded hills. Some peasants insisted they'd heard the men praising Stannis as the true king. The castellan asked for reinforcements to drive them off. Ned frowned. Could it truly be Stannis? Or merely brigands exploiting the name for fear? But if Stannis had landed in secret, perhaps with a handful of Sellswords, he might be testing local support. Ned pictured a scenario in which Stannis rallied men quietly, waiting for Renly to be away or distracted. He summoned the City Watch's commander, a hard-eyed man named Morland, ordering a detachment to Rosby. Bring enough men to quell the outlaws swiftly, Ned instructed. If they truly follow Stannis, we must root them out before they spread. If not, we end some common brigands. Either way, no mercy for raiders. Morland saluted. As you say, my lord hand. He marched off to assemble a force. Ned then found King Renly conferring with Marjorie in the gardens. He explained the situation. Renly's face grew taut. If Stannis is behind this, he's... bolder than I anticipated. We can't let him gain a foothold near the capital. Marjorie's brow creased. Should you go yourself? Renly shook his head. Not for a handful of outlaws. Let the watch handle them. If it proves more serious, then I'll act. But the realm is weary of mustering armies at every rumor. Once the watch deals with these brigands, we'll learn if Stannis is truly involved. Ned inclined his head. Agreed. Though if the watch fails or meets stiffer resistance, we'll need a stronger response. Renly nodded. Keep me informed. And if we do find Stannis' hand in this, well, we must handle him before the matter grows to a real threat. Molin's detachment rode out. Days later, Ravens returned with conflicting reports. They found the outlaws, fought a skirmish, but the enemy scattered, vanishing into the countryside. Bodies left behind wore tabards with the burning heart and stag, though no sign of Stannis himself. Some captured brigands insisted they had a secret sponsor, though they refused to name him. Others said they worshipped the Lord of Light, Stannis' rumored faith, under the guidance of a red priestess. That last detail set Ned's mind whirling. Stannis had apparently embraced the red god, Lawler, across the sea, or so rumor had it. If so, perhaps a few zealots had come ahead of him, sowing chaos. The news brought no large panic, but it seeded new disquiet in King's Landing. Varys commented slyly that religious fervor can be more potent than gold. If Stannis used fanatic devotion to rally men, they might not be so easily discouraged. Ned pressed the watch to patrol more widely to reassure local villages. Meanwhile, the city braced for the possibility that Stannis might appear in force. But days turned to weeks without further sightings. Amid these tensions, winter's approach became more tangible. The air held a sharper bite in the mornings. Ships out of the narrow sea reported chill winds. Maesters across the realm studied their records, trying to predict whether the long autumn might soon yield. Ned urged the city to store grain carefully, mindful of how quickly riots could break out if food grew scarce. The Tyrell shipments from the Reach continued, but with each wagon came more demands for favorable trade rights. Baelish juggled coin with an exasperated air, complaining to Ned that the crown's debts had ballooned. One crisp afternoon, Ned and Cersei strolled the outer battlements together, watching the gray waters of Blackwater Bay. The gulls wheeled overhead, their cries lost in the wind. Cersei pulled her cloak tighter, uncharacteristically silent. At length, Ned asked, "Something troubles you?" She exhaled, leaning on the stone merlin. "So much. The realm is stable on the surface, but cracks lie everywhere. Stannis' lurking threat, the Targaryen rumors, the Tyrell-Lannister friction. My father still mutters that Renly is too gentle. Meanwhile, Marjorie quietly consolidates her family's power. You stand in the middle, bridging one crisis to the next." She gave him a glance. "I wonder how long we can keep patching holes before the dam bursts." Ned's eyes traced the horizon, where the sea met sky. If the gods are kind, perhaps the threats will stay small or distant. Stannis' outlaws scattered. The Greyjoys retreated. The Targaryens remain overseas. Another year or two of peace might let the realm rebuild. She smiled wryly. A hopeful thought. But kindness in gods is a rare thing. If winter truly comes, more dire perils might arise. You've spoken of the Night's Watch's fears. Do you think the king will ever truly heed them? Ned's expression grew solemn. I hope so. The old stories of the others, I used to think them legends. But if any fraction is true, we can't treat the far north lightly. I keep sending men to the watch, but so many prefer to ignore the problem. They say it's only wildling raids. She laid a hand on his arm. Well, keep pressing. Perhaps soon enough, events will force the king's hand. In the meantime, we stand guard as best we can. He placed his hand over hers in silent gratitude. The wind tugged at their cloaks. He thought of Winterfell's godswood, the red leaves rustling in an autumn breeze, the carved face of the weirwood. Sometimes, in quiet moments, he longed to return to that simpler place. Yet he had chosen King's Landing, chosen to marry this woman, chosen the burdens of state. Perhaps fate had demanded it from the start. Winter's creeping chill worsened. The days shortened. Word came from the citadel in Old Town that the White Ravens might soon be dispatched, an official herald of the new season. The city steeled itself. Wealthy lords might survive well enough, but small folk often faced famine or illness in a harsh winter, especially if the crown's finances were strained. Ned worked tirelessly to secure additional grain shipments from the Reach, though Mace Tyrell bled them for every concession. Then, as if fate disdained any lull, Fresh upheaval arrived in the form of ravens from the stepstones. They carried letters from merchants and an agent of Varys, all telling the same story. Stannis Baratheon had assembled a modest but disciplined fleet, possibly half a dozen war galleys plus smaller vessels. They were rumored to be bound for the Stormlands. The rough guess was that Stannis had mustered perhaps 2,000 to 3,000 sellswords or exiled knights. Not a large force, but enough to seize a foothold if local lords rallied to him. King Renly received the news grimly. He called a war council in the Red Keep strategy room, a circular chamber with a large painted table of Westeros. Ned attended, as did Tywin Lannister, Mace Tyrell, who had hurriedly come to the capital for the meeting, Baelish, Varys, and a handful of other lords. Renly stood at the table, fists on either side, scanning the map. So my brother creeps back at last. If he lands in the Stormlands with sellswords, could he provoke a revolt among my bannermen? Mace Tyrell sniffed. Your bannermen pledge to you. If they remain loyal, Stannis can do little. He has only a few thousand. One of your lords alone might match that. Renly's mouth flattened. I wish I shared your confidence. Some lords once swore to Robert's line, and Stannis is older than me. If they see a chance to enthrone him, they might seize it. The Stormlands have been uneasy since the Tyrell alliance. Ned studied the map. Where might he land? Shipbreaker Bay near Storm's End? Or further south? Maybe Rain House or Estermont if they still hold any memory of Stannis' lordship. Varys tapped a slender finger on the coastline. My whispers suggest Storm's End is his symbolic seat, but it's well garrisoned by Renly's men. If Stannis is cunning, he might choose a smaller port, gather men quietly. The main question is whether he can spark a wide revolt or remains an isolated threat. Tywin's eyes gleamed. Isolated or not, if we let him fester, he'll grow stronger. We must respond with overwhelming force, as we should have done with the Greyjoys initially. Mace Tyrell bristled. The realm is in no shape for yet another large campaign. Winter approaches, coffers are thin. Tywin shot back, better a swift blow now than a drawn-out struggle later. Or do the Tyrells shrink from a second war in the same year? Mace Tyrell's cheeks flushed. Watch your tongue. Renly rapped a fist on the table. Enough. We'll not bicker like children. Stannis is the foe. We have a standing army in the Crownlands, plus the Stormlands forces if they remain loyal. My plan, I'll send riders to the Stormlands lords at once, reminding them of their oaths. If Stannis attempts to land, they should gather to push him back into the sea. If that proves insufficient, I'll lead additional men from King's Landing. The Tyrell fleet could block the Stepstones' approach, or the Royal fleet might. We won't let him land uncontested. He looked to Ned. Lord Hand, does that seem wise? Ned inclined his head. It does. But time is short. If he's already en route, we must act swiftly. Perhaps dispatch a portion of the Royal fleet to patrol the Cape near Storm's End, warding off any landing attempt. We can't rely solely on lords by land. Stannis might slip ashore under cover of darkness. Renly's expression lightened slightly, as though relieved to have a plan. Yes, the Royal fleet. And I'll gather men to reinforce the Stormlands. If Stannis is fool enough to test me, we'll crush him quickly. The matter settled in principle, but tension crackled in the room. Tywin demanded that if troops were raised, House Lannister be given a role in leading them, ensuring no oversight. Mace Tyrell insisted the Tyrell Navy might join the blockade if the Crown recognized certain trade privileges in Old Town. Renly grew exasperated, forced to dole out appeasements. Ned stood by quietly, marveling at how quickly one threat replaced another. The realm was battered, yet rivals circled like wolves. After the War Council, Ned lingered with Renly, who let out a heavy sigh once the others departed. Must they always hold me hostage for their own gain? The king muttered, sinking into a chair. Tywin and Mace are relentless. Ned offered a sympathetic look. So it goes with great lords. They see advantage in every crisis. But if Stannis' threat is real, they'll eventually stand by you, lest they lose everything. Renly nodded wearily. I'll prepare. Pray the Stormlands remain loyal. Gods, how I wish Robert had named me Lord of Storm's End outright long ago. Then the lords wouldn't question. He broke off, shaking his head. No matter. I'll do what I must. That night, ravens flew to Tarth, Haystack Hall, Rain House, and every keep of note in the Stormlands, commanding readiness. Another flock soared to the naval yards in King's Landing, instructing the admirals to set sail south, patrolling the gullet and the waters near Shipbreaker Bay. Ned spent hours drafting letters in the king's name, sealing them with the Stag-Ann Rose crest. The great hall buzzed with scribes and runners. War looming again, so soon after the Greyjoy conflict. People muttered that the realm had no respite. Cersei watched from the sidelines, again playing the role of quiet counsel. When Ned finally found a lull, she approached him in the corridor. "I'll remain in the city. You'll go if Renly marches." He nodded, rubbing his tired eyes. "Likely, yes. The king might lead a field host if Stannis gains ground. But let's hope it doesn't come to that." She set a hand on his shoulder. "Then I hope it ends swiftly. Too many men have died this year. If it continues and winter sets in, the kingdom could fracture under the strain." He glanced at her. "We'll do our best to prevent it. The Stormlands are not the Iron Islands. Without broad support, Stannis can't hold out for long." She squeezed his shoulder once, then left him to his tasks. Days passed in tense preparation. The royal fleet departed, searching the southern coasts for signs of an approaching force. Scouts roamed the roads leading to the Stormlands, ready to bring word of any suspicious gathering. The king remained in the capital, balancing war readiness with the demands of governance. The mood in King's Landing was guarded, though not panicked. Some small folk remembered how Robert once repelled the Ironborn, how he toppled the Targaryens, and they figured Renly could do the same with Stannis. But behind closed doors, Ned sensed Renly's deeper anxiety. The king fretted that some Stormlords might secretly prefer Stannis's claim, since he was older and had once held Dragonstone under the Targaryens than Storm's End under Robert. Renly had usurped that seat after Robert's coronation with the realm's blessing, but not all had approved. Rumors trickled in that a few lesser lords near Cape Wrath wavered in loyalty. At last, word came from the royal fleet that a group of foreign ships had been sighted near the Broken Arm, south of Tarth. The ships flew no standard at first, but watchers glimpsed a banner that might be a flaming heart. Then a storm rolled in and the fleet lost them. The guess was Stannis might land somewhere near the coast, possibly Estermont or even further east if he circled the peninsula. Alarm spread. Renly decided he could wait no longer. "I'll ride for Storm's End with a portion of our Crownland forces," he declared at a hurried council meeting. "Lord Stark, you'll come as well. We'll see to it that any sign of Stannis is crushed before he can gather men." Baelish warbled about the cost, but was overruled. Mace Tyrell gave a half-hearted offer to send a small band of knights. Tywin said nothing, evidently content to let the king shoulder the expense. Ned made immediate arrangements. If the king marched, it must be a show of strength. 1,000 men at least, plus heavy horse. Enough to deter Stormlords from siding with Stannis. The city watch would remain behind in King's Landing under Ser Loras Tyrell's overall watch to Loras's dissatisfaction, but Renly insisted. Cersei found Ned in the yard as the men assembled. Horses clopped, standard-bearers hoisted the stag banner, a swirl of activity as they prepared to leave. She approached in a plain riding cloak, speaking quietly to him while armorers fitted Ned's mail. "So you ride south again," she said. "No respite for you, it seems." He smiled wryly, adjusting the straps. "None at all. I'll try to see this done quickly. With luck, Stannis has but a handful of men, easily scattered." Her eyes searched his face. "I keep remembering how you nearly got lost in the west for months. Be careful." He clasped her hand briefly. "I will." The horns sounded the call to mount. Ned swung onto his horse, surveying the mass of men in the courtyard, stout-foot soldiers, mounted knights, baggage wagons. King Renly was at the front, dressed in partial plate with the crown helm. The gatehouse cranked open, and the royal column began to move, clattering out onto the city streets. Small folk lined the roadsides, some cheering, others looking anxious. War again, so soon. They rode across the Blackwater, over the massive bridge, then struck south on the Rose Road, which soon angled toward the Stormlands. Autumn leaves littered the path. The men marched in orderly columns. As they progressed, the nights grew colder still. Tents frosted over by morning. Ned's breath plumed in the dawn air. Occasionally, they passed peasants trudging north with carts loaded with the last of the harvest. Everyone braced for the new season's bite. After a week of steady travel, they neared the Stormlands borders, passing the Crown's border forts, where local garrisons saluted the king. No sign of Stannis yet. Scouts rode ahead daily, returning with mixed rumors. Some claimed Stannis had landed near Tarth, others insisted he'd be at Estermont, or that he was nowhere to be found. The coastal storms battered the region, making sea travel perilous and complicating reconnaissance. Finally, they arrived at Storm's End, the ancient seat of House Baratheon, perched on a cliff above the raging sea. Its massive curtain walls and drum tower loomed, battered by wind and salt spray. The castellan hurried out to greet King Renly, who had not visited in months. After stabling their horses, the king and Ned held a quick meeting in Storm's End's cavernous hall. The castellan, a gaunt man named Ser Court A. Penrose, reported, "We've had no direct contact with Stannis. but we've heard gossip from fisherfolk that a fleet was sighted near the Shipbreaker Bay in the midst of a gale. If that was Lord Stannis, the storm might have scattered his ships. Renly nodded grimly. So either they're sunk or they're scattered along the coast. If some landed, we need to find them. Has any local lord declared for Stannis? Not openly, Penrose said. But I can't speak for certain about some smaller banners near the Rainwood. They're quiet folk, rarely sending tidings. If Stannis's men landed there, they might gather in secret. Ned stood by the hearth, warming his hands. We should dispatch patrols through the Rainwood, the coastline, every cove. If Stannis lost half his ships to storms, he might cling to a hidden cove, hoping to regroup. Renly concurred. He ordered immediate scouting parties, each led by a reliable knight. Over the next several days, Ned, Renly, and their men quartered at Storm's End, sending out detachments in all directions. Horses pounded the forest paths. Occasionally, they caught glimpses of suspicious footprints or heard stories from local fishermen, sightings of armed men, glimpses of foreign banners, a brush with wild-haired sellswords demanding supplies. At last, a patrol brought definitive news. A cluster of battered ships had indeed landed in a remote bay south of Storm's End. The patrol glimpsed them from a cliff vantage, counting at least 4 cogs and a single war galley. The men on shore displayed the burning heart sigil, speaking of King Stannis. They seemed to be regrouping after a storm that sank or drove off other vessels. The total might be a few hundred survivors, a fraction of the rumored force. Possibly the rest were lost at sea or landed elsewhere. Renly decided swiftly. We'll march at once. If we can corner them on that beach, they won't stand a chance. Ned, however, offered caution. If Stannis is truly among them, be wary of underestimating him. He's cunning even with a small force. We should approach carefully. Perhaps they have archers or a fortified position. Renly agreed, planning an enveloping maneuver. They set out at dawn with a strong vanguard of knights, plus ranks of foot to hold the line. The path wound through thick forest, the ancient Rainwood damp with recent downpours. The men cursed the slippery ground. The king was determined, riding near the front, Ned at his side. They reached the coastal ridge by late afternoon, forming a camp concealed by tall pines. Scouts crept forward to observe the cove. Indeed, there lay 4 ships, battered but afloat, with men laboring to unload cargo. Tents dotted the narrow beach. A war galley anchored slightly offshore, a watch posted. Perhaps 200 or 300 men at most, though the setting sun made it hard to count. Ned's heart thumped as he wondered if Stannis truly was there, orchestrating a desperate foothold. If so, they had to act before nightfall or risk giving him time to slip away by sea under cover of darkness. Renly, conferring with Ned and the leading knights, decided on a 2-pronged attack. One group would circle around and descend from the wooded slope onto the beach, while another advanced along the rocky shore from the north. With luck, they could box the enemy in. The signal was given. Horns blew a low note, and the king's men surged down the slope, swords and spears glinting in the dying sunlight. The cove erupted in shouts. Sellswords scrambled for weapons. Arrows hissed from the defenders, striking a few attackers, but the momentum was with Renly's force. Ned led a squad of archers along the ridge, firing down at the beach to pin the enemy. Chaos ensued. Men shouted in strange tongues, shield lines clashed. A few tried to push their ships off the shore, hoping to escape. But the king's second group attacked from the opposite side, cutting them off. Ned advanced carefully, focusing on coordinating rather than plunging into the fray. He glimpsed King Renly at the fore, mail gleaming, his stag helm an unmistakable silhouette among the swirl of steel. A group of sellswords formed a shield wall near one of the larger tents, apparently protecting a figure within. Ned's stomach fluttered. Could that be Stannis? He guided his men to push around the flank, peppering the defenders with arrows. The sellswords fought grimly, but they were outnumbered nearly 2 to 1, disorganized from the storm. They began to buckle. Suddenly, a tall, gaunt man in black armor emerged from the tent, brandishing a longsword. He wore a cloak embroidered with the flaming heart, though no crown. Ned's vantage was poor, but he recognized the harsh set of the man's mouth, the shaved head fringed with graying hair, the cold fury in his posture. It was Stannis Baratheon indeed. The older brother, presumed rightful heir by some. Stannis raised his blade, rallying the sellswords in a final stand. Stand fast! Stannis roared. His voice carried over the roar of waves. We are the true cause. Fight for your king. A ragged cheer went up from the defenders. They clashed with Renly's knights, steel ringing. Ned urged his archers to circle further. If they pinned Stannis, the fight might end swiftly. Yet the close melee hindered arrow fire, too easy to strike friend or foe alike. Ned signaled for caution. In the thick of it, Renly himself spurred forward, crossing blades with Stannis. Ned's heart lurched. This was a brother against brother, two claims to the same throne. Their swords met with a screech of metal, each determined. Stannis was rumored to be unstoppable on the seas, but not as famed for land battles. Renly had youth and the advantage of better armor, but Stannis possessed a dogged intensity. They traded blows among the swirl of men. The defenders were forced back inch by inch, Seleswords falling to well-aimed spears. The king's knights pressed forward. Ned advanced carefully, picking a route through the fight. He saw Stannis lash out, forcing Renly back a step. Then Renly pivoted, swinging a heavy stroke that Stannis parried. Sparks flew. Murderer! Stannis spat, voice ragged with emotion. Usurping my rights, eh? You would have let the realm burn. Renly snarled in return, hacking at his brother's guard. Stand down or die, Stannis. They circled each other, each ignoring lesser foes. Ned signaled men to block any attempt by Stannis's guards to intervene. This was a personal reckoning. The final ring of Seleswords was crumbling fast. Most tried to flee to the sea or the lone galley. That galley, seeing the hopelessness, raised anchor in panic. In a last flurry of steel, Stannis attempted a savage cut at Renly's helm. Renly ducked, driving forward with his own blade. The tip caught Stannis in the shoulder, punching through mail. Stannis staggered, biting back a cry. Before he could recover, Renly struck again, disarming him with a blow that sent Stannis's sword spinning to the sand. Yield! Renly roared, panting, sword raised. Around them, the beach was littered with corpses or wounded men. The waves lapped at the shoreline, red with swirling blood. Stannis glared with such hatred that Ned feared he'd hurl himself into a suicidal lunge. But the moment dragged on. Blood soaked Stannis's wounded shoulder, staining the flaming heart on his surcoat. Slowly, stiffly, Stannis sank to one knee. You are no true king, Stannis spat, voice thick with disdain. But I yield for now. Renly lowered his sword, breathing hard. Take him alive, he ordered. Knights rushed to bind Stannis's hands, ignoring his curses. Another group chased down the last fleeing Seleswords. A few of the defenders tried to swim out to the retreating galley, only to drown or be shot by archers. Within minutes, the cove was firmly in Renly's control. Ned approached, heart still pounding. Your Grace, are you hurt? Renly shook his head, removing the crowned helm. His face was pale but uninjured. Only bruised. Stannis, he fought fiercely. He looked down at his older brother, now kneeling, bound, red creeping down his arm. Maester, Renly commanded. See to that wound. He's my prisoner, not a corpse. Stannis's lips curled in a sneer. So gracious, he muttered. Better to kill me outright. Else I'll fight you again as soon as I can stand. Renly exhaled. Then you'll remain in chains. Perhaps a cell in Storm's End will cool your zeal. The captured Seleswords were herded together at spear point, the living forced to surrender weapons. Some might be executed if they had no coin for ransom, or they'd be jailed until the king decided. Ned surveyed the scene with grim acceptance, another short, savage fight, but at least it ended quickly. Stannis's attempt at invasion had failed, undone by storms and the king's swift response. Night fell as the king's men set up torches around the beach, dealing with the wounded. Ned assisted where he could, though the stench of blood and brine was overwhelming. The crown's casualties seemed moderate, but each loss weighed heavily. Another small toll in the unending Game of Thrones. They marched Stannis and the prisoners back to Storm's End. The older Baratheon was silent except for an occasional hiss of pain. At the castle, Renly demanded a private audience with him. Ned and a few knights stood guard. The scene was tense, two brothers in a flickering torchlit chamber, one captive, one victorious. Why this madness, Stannis? Renly asked. You had your chance to claim the throne after Robert died, but you lingered in Dragonstone, then fled across the sea. Now you appear with a handful of Seleswords, expecting the Stormlands to flock to you? You're a fool. Stannis's jaw tightened. I am king by right of birth and you, the usurper. If the Stormlands had any honor, they would have joined me. Next time, I'll bring more men. You'll not hold that false seat forever, Renly. Renly's face hardened. Enough. You have no next time. I'll hold you in Storm's End, locked away until you repent or rot. He glanced at Ned. What say you, Lord Hand? Do we let him live? Ned hesitated. The memory of Robert of battles past weighed on him. Kinslaying is a grave sin. You have him beaten. He might be worth more alive as a symbol that your rule spares the vanquished. Stannis gave a derisive laugh. Mercy from Renly Stark's dog? By the time you realize your mistake, I'll be at your throat again. Renly's eyes blazed, but he took a steadying breath. We'll keep you alive. For now. If you vow to kneel, to swear loyalty, I might consider releasing you someday. But I suspect that vow will never leave your lips. Stannis only glowered in silence. Renly snapped a command to the knights to take him below, place him in a tower cell with a maester to tend his wound, but no chance of escape. They dragged Stannis away. Ned felt uneasy. Mercy might spare immediate bloodshed, but a captive as proud as Stannis could remain a threat. Still, the alternative, executing one's own brother, was unthinkable. Renly sank onto a bench once Stannis was gone, dropping his sword to the floor. Gods! My own brother. I never wanted it to come to this. Ned sat beside him. You had no choice once he raised arms. He was determined to unseat you. Renly's voice turned bitter. And he'd do it again. I can't very well free him. If I keep him prisoner, half the realm will whisper that I dare not let him speak. If I kill him, I'm a kinslayer. There's no winning. Ned rested a hand on Renly's shoulder. At least the threat is ended. The Stormlands remain yours. The realm won't be rent by a new war. Renly scoffed softly. For now. But something else always looms, doesn't it? He straightened, pushing back his hair. I suppose that's the burden of the crown. Fine. Let Stannis rot. We'll send word to King's Landing of our victory. Then we can head back before the storms get any worse. Ned nodded. The small folk will be glad to hear it. War after war, they've grown weary. Renly stood, gathering himself with an air of resolve. Yes. Let us end this. Tomorrow we'll plan the journey home. Over the next few days, Storm's End bustled with the aftermath. Some Stormland lords arrived, professing loyalty to Renly and relief that Stannis was thwarted. The captured Sellswords were interrogated, revealing they had expected a larger invasion force to arrive, but the storm scattered them. Possibly a few ships reached other shores, but without Stannis' leadership, they'd dissolve. Renly posted a garrison at Storm's End to guard Stannis and maintain order. Then, leaving behind a contingent to keep watch on the coasts for any straggling mercenaries, he prepared to return to King's Landing. Ned, too, was more than ready to see the capital again. Enough bloodshed, enough fear. They rode back in late autumn drizzle. The roads were muddy, making travel slow. Even so, the men's spirits lifted, for they carried news of the king's triumph. Stannis a prisoner, the rest scattered. The realm had dodged yet another bullet. No major rebellion in the Stormlands. When they arrived at the city gates, the watchers on the walls cheered. Word of victory had preceded them by Raven. They filed into the Red Keep's courtyard, greeted by Margaery, who embraced Renly with teary relief. Tywin Lannister and Mace Tyrell were more reserved but congratulatory. Ned dismounted, exhausted but grateful the ordeal was done. Cersei stepped forward from the onlookers, meeting Ned's gaze. He saw relief in her eyes and something like pride. He took a breath, letting the stable boys lead his horse away. Another crisis averted. Stannis subdued the West Stable, the Greyjoys in truce. But the realm's list of potential calamities was far from exhausted. That evening, King Renly gave a modest feast in the Great Hall, celebrating the victory yet mindful of the realm's finances. Musicians played softly, servants brought out roast meats, though not in excessive quantity. People toasted Renly's name, praising his ability to quell threats swiftly. Tywin Lannister raised a goblet in salute, though Ned guessed the old lion was unimpressed by how small this conflict had been. Margaery beamed. The infant Steffan kept in a separate nursery. Ned, seated beside Cersei, sipped watered wine and let the swirl of chatter flow around him. At least for a moment, the realm seemed to exhale in relief. When the feast wound down, Renly stood, raising a hand for silence. My lords and ladies, I thank you for joining me in this modest celebration. Let it be known that the threat of Stannis Baratheon is ended, that the Stormlands stand secure, and that the Iron Throne's rightful king remains unchallenged. I vow to continue guiding Westeros to stability and peace. A round of applause followed. Some men slammed cups on the tables. Renly sat, looking weary but satisfied. Margaery placed a gentle hand on his arm. Baelish led a cheer. Then the throng resumed mingling, concluding the feast on a subdued but hopeful note. Ned quietly slipped away once the formalities ended, stepping outside into a colonnade overlooking the gardens. The night air was crisp, stars glimmering faintly overhead. After so many days on the road, he longed for solitude. But footsteps approached behind him, measured and quiet. He glanced back to see Cersei. She moved to stand at his side, gazing at the dark gardens. Every time we think the realm might know peace, another pretender or rebellion surfaces. It's endless. Ned gave a low, rueful laugh. And we keep putting out fires. So far, we've managed. But eventually, I fear a bigger blaze might consume us all. She turned her head, green eyes catching the starlight. A Targaryen with real dragons, perhaps, or the others beyond the wall, or a second rising from the Ironborn. So many possibilities. Yes. But for now at least we stand. She reached for his hand. He let her take it, drawing quiet strength from the gesture. "You're weary," she murmured, her voice soft. "I can see it. Weary of war, of the constant threat. I can't blame you. But you carry on." He squeezed her hand. "Someone must. I owe it to the realm, to our children. To keep them safe." She nodded, lips curving in a faint, sad smile. "Then let's see how long we can hold this fragile piece together. As you said, so far we've managed." They stood like that, hand in hand, in the hush of the colonnade while the city's torches flickered below. The air smelled of damp stone and distant sea salt. Overhead, a cloud drifted, veiling the moon. The future was uncertain, the threats real, but at least tonight they had claimed another day of peace, and for Ned Stark and Cersei Lannister Stark that would have to be enough until tomorrow's storms arrived. Yet the realm's tomorrow carried more shadows than even they suspected. In the far north, beyond the wall, rangers vanished, wildling whispers grew. In the distant east, Daenerys Targaryen honed the power of her young dragons, learning the ways of fire and blood. And in King's Landing itself, Tywin Lannister and Mace Tyrell circled each other like lions and roses entwined, each seeking advantage in the king's ear. Ned Stark and Cersei Lannister Stark, bound by a marriage once born of political necessity, stood in the center, forging alliances, averting crises, step by careful step. For now, the city slept under a mantle of exhausted calm. Balon Greyjoy brooded on Pike, giving grudging tribute. Stannis languished in a tower cell at Storm's End, plotting vengeance. The infant Steffan grew each day, carefully nurtured in the Red Keep. And King Renly, supported by Marjorie Tyrell, presided over a kingdom that might yet endure if fortune stayed kind. The tale was far from ended. But on that star-strewn night, at least, a measure of relief reigned in the Red Keep. Ned Stark felt Cersei's hand warm in his, and for once he allowed himself to imagine a realm no longer devoured by war, a realm where their children could grow without swords at their throats, and where the love grown from improbable beginnings might guide two cunning houses to stand firm against the storms to come. He knew better than to count on it. Yet still he hoped. Ned Stark awoke the next morning with a sense of lingering disquiet, as though a whisper of future trouble hovered at the edges of his mind. The feast celebrating Renly's victory over Stannis had ended late, and the Red Keep was slow to stir. Outside Ned's window, gulls wheeled over Blackwater Bay, their cries faintly audible in the still air. A pale autumn sun streamed in, catching motes of dust that danced in the golden light. He dressed methodically, pulling on a warm doublet over his linen shirt. The night's crisp chill had sunk into his bones, a reminder that winter loomed not far off. Once, the notion of a southern winter had seemed laughable, gentle snows or mild frosts at best. But the realm's mood had shifted. Each passing day brought an insistent press of caution, as if all of Westeros braced for something heavier than a normal turn of season. He stepped into the corridor and found the guards at his door politely coming to attention. No urgent messages waited, so he bade them good morning and made his way toward the small council chamber, hoping to reach it before the day's tasks devoured his every moment. As Hand of the King, he had grown accustomed to life in King's Landing being a chain of meetings, letters, and disputes, a stark contrast to the measured rhythms of the North. And yet he carried on, for the realm needed someone steady to guide it through each fresh upheaval. Cersei appeared at the end of the hall, wearing a fur-lined cloak draped over a simple green and gold gown. She offered him a subdued smile, joining him as they walked. "Did you sleep?" she asked in a quiet tone. "Well enough," he said, though exhaustion clung to him like a shawl. "What have you?" She shifted the cloak around her shoulders. "I slept, though my dreams were uneasy. Thoughts of Stannis in chains, the Greyjoys brooding on Pike. The realm is never short on storms." Ned gave a faint huff of agreement. "At least for the moment, we've no immediate battles to fight. Renly's men are coming home from the Stormlands. The Greyjoy threat is contained. With Stannis locked away, we might seize this chance to fortify the realm more sensibly." She reached out to lay a hand on his forearm as they walked. "You always look for the next threat, Ned. Perhaps we should be grateful for a lull." He covered her hand with his for a moment, acknowledging the warmth of her presence. "I am grateful, but I know how quickly lulls end." They reached the door to the small council chamber, carved with the sigils of House Targaryen from centuries past. In the earlier days of Robert's reign, those dragons had been battered by scorn, yet the wood carving remained. A reminder of old powers never fully erased. Ned opened the door, stepping into a room lit by tall windows on one side. A circular table dominated the space, and already a few figures were present. Varys stood near the window, robed in lavender silk, speaking softly with Peter Baelish. At the head of the table sat King Renly, wearing a dark tunic embroidered with the stag and rose crest. Marjorie Tyrell was not present. She rarely attended these smaller, pragmatic councils, trusting her husband and father to manage affairs of state. Tywin Lannister occupied a chair to Renly's right, expression as stony as ever. Mace Tyrell was absent, which surprised Ned, though perhaps the Lord of Highgarden busied himself with other matters. Renly gestured for Ned and Cersei to come forward. "Good morning," the king said, voice bearing an undercurrent of fatigue. "We've been waiting to discuss a new report from the royal fleet." Cersei moved to stand by a side table, letting Ned take his place at Renly's left. Ned offered a nod to Tywin, who responded with a curt incline of the head. Baelish and Varys paused their murmuring, turning toward the king. Renly cleared his throat. "Admiral Crakehall has sent word from the Narrow Seas. They've seen no sign of additional vessels carrying Stannis' banners. Likely the storm truly broke his attempt at invasion. The Stepstones remain unsettled, but it appears no further threat sails our way." Baelish put on a pleasant smile. "That's reason for relief, Your Grace. The coffers can scarcely endure another war so soon." Tywin's mouth thinned at the mention of coffers. "But we must remain vigilant. If any scattered survivors of Stannis' fleet linger in Essos, they could attempt smaller raids. The same logic that applied to the Ironborn holds true. A cornered foe may lash out unpredictably." Renly acknowledged this with a weary nod. "We'll keep watch. In the meantime, Admiral Crakehall's ships can be partially recalled to King's Landing to reduce costs, yes." He glanced at Baelish. Baelish pressed his fingertips together. "An excellent notion, Your Grace. Keeping a small flotilla patrolling is prudent, but we need not maintain the entire Royal Navy at sea. That alone will save coin on provisions and wages." Ned spoke up. "We should also keep an eye on the Stormlands themselves. Stannis was forcibly subdued, but some local lords may harbor quiet resentment. Perhaps an envoy or two to reaffirm their loyalty could ease tensions." Renly drummed his fingers on the table. "Agreed. I might dispatch Ser Gaiard Morrigan or another trusted knight to pay courtesy visits. Better that than letting discontent fester." A brief lull followed. Then Varys offered his customary mild smile. "On a more distant note, I bring news of Daenerys Targaryen once again. My little birds in Essos report that she has lingered in the east, near Slavers Bay, forging alliances with several minor warlords. Nothing conclusive, no large army. But talk of dragons continues to swirl." Tywin gave a dismissive snort. "These rumors are older than the last harvest. How many times must we hear of baby dragons?" Renly frowned thoughtfully. "If she truly had fully grown dragons, we'd see them across the seas by now, no? Small or not, the symbol alone might rally some exiled lords. Let us keep paying attention, but I see no immediate cause to send assassins or armies across the sea." Ned, remembering Robert's frenzy to kill any Targaryen heirs, felt a twinge of relief that Renly showed more restraint. He disliked the notion of murdering a girl far away, especially if the stories were unproven. "Agreed, Your Grace. We watch and we wait." Renly surveyed the group. "Is there anything else pressing for the realm's stability?" Baelish coughed delicately. "The taxes introduced to fund the Greyjoy War remain highly unpopular in certain quarters. The merchants of King's Landing grumble, the smallfolk mutter. We risk riots if we keep them in place indefinitely. The war with the Ironborn is effectively ended. Perhaps a slight easing would quell unrest." Renly's lips pressed thin. "We're still paying to rebuild the West. And we just fielded another host in the Stormlands. The treasury is not flush. However, I'll consider a partial reduction." "Write up your proposals, Master Baelish." A swirl of nods and half-bows followed. Renly adjourned the council, promising to reconvene if new developments arose. Ned stood, stretching a bit. The weight of so many threats, though momentarily subdued, never fully lifted. As the others filed out, Ned noticed Cersei exchanging a brief glance with Tywin, who gave her a fractional nod. Father and daughter had their own channels of communication, even if Tywin no longer served as hand. Ned shrugged inwardly. So long as their aims didn't sabotage the realm, he could endure it. Outside, the corridors hummed with minor lords, guardsmen, scribes carrying parchments. Ned parted ways with Cersei, who said she wished to speak with her father. Left to his own devices, he decided to visit the rookery, curious if any letters had arrived from the north. Despite the swirl of politics in King's Landing, he never forgot the North's looming winter or the warnings from Castle Black. The rookery sat atop a tower on the keep's eastern flank, where ravens could more easily arrive and depart. The air smelled of bird droppings and straw, and the cooing of ravens echoed in the wooden rafters. Maester Pylus, a lesser maester assigned to help run the city's messaging, greeted Ned with a short bow. "My Lord Hand," Pylus said. "You come seeking letters?" I do, Ned replied. Anything from Winterfell or the Wall? Pylus flipped through a ledger and pointed to a small pile on a side table. Yes, these arrived from the north in recent days. Another from Castle Black, I believe, arrived this very morning. Ned thanked him and took the letters to a quiet alcove. He recognized the seal of Winterfell on one, Robb's signet with the direwolf pressed into wax. Ned opened it first. A wave of fondness filled him at the sight of his son's neat but still maturing handwriting. Father, we remain well at Winterfell. Sansa has been practicing her needlework and assisting with the household ledgers, though she sometimes laments the relative quiet here. Arya, on the other hand, thrives in the wide spaces. She rides through the Wolf's Wood and pesters the master-at-arms for more sword lessons. Bran and Rickon continue to grow quickly. Mother, Cersei, though the letter does not explicitly say her name, has arranged for fresh supplies from White Harbor, ensuring we have ample stores for the approaching cold. She herself left to return to you some time ago, so in truth it is I who mind the seat most days. Maester Luwin guides me in affairs of the castle, and he is invaluable. We hear stories of unrest in the realm, Greyjoy troubles, the matter with your half-brother the king in the Stormlands. The letter tried not to insult him. But the north so far remains quiet. I long to prove myself worthy of my station here, and I learn more with every passing month. If there is any advice you can send me, or any instructions, I will heed them. Your loving son, Robb Stark. Ned felt a pang of pride. Robb was not a boy anymore, but a young man stepping into responsibility. He set the letter aside, vowing to write back soon. Next, he opened the parchment from Castle Black, stamped with the seal of the Night's Watch. As expected, it carried a more ominous tone. Lord Eddard Stark, Hand of the King. I write again with concern. Our rangers report increasing signs of strange activity beyond the wall, footprints in the snow leading nowhere, glimpses of pale shapes at night, unexplained attacks on wildling camps. We lost 2 rangers who vanished near the haunted forest. Jeor Mormont is convinced something worse than wildling stirs. Still, we lack men and resources to mount thorough patrols. We ask again for aid from the crown if possible, from the north if you can sway them. Winter creeps ever closer, and we sense it will be harsh. Maester Aemon, by command of Lord Commander Mormont. Ned sighed, feeling an old dread coil in his gut. He knew the watchful vigilance that had consumed him during the rebellion days, but this was something older, deeper, half lost to legend. If the others truly stirred, how could the realm, already battered by repeated wars, defend itself? He tucked the letter away and left the rookery, thoughts churning. Renly had no appetite for dispatching large forces to the wall, especially not while the crown's purse remained thin. But perhaps Ned could at least secure some small help, more volunteers, more supplies. A few hundred men would matter. Though deep in his bones, Ned feared it might not be enough if the old stories proved true. As he made his way down the tower stairs, Baelish nearly ran into him, looking uncharacteristically rushed. He performed a theatrical half-bow. My lord Hand, you seem pensive. Ned studied the smaller man. I'm always pensive in King's Landing, Baelish. The question is, do you have news that might worsen my mood? Baelish placed a hand to his heart, feigning injury. I only sought you out because I heard you might raise the matter of the Night's Watch yet again. Speaking with the king about sending men or coin. I thought I'd warn you the treasury is truly strained, courtesy of the recent wars. Ned frowned. We cannot ignore the wall. Baelish's shrug was delicate. Of course not. But persuading King Renly to part with gold or men for the far north. That's a tall order. You'll need to be cunning in how you present it, or he may dismiss it out of hand. Unless you have Tyrell or Lannister backing, which I doubt. Neither sees immediate benefit in propping up the watch. Ned's jaw tightened. They'll see the benefit if the White Walkers appear on their doorstep one day. Baelish arched a brow. Let us hope it never comes to that. In any case, as Master of Coin, I stand ready to do my best. So long as you can find ways to offset the costs. He gave a mocking smile and moved on, leaving Ned to brood on how to secure minimal help for the watch. That afternoon, Ned approached Renly in the King's Solar, timing his request for a moment when Marjorie and the courtiers were absent. Renly looked up from a stack of missives with a weary smile. Lord Hand, come in. You appear weighed down by some burden. Tell me what it is. Ned closed the door behind him. I have a letter from Castle Black. They fear the threats beyond the wall grow bolder. They ask for men and supplies. I know the crown is stretched thin, but Renly raised a hand. I recall your warnings. I don't doubt the Night's Watch faces difficulties. But truly, Ned, we have battered finances, a capital that nearly rioted over war taxes, and a realm barely stabilized after Stannis' fiasco. My lords won't want me draining resources for a far northern threat that's more rumor than proof. Ned met the king's eyes evenly. I understand, your grace. Yet a small gesture might suffice, perhaps 100 men, some arms and grain. Enough to show the watch we haven't forgotten them. If the watch collapses, wildlings or worse might pour south. Renly let out a slow breath, leaning back in his chair. 100 men is not insignificant, but it's less severe than 1,000. I grant you that. The Tyrells might balk if asked to supply grain for free. The Lannisters likewise. But I suppose we can carve out some portion from the crown storehouses. Let me think on it. He drummed his fingers. Given that winter is near, it may actually be wise to strengthen the watch so we don't face trouble while we're dealing with the next uprising. Ned inclined his head. Thank you, your grace. Renly allowed a small smile. I'll speak to the council. Maybe we can send them to Eastwatch by ship, if the seas remain navigable. You do realize, though, that even 100 men and a few wagons of grain might draw complaints from the treasury hawks. Ned nodded. I'll handle Baelish. And if needed, I'll try to persuade Tywin or Mace Tyrell to contribute. Some small measure of aid, at least, is better than nothing. Renly rose, crossing to a window overlooking the inner ward. You Starks always take the long view. Like Robert said, you brood in winter shadows. But maybe that caution is exactly what we need, or we'd be undone by each petty crisis. Very well. We'll help the watch in a modest capacity. Gratitude flickered in Ned's chest. You have my thanks, your grace. It might prove life-saving. Renly nodded absently, gaze drifting over the courtyard. Time will tell. Over the next few days, Ned worked discreetly to arrange the promised assistance to the wall. Baelish grumbled but eventually found a small purse to fund a portion of supplies. Tywin Lannister, approached by Ned in private, at first refused to send men or coin. The West has poured enough resources into the realm's wars, Tywin said coldly. The far north is no concern of ours. But with some diplomatic finesse, reminding him that Ironborn raiders might occasionally trouble the north, and that good relations with northern lords benefited House Lannister, Ned persuaded Tywin to donate a token sum to the watch. Not enough to brag about, but more than a flat refusal. From the Tyrell side, Mace was absent again, tending to business outside the city. Marjorie quietly agreed to ask her father for a small shipment of grain. If only to keep the realm's protective front lines secure, she said. My father might see the advantage in humoring the king. She gave Ned a knowing smile, reflecting how each house demanded a personal return on every gesture. Even so, a few wagons of reach barley would be better than none. Thus, a plan took shape. The crown would gather 100 men, mostly second sons, petty criminals offered service instead of prison, and a handful of volunteers, along with a modest store of grain and arms. By mid-autumn, once shipping lanes were calm, they would sail to Eastwatch by the sea under the black sails of the Night's Watch. It was not the grand reinforcement Ned longed for, but it was a start. Cersei, hearing of these arrangements, gave him a faintly approving nod. You always find a way to piece together alliances, don't you? He shrugged. Small alliances, small gestures. Still, it might matter. Outside, the days shortened further. The palace staff lit torches earlier each evening, and the cool wind off Blackwater Bay stiffened. Talk of approaching winter filled the taverns. In the Red Keep, a sense of uneasy calm held. The Greyjoy tribute began trickling in, meager shipments of silver that did little to offset the crown's debts but at least showed Baelon remained too cowed to rebel anew. Stannis languished in Storm's End, under heavy guard. The king refused all calls for a formal trial, likely fearing that any public hearing could reignite succession disputes. So Stannis sat in a tower cell, nursing bitterness. One quiet morning, Ned and Cersei shared a meal in her private solar, a corner room with wide windows that overlooked the city. Sliced fruit, bread, and a pot of hot tea formed their breakfast. The hush between them was companionable. Occasionally, outside, they heard the clatter of guards or the distant ring of a smith's hammer. She sipped her tea. It almost feels too still, doesn't it? Ned set down a half-eaten slice of pear. Aye. We've said it before, the realm rarely remains peaceful for long. But maybe we can gather ourselves. She studied his face, brushing a stray golden strand of hair back from her cheek. I wanted to ask, have you heard from Robb again? He nodded. A short note arrived last week along with a lengthier letter from Maester Luwin describing their preparations for the colder months. Robb remains engaged, working with the steward to manage stores. Arya stirs trouble, she wants to train daily with live steel. Sansa keeps the books and the younger boys stay out of mischief. All in all, they fare well. Cersei's lips curved in a small smile. Good. Winterfell might soon see real snows while we only catch a chill breeze. At times I almost envy them. Ned arched a brow. You envy the north snows? She let out a soft laugh. I didn't say I envy the cold. But I miss the relative simplicity. Life here is a constant dance of alliances. A quiet day in Winterfell's god would sometimes sound like a bomb. He reached across the table to touch her hand. We'll see it again someday, hopefully. When the realm is calmer, we can return for a time. Her expression softened. Yes. Let us hold to that hope. Before Ned could reply, a knock sounded at the solar door. A guard stuck his head in. My lord hand, my lady. The king requests Lord Stark's presence in the courtyard. Something about unexpected arrivals at the gates. They exchanged glances. Ned stood, smoothing his doublet. I'll see what it is. With a last nod to Cersei, he followed the guard down through the castle's corridors and out into the main courtyard. The chill air slapped his cheeks, energizing him. Around him, courtiers and gold cloaks gathered in a loose ring, staring at a group of travelers who had apparently arrived unannounced. Renly stood near the center, arms folded, facing a tall, broad-shouldered man who wore a thick cloak spattered with mud. The traveler's face was partially hidden behind a ragged beard. Several other men and one woman stood behind him. Their attire looked well-worn, as if they'd traveled far. A pair of gold cloaks hovered at their flanks, tense. Ned approached, his eyes flicking over the newcomers. They carried no obvious banners, but they had the look of seasoned fighters. The leader bent one knee to Renly, though warily, as if not fully accustomed to such obeisance. Renly's tone was guarded. You claim to bring word from the Riverlands? Aye, your grace, the man said. His accent held a trace of the accent from around Riverrun. We're swords who once served Lord Hoster Tully, may the gods keep him. Now his heir, Edmure Tully, sent us south to speak with the crown. The Riverlands are troubled by outlaws, remnants of old conflicts, bandits who ravage the roads. Lord Edmure seeks assistance if the crown can spare it. Ned stepped closer, studying the man's face. Bandits? Or are they men loyal to some hidden cause? The traveler shifted. A bit of both, my lord. Some might still claim loyalty to Stannis or even to the Targaryens. Others are simply criminals taking advantage of unrest. The Riverlords do their best, but the region was battered by conflicts in recent years and many men died in Robert's rebellion. We'd welcome any crown forces to help restore order. Or failing that, a formal alliance stating that if the outlaws become a real threat, the crown is obligated to respond. Renly's gaze flicked to Ned, uncertainty in his eyes. We can't chase every band of outlaws across the realm, can we? The Riverlands aren't under immediate threat, just these brigands. The traveler pressed his lips together. They burn farmsteads, steal harvests, kill smallfolk. It's hardly a small matter. Lord Edmure begs the king's attention. Ned recalled that Riverrun had remained neutral or allied with the crown in the last set of conflicts. The Tullys deserved better than to be left fending for themselves. Your grace, Ned said quietly, stepping so only Renly would hear, the Riverlands are a key central region. If we let banditry fester, we risk greater chaos. Perhaps we can spare a small detachment of King's men to help Edmure round up the outlaws. Renly turned, voice equally low. We keep slicing pieces off our forces to quell every disturbance. The Crownlands are already thin. But all right. I suppose I can't ignore them. The Tullys are a proud house and we need their goodwill. We'll see what we can do. He faced the travelers. Very well. We'll consider sending a contingent to reinforce the Riverlords. For now, we'll house you in the guest quarters and I'll send word to Lord Tully that I hear his plea. Return tomorrow for a formal audience. The man nodded, relief shining in his eyes. Thank you, your grace. He rose and the gold cloaks led the group away, presumably to find them lodging. Renly let out a slow breath as the spectators dispersed. Ned walked with him toward the keep's main doors, mindful of the king's mounting exasperation. It never ends, Renly muttered. Outlaws in the Riverlands, rumors of Targaryens in Essos, Stannis in a cell, Greyjoy tribute that barely covers debts, and winter approaching. I half expect the Vale to show up next, demanding something. Ned laid a hand briefly on Renly's arm. Such as kingship, your grace. The realm's troubles all flow uphill to you. Renly forced a dry chuckle. Robert always said the crown was heavy. I never realized how right he was. They parted as Renly was summoned by one of Margaery's ladies, beckoning him to some domestic matter. Ned sighed, ascending the steps alone. Another little war to fight, banditry in the Riverlands. If left untended, it could spiral into something larger, especially if rumor attached it to hidden claimants. The realm needed a break from constant conflict. Yet it seemed that every corner of Westeros bristled with tension. That evening, Ned joined Cersei at supper in the Great Hall, a smaller affair than formal feasts, with only a handful of lords in attendance. King Renly and Margaery presided at the high table while Tywin Lannister and a few notables occupied seats near them. Braziers warmed the cavernous space, though the flicker of torchlight on the old stones still gave the impression of looming shadows. The meal proceeded uneventfully, a quiet hum of conversation. Ned noticed Margaery picking at her food, exchanging soft words with Renly. The king seemed preoccupied. Tywin sat, posture stiff, occasionally replying to Lord Rowan on his left. Toward the end of the meal, Margaery excused herself, gliding away with a pair of her ladies-in-waiting. Renly signaled that he would remain for another cup of wine. Cersei, watching them, murmured in Ned's ear, I wonder if Margaery feels the strain of the realm's troubles or if something else is on her mind. Ned shrugged slightly. Possibly both. The king leans on her counsel, no doubt. She might be urging him to handle the Riverlands more decisively. As they spoke, Tywin Lannister rose and approached them. Courtiers parted to give the towering man space, respectful of his presence. Tywin stopped by their seats, inclining his head. Lord Hand, Tywin said, voice quiet but firm. He turned to Cersei. Daughter. Cersei gave him a mild nod in return. Ned gestured for Tywin to join them if he wished. Tywin waved a hand dismissively, glancing around the hall as if verifying no one was eavesdropping too closely. I see the king means to scat. Our men again, Tywin said. A few to the Night's Watch, a few to the Riverlands. The realm's armies grow thin. Ned recognized the pointed tone. We only send small detachments, my lord. Enough to quell trouble, not to drain our defenses. Tywin's gaze settled on him. Nevertheless, each deployment taxes the realm's coin and manpower. We have uncertain times ahead. What if the Targaryen girl appears next year with an army? Or the Ironborn renege on their tribute? Or some fresh pretender arises? We might be spread too thin. Cersei exhaled softly. So what do you propose, father? That we let the Riverlands fend for themselves and the Night's Watch starve. Tywin pursed his lips. I propose we centralize more power here, in the capital, or with strong governors in each region. This patchwork of small responses does little but nibble at problems, never stamping them out. The realm hungers for a firm hand. Ned bristled, but kept his tone measured. A firm hand might mean heavy-handed rule that stirs rebellion. Renly does what he can. If you have a specific plan, speak it plainly. Tywin's gaze flicked to Cersei. We've conversed about the possibility of appointing more regional wardens or reinforcing existing ones. The Warden of the West, the Warden of the North, the Warden of the East, and the Warden of the South. Some are already named, but the king might revise or empower them differently. If each warden had the king's authority to quell local threats swiftly, fewer demands would arrive at the capital's door. The question is, do we trust each potential warden? Ned understood the subtext. Tywin was Warden of the West, yet House Tyrell arguably controlled the South. The East was the Vale, currently less engaged, but any shift might provoke new tensions. The North belonged to Ned by inheritance, though he remained in King's Landing. Would the king confirm these offices, or shuffle them? It was a can of worms. He cleared his throat. Wardens are an old tradition, but the king must be sure none grows too powerful. If each warden acts on his own, we risk petty warlords. Tywin inclined his head gravely, acknowledging the point. Still, it's something to consider. The realm, as structured now, bleeds the crown. Let the wardens handle local troubles. That is all I'd advise. A stronger delegation of royal authority. Cersei's eyes flicked between them. I see. Perhaps you should propose it formally to Renly. Tywin's lips curled faintly. I shall consider it. Good night, Lord Hand. Daughter. He withdrew, leaving Ned and Cersei exchanging glances. He sees a chance to bolster his station, Ned muttered. Cersei gave a tiny shrug. Yes, but in fairness, if the king truly trusted each warden, it might reduce these constant demands. The question is how to manage the Tyrells, the Arryns, and the uncertain north. Not to mention that you're in the capital, not in Winterfell. Ned sipped from his cup. We'll see what Renly says. But I'll not cheerfully hand the realm over to 4 petty kings under the name of wardens. We must proceed carefully. She nodded in agreement, a flicker of shared resolve in her eyes. Days stretched into weeks. Mace Tyrell returned to King's Landing, momentarily stirring up fresh drama as he demanded recognition for House Tyrell's shipping routes in the Redwine Strait. Tywin Lannister sneered at certain proposals, the 2 old lions nearly coming to heated words in council. Renly tried to mediate with forced cheer, but tension simmered. Meanwhile, Ned quietly oversaw the dispatch of the small detachment bound for Castle Black, seeing them off from the docks on a mild, overcast morning. The men boarded a worn cog, the Night's Watch standard flapping at the mast. Ned shook the hand of their newly appointed captain, a sober-faced knight from the Crownlands who'd chosen to take the Black. Another 100 souls heading north, carrying hopes of strengthening the ancient fortress. As the ship pulled away, Ned felt a strange pang. The watchers on the dock gradually dispersed, and he realized Cersei had come, standing behind him in a cloak. She placed a hand on his shoulder. It's something, she said softly. They might make a difference. He nodded. We can only hope. A swirl of gulls overhead broke the hush, their calls raucous. Then they turned, making their way back to the Red Keep. The city's streets were busy with midday commerce, hawkers selling chestnuts and fish, wagon drivers cursing each other. The king's banners drooped in the still, humid air. Winter might be approaching, but King's Landing still clung to remnants of autumn warmth. Once within the castle walls, Ned parted from Cersei, who went to attend a meeting with Marjorie's ladies. He headed for the Tower of the Hand, intending to tackle a pile of petitions. But as he ascended the steps to his solar, a breathless page intercepted him. My Lord Hand, the boy gasped, Lord Tywin Lannister requests you join him in the Hall of Lamps. He says it's urgent. Ned frowned. The Hall of Lamps was a smaller audience chamber seldom used except for discreet gatherings. Why would Tywin be there, and so suddenly? Very well, Ned said. Lead on. The page hurried off, Ned at his heels. They traversed a dim hallway leading to a side portion of the keep. The Hall of Lamps earned its name from the colorful lanterns hung from the high ceiling, each painted with a different sigil or crest. By day, little light was needed, so the lamps were more ornamental. Ned found the place mostly empty, save for Tywin Lannister, standing near a carved wooden bench, arms folded. No guards flanked him, no visible attendants. Tywin wasted no time on pleasantries. Lord Hand, I've just received a raven from Lannisport. Balon Greyjoy's tribute shipments have slowed to a trickle, and new rumors suggest he's building more longships in secret. My informants are rarely wrong. If so, the Ironborn might be preparing to cheat us again. Ned rubbed the bridge of his nose. Balon agreed to annual tribute. He might be short this month, or perhaps he's stalling. That doesn't prove he readies for war again. Tywin's voice was razor-sharp. We cannot let him do as he pleases. We learned that lesson. The realm spent blood to secure his submission. If we allow him to drag his feet on tribute and expand his fleet, he'll soon strike once more. And House Lannister's coasts will burn again. Ned exhaled. What do you suggest? Another invasion of Pike? The realm is in no shape for that. Tywin's eyes narrowed. Not a full invasion. But the king must show force, dispatch a new ultimatum, perhaps a squadron of war galleys to patrol near the Iron Islands. Remind Balon he's under watch. Ned studied Tywin's expression, measuring the intensity. I'll bring it to Renly. But you know the king wants to reduce naval spending, not escalate it. He'll want more proof than rumors. Tywin gave a tight shrug. Then gather that proof swiftly. We have men in Lannisport who can sail closer, spy on the Ironborn harbors. If that's what it takes to persuade him. But do it soon. I will not see the West ravaged again. Ned inclined his head. I understand your concern. I'll do what I can. He paused. But also remember that the king can't push Balon too hard if we lack an appetite for a new war. A delicate balance is needed. Tywin's mouth compressed. Balance. Yes, that's the word you cling to. Very well. I've said my piece. Without further ado, Tywin strode out of the chamber, cloak swirling behind him. Ned lingered, gazing at the colorful lamps overhead. The swirl of troubles never ended. If the Greyjoys truly prepared to break the truce, the realm might be forced to intervene once more, draining resources that should go elsewhere, like the Riverlands or the Watch. And all the while, the looming possibility of a Targaryen or a long winter shadowed them. He left the Hall of Lamps mind-churning. He would have to speak to Renly again. Another dreaded conversation about mobilizing ships or sending ultimata. Another potential conflict. But that would wait until morning, at least. He felt drained, the day's demands wearing him thin. As dusk fell, Ned found himself in the Red Keep's Godswood, a small but ancient patch of nature within the castle walls. Though many in the south followed the faith of the Seven, the old gods still lingered for those from the north. The weirwood tree here was not as large as Winterfell's, and its face was carved in shallower lines. Still, it offered a measure of solace. Fireflies danced among the leaves, and the faint trickle of a fountain provided a gentle undercurrent of sound. He knelt on the soft grass, resting a hand on the gnarled trunk. Growing up in the north, he had prayed to the old gods for guidance many times. Here in King's Landing, the sense of connection felt distant, but not entirely lost. Closing his eyes, he breathed the quiet hush, letting the tension in his shoulders ease for a moment. Thoughts drifted to Robb, to Arya, Sansa, Bran, Rickon, to the newly sent men heading for the Wall, hoping to stave off a threat few believed in, to the realm's unending storms. He heard footsteps behind him, soft on the grass. Opening his eyes, he turned to see Cersei at the edge of the clearing, a light shawl around her. She approached slowly, a hesitant look on her face. In all their years of marriage, she rarely ventured into the Godswood unless seeking him, as it did not hold the same meaning for her. But something in her eyes spoke of deeper concern. She stopped beside him, glancing at the carved face in the weirwood's trunk. "You come here often." He rose from his kneeling posture, wiping grass from his breeches. "It reminds me of home." After a moment, he added softly, "And of simpler times." She exhaled, gaze flicking to the old trunk. "Simplicity is a rare commodity here. I wonder if we'll ever know it again." A beat passed in the hush. Then she gave him a faint smile. "I heard a rumor Tywin cornered you with more Greyjoy alarm." Ned nodded. "Yes, he claims Balon is building ships anew. We have only rumors. I suppose I'll speak to Renly in the morning, see if we can confirm. If it's true, we can't ignore it." She touched the trunk lightly, fingertips trailing over the carved lines of the face, then withdrew her hand. "Let me guess. A show of force, or at least a warning. Another partial mobilization. More gold spent. Lather, rinse, repeat." He huffed a joyless laugh. "Precisely. I keep thinking we'll have a season of calm, but the realm is too fractious." Cersei turned her gaze on him. "And you bear the weight of it more than anyone, except perhaps Renly, who looks half ready to drown himself in wine some nights." Ned rubbed the back of his neck, tension creeping in again. "I do what I must, but there are times I feel like a man trying to hold the tide back with a broom." She laid a hand on his chest, over his heart. "Let me help if I can. We might not share the same gods, but we share this burden." A quiet gratitude spread through him. She had changed from the proud, cunning young bride who once regarded the North with contempt. Or perhaps they both had changed, shaped by time and trials. He covered her hand with his. "Your presence helps more than you know." She leaned in, resting her forehead briefly against his shoulder. A fleeting moment of closeness. The hush of the godswood around them felt like a brief sanctuary from the hungry jaws of the outside world. They stood there, letting the stillness seep in, content for a heartbeat to be husband and wife rather than hand and lady of Winterfell. When they finally parted, the sky had darkened further, stars beginning to glimmer. She exhaled. "Shall we go in? The night air is cold." He nodded, following her out of the Godswood, the hush left behind as they re-entered the torchlit corridors of the Red Keep. Tomorrow would bring new negotiations, verifying Tywin's claims, deciding how to handle Balon anew. Yet for this one night, they could hold onto a slender hope that perhaps not all crises would erupt at once. Morning found Ned once again in the council chamber, awaiting Renly's arrival. Tywin was there, posture rigid, evidently determined to press the Greyjoy matter. Mace Tyrell was absent. No surprise, given how frequently the old Roselord ducked out if the topic didn't concern House Tyrell's direct interests. Baelish and Varys lingered on the periphery, as ever. Cersei did not typically attend these official councils, though she might appear if called. Renly swept in, wearing a burgundy doublet with golden stags along the sleeves. He carried a sheaf of parchment, setting it on the table with a weary sigh. "All right, let's begin," he said, meeting their expectant faces. "Lord Tywin, I gather you have pressing concerns?" Tywin wasted no preamble. Reports from Lannisport suggest Balon Greyjoy is building new longships, ignoring the limitations implied by our truce. He's also late on tribute payments. We must not let him rearm while snubbing the crown. A show of force, preferably war galleys near his islands, would send a reminder that we watch him. Renly settled into his chair, resting folded hands on the table. "We've only rumor, yes? No direct confirmation." Tywin's stare hardened. "My sources are reliable. How do you think we knew of his earlier treachery?" Renly pursed his lips. "I don't doubt your intelligence. But let's be sure. Balon might be building a few ships to replace old ones. Still a threat, but possibly not a major rearmament." Tywin's mouth twisted in frustration. "Do you want to wait until he attacks again?" Ned interjected calmly. "We can send a pair of royal war galleys to scout the Iron Islands discreetly. If they confirm a large new fleet, we confront Balon with an ultimatum. If it's modest, we can respond accordingly." Renly nodded, relief flickering in his eyes. "Yes, that seems measured. Lord Tywin, do you agree?" Tywin gave a curt nod, though his displeasure was clear. "Fine, so long as the king does something." Renly exhaled. "Then let's do it at once. Varys, see to it that Admiral Crakehall receives instructions to dispatch 2 of our swifter ships for reconnaissance. They'll return with news promptly, we hope." Varys bowed with a smile. "As you wish, Your Grace." Baelish then changed the subject to finances, which led to the usual wrangling over taxes, debts, and ongoing reconstruction in the West. Tywin used the opportunity to demand more crown-funded relief for coastal villages. Renly tried to compromise, deferring a final decision to a separate meeting. The tension was palpable but controlled. At length, Renly dismissed them, rising from the table with a tired expression. Tywin swept out, cloak swirling, while Baelish and Varys drifted away in quieter conversation. Ned lingered, noticing Renly's slump against the back of his chair. The king rubbed his temple. "I never realized how many times in a single year a realm could teeter on the brink. Everything's a crisis. Greyjoys, Tully bandits, Stormland's discontent, finances." Ned stepped forward. "The realm has known too many wars in quick succession. Defrays the seams. In time, if nothing catastrophic happens, it may settle." Renly let out a humorless laugh. "That's a large if. Sometimes I envy Robert. He faced a single grand war, toppled the Targaryens, and emerged a hero. Now we fight 100 small wars that never truly end." Ned recalled Robert's last years, how the burden of ruling had driven him to drink and distraction. "That single war had repercussions that lasted decades," he said softly. "You inherited them, but if you can keep the realm stable, we might avoid another cataclysm." Renly glanced at Ned, then straightened, regaining some composure. Yes, I'll keep at it. Thank you, Ned. At least you're not constantly trying to line your pockets or push your own house's advantage. Gods know that's rare here." With a faint nod, Ned departed. The corridors felt claustrophobic, so he walked down toward the castle yard, inhaling the crisp air. The training yard echoed with the clang of practice swords. Perhaps he would watch the men spar for a moment, let the sight of their discipline ground him. But halfway there, a steward caught him, announcing that a group of Riverland envoys awaited him in the presence chamber. The Tully outlaws again. Another swirl of pleas, negotiations, half-measures. On it went. That night, Ned shared a quieter meal with Cersei in her chambers. She had arranged only a small table by the hearth, where the warmth battled the autumn chill creeping through the stones. Candles flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The meal was simple. Roasted fowl, a dish of stewed apples, a loaf of crusty bread. As they ate, she asked about his day, and he relayed the friction with Tywin, the plan to send war galleys to the Iron Islands. She shook her head. He'll press for immediate force. Once those ships confirm anything, he'll try to leverage the king into a harsher stance. It's father's way. Ned sighed. I know. But maybe Balon will see reason once the ships circle his shores. Or maybe we'll find it's all an overreaction. She studied him over the rim of her cup. If it's not an overreaction, and Balon truly readies for war again, we'll be drawn into another campaign. The West can't fight alone. I wonder how many times the realm can endure fresh battles. He pressed his lips together. It'd be the third major conflict in as many years. The small folk can't keep paying the price. But we can't let the Ironborn rampage. That's the crux of it. She set down her cup, leaning forward, the candlelight gilding her hair. Ned. Sometimes I wonder if we should simply step away. If we gave up the handship, withdrew to Winterfell. Let Renly, Tywin, Mace Tyrell tear each other apart as they see fit. Her eyes flicked away briefly. But then I remember we'd still be dragged in if the realm collapsed. Our children, the North, all of it, we can't hide from the realm's fate. He reached across the table, taking her hand. You've the truth of it. Duty binds us. For all the frustration, I feel we do some good here, preventing worse catastrophes. She managed a wan smile, looking at their joined hands. We do, I suppose. And so we remain. They lapsed into a companionable silence, finishing the meal with only the crackle of the hearth for company. Afterward, Ned helped her extinguish the candles one by one until the chamber lay in gentle darkness lit only by the embers. For a time, neither moved, content to rest in each other's presence, a moment of calm before the storm. Days trickled by, overshadowed by the gathering sense that winter was creeping ever closer. The nights grew longer, the morning frosts heavier. Word arrived from multiple maesters around Westeros that the White Ravens might soon fly, proclaiming the official start of the new season. Marjorie Tyrell busied herself organizing final harvest festivals for the city, seeking to keep the small folks' morale high. King Renly presided over them dutifully, though he looked increasingly worn. Finally, the scouts to the Iron Islands returned. They reported that Balon indeed had begun constructing more longships than expected, maybe a dozen or more. The scale was not enormous, but it exceeded mere replacements. The Watchers also noted a decline in visible tribute shipments being readied. The conclusion, Balon was stalling, likely intending to withhold gold and prepare for renewed defiance. Renly called a council session immediately. Tywin, predictably, demanded a swift ultimatum backed by the threat of war. Mace Tyrell shrugged that it was a Western problem. Though if the king ordered it, he might lend ships. Baelish and Varys tried to parse the cost and the risk. Ned advocated caution, urging one more round of negotiation with a stern warning that if Balon refused, the king's host would act. Renly, already exhausted by crises, ultimately agreed to send a letter, strongly worded, demanding tribute compliance and a halt to shipbuilding. If Balon refused, they would gather another expedition. So the realm slid closer to another potential conflict. Letters flew. Tensions soared. Tywin gave Ned a curt nod afterward, as though acknowledging that at least the king hadn't chosen total inaction. Ned wondered how many such standoffs the realm could endure. The year felt cursed, each month birthing a new spark of war. One cold morning, as Ned left the Tower of the Hand, he nearly collided with Marjorie Tyrell in the corridor. She wore a thick shawl, cheeks flushed. At first, he expected some courteous greeting, but the Queen's face held an intensity he hadn't seen often. "Lord Stark," she said, voice soft, "I've been meaning to speak with you." He inclined his head. "Your Grace." She glanced around, ensuring no eavesdroppers, then stepped closer. "The king respects you deeply. He leans on you more than on my father or Tywin. I know he must appear confident in council, but I see how he wrestles with the realm's burdens. If things worsen, if war after war tears us apart, do you truly believe we can hold it all together? Ned studied her youthful face, reading genuine concern. That's what I work for daily, my queen. The realm can stand if we remain united, or at least not entirely fractured. Renly is a good man, he tries to avoid needless slaughter. But the lords are restless. She nodded, biting her lip. Yes, they are. My father chases advantage. Tywin pushes for dominance. Balon scorns us, and the small folk suffer. I worry Renly will be forced into an even harder stance, one that might cost more lives. Ned considered his response. Peace is never free, but if we manage each crisis, we might avert a full collapse. That's the best we can do, I fear. A flicker of frustration crossed her features. I had hoped we could forge a new golden age, some respite from the Targaryen downfall and Robert's rebellion. Instead, we're mired in lesser conflicts. Is there no way to break this cycle? Ned felt a pang of sympathy for her idealism. I wish I had a simple answer, Your Grace. The realm's lords all cling to pride, territory, and ancient grudges. We can only try to keep the peace as best we're able. Perhaps, with time, the people will tire of war enough to accept real unity. She sighed, but her expression softened. Thank you, Lord Stark. At least you speak plainly. Keep counsel with Renly. I'll do my part to support him. Let's hope the storms pass without devouring us. He inclined his head. We can only try. She offered a small, brave smile and continued on her way, shawl trailing behind her. Ned stood there a moment, reflecting on how even Marjorie, the realm's younger queen, had begun to feel the weight that years of war forced upon the throne. Everyone in King's Landing seemed bound by the same coils of duty, ambition, and dread, uncertain whether another blow would shatter the fragile peace. As if summoned by that pervasive dread, the first white raven arrived not long after. It flew into the rookery at dawn, larger and more graceful than the usual black ravens. Word spread swiftly through the castle. The citadel declared that autumn was ended and winter had officially begun. The realm braced for cold winds, hungry bellies, and the challenge of surviving the year's darkest season. In a subdued ceremony, Renly stood on the balcony outside the throne room with that white raven perched on a glove. He pronounced winter's start to the assembled courtiers. No cheers greeted him, only a hush as though each soul felt the portent in their bones. Then the raven took flight, gliding away into the gray sky. The hush lingered, a collective awareness that a new stage had begun. That evening, the king convened a final feast to mark the end of autumn. The mood was strangely somber for a royal feast. Even Mace Tyrell, normally boisterous, seemed pensive, picking at his food. Tywin wore a contemplative scowl as though calculating how winter might hamper shipping from Lannisport or hamper further expansions. Baelish roved among the guests, making quiet remarks about how winter might mean new coin-lending opportunities. Marjorie kept close to Renly's side, whispering gentle reassurances. Ned sat at the high table, Cersei on his left. They exchanged few words, each lost in thought. The hall was warm from braziers, yet a chill lived in Ned's spirit. War in winter was a nightmare. If the Greyjoy crisis escalated now, or if some new threat emerged, how many men would freeze or starve? The sooner they forced Balon to comply, the better. The realm couldn't fight on every front in bitter cold. And beyond that, the letter from Castle Black weighed on him. If the others truly stirred, winter gave them a domain. The meal ended with a quiet toast from Renly, bidding the realm strength and unity in the face of winter's challenge. The applause was polite but muted. People drifted away, worry etched on their faces. The king and queen departed first, heading back to their private quarters. Tywin and Mace Tyrell parted ways in stony silence. Ned rose, wearily escorting Cersei out of the hall. The corridors felt emptier than usual, as if winter's onset had carried a hush over the entire keep. They paused at a balcony overlooking the courtyard. Torches below glimmered, but the corners lay in thick shadow. A cold breeze brushed Ned's cheeks. Cersei stood close, crossing her arms against the chill. She spoke softly. Winter is here. So many threats remain. Sometimes I wonder if we can truly hold them all at bay. He slipped an arm around her shoulders, drawing her near. We hold them at bay day by day, crisis by crisis. It's all we can do. Her eyes shimmered with an emotion he couldn't quite name, worry, longing, maybe a trace of hope. She turned her head, resting it on his chest. Then we face it together, Ned. He pressed his lips to her hair, letting the moment envelop them. Far below, the city's lights burned in the dark. And far beyond, in the wide sweep of Westeros, snow might soon dust the fields, ships might freeze in northern harbors, and lords might posture in drafty halls. War might come again, or perhaps a lull would follow. But for this night, husband and wife stood beneath the frosty stars, forging warmth in each other's presence. The realm outside would never be free of storms, they had accepted that. But where once they stood as strangers in a loveless arrangement, now they had built something steadier, a bond tempered by struggles, tested by the heartbreak of endless wars, and fueled by the fragile promise of a tomorrow they might yet save from destruction. The wind whispered across the battlements, carrying the scent of cold stone and sea brine. Ned shut his eyes, feeling the slow, steady beat of Cersei's heart against him. Above them, the moon drifted behind a cloud. The darkness deepened. He thought of the children in Winterfell, of the men sailing to the wall, of the White Walkers rumored in the far night, of the Targaryen princess in the distant east. All threads in a tapestry of danger. Yet in that hush, with winter begun and the realm poised on a knife's edge, Ned Stark allowed himself one quiet moment of contentment. He and Cersei stood side by side, the wolf and the lion, resolved to shield their family and keep the realm from fracturing anew. However many storms lay ahead, Balon's defiance, Tywin's ambitions, Marjorie's anxieties, or a Targaryen's fire, Ned would face them with the unwavering grit of the north and the cunning steadiness of the south. Together, perhaps, they might give Westeros enough fragile peace to endure. He opened his eyes, exhaling. Tomorrow, he whispered into the cold air, half to himself, half to her, we keep going. Cersei nodded against him, her breath warming his collar. Yes. Tomorrow. They lingered a moment longer, letting the hush cradle them, then turned away from the balcony, stepping back into the corridors of the Red Keep, back to the labyrinth of alliances, letters, and anxious hearts. A new season had dawned upon them, bleak yet not without glimmers of hope. And in the hush between footsteps, they carried that hope forward, forging a future that might yet defy the bitter cold. Ned Stark felt the chill in his bones even inside the Red Keep, as if winter's first true breath had seeped into the stones. Outside, a sullen sky hung low over King's Landing, heavy with the threat of cold rain. The city bustled as usual, but with a wary edge. People wrapped themselves in cloaks, muttering that the new season would be harsh. Around every corner, rumor-mongers spoke of how these endless wars and threats had left the realm vulnerable. Over the past fortnight, the temperature had dropped steadily, mornings dawning with frost on the parapets, the wind off Blackwater Bay biting harder each day. Ned paced the length of his solar, scanning the morning's letters. One was from Maester Luwin at Winterfell, reporting the first real snowfall across the north, a gentle dusting so far, but with heavier snows expected soon. Another, from Edmure Tully, described continuing problems with outlaws in the Riverlands. The worst part was that these outlaws seemed disorganized but relentless, plundering isolated hamlets, vanishing before local forces could crush them. Ned's jaw tightened. Each corner of Westeros sprouted troubles like weeds. The realm was not built to endure so many small upheavals at once, not while the memory of the Greyjoy raids, the battle with Stannis, and Robert's earlier wars still haunted the land. At least the plan for the Iron Islands was in motion. The king's letter to Balon Greyjoy had gone out with strong demands: resume the tribute, cease the clandestine shipbuilding, or face the crown's wrath. A pair of royal war galleys had anchored off the Iron Islands waters to monitor Balon's compliance, carrying instructions to respond if the Ironborn showed outright defiance. No one wanted to spark another open war on the eve of winter, but letting Balon run rampant was unthinkable. He set the letters aside as a knock sounded at the door. One of his guards announced that Peter Baelish was outside. Ned steeled himself. Baelish never appeared without some new angle or scheme. Enter, he called. Baelish slipped in, wearing a damask doublet of soft lilac. He offered a half-bow. My Lord Hand, good morning. Forgive my intrusion so early, but I bring tidings you'll want to hear. Ned gestured for him to speak. Make it plain. Baelish's gray-green eyes gleamed with the usual mix of amusement and cunning. You know the Riverlands outlaws have grown bolder. It seems a large band of them attacked a local caravan near Harrenhal, killed the merchants, stole supplies. The roads near the Trident are becoming dangerous. Lord Edmure Tully's men can't be everywhere at once, and he's pressed me to ensure the crown intervenes. I've prepared some financial calculations for dispatching a small force there, if you'd care to see them. Ned frowned. A small force might help, but we have only so many men. Every time we muster troops, it costs the realm. Still, we can't ignore the Riverlands, please. Indeed, Baelish said, offering a thin smile. and ignoring them might risk souring House Tully's loyalty. That would be quite the blow to the king's fragile network of alliances. Perhaps you can speak with Renly about a partial deployment, similar to what we did for the Stormlands earlier or the upcoming plan for the Greyjoy Watch. Ned rubbed his temple, feeling the creeping headache of yet another campaign. I'll speak to him. We'll see if we can spare a contingent from the Crownlands or from Lord Tyrell's men. But Mace Tyrell rarely moves unless his own interests are threatened. Baelish shrugged lightly. True. But the Riverlands lie along key trade routes to the Reach, so perhaps we can spin it that bandits imperil commerce. Mace Tyrell might give a token force. If not, you might ask Tywin Lannister. He's no lover of chaos near the Trident, especially if it threatens caravans to the west. Ned stifled a sigh. It was always the same, juggle one lord's grudges against another's, feeding them just enough to keep them cooperative. Yes, I'll do that. Thank you, Baelish. Baelish bowed again, stepping back toward the door. As ever, I stand ready to facilitate matters of coin, should you need to grease certain wheels. Ned gave no direct reply, and Baelish departed, leaving behind that faint aura of mockery. Ned massaged the bridge of his nose. Another negotiation with Renly, Mace Tyrell, Tywin Lannister, another small band of men dispatched to quell outlaws. He could almost script the conversation in advance. He left his solar, intending to find the king. On the way, a messenger intercepted him bearing two messages. One was from the City Watch, indicating an increase in petty crime in Flea Bottom, likely more desperation as winter's chill settled in. The second was from the Redwine Straits, saying a minor pirate band had been spotted prowling. He almost laughed at the ceaseless barrage of trouble. It was as though all the crows of the realm had decided to roost in King's Landing, each bearing some new ill omen. When he arrived at the king's private reception room, he found a small knot of courtiers lingering outside. Renly's steward admitted Ned at once. Inside, King Renly stood near the fireplace, arms folded, speaking quietly with Mace Tyrell. Marjorie was present too, seated on a cushioned bench. She offered Ned a polite nod as he approached. Lord Hand, Renly said, turning. We were just discussing the Riverlands outlaws. It seems Edmure Tully's pleas grow urgent. Lord Tyrell has reservations about sending men so deep into the Riverlands. Mace Tyrell puffed his cheeks, mustache twitching. The Reach is large, my king, and winter complicates supply lines. My own bannermen must safeguard our roads. I am not refusing aid, but I question the cost versus the gain. Ned inclined his head politely. And yet, my Lord Tyrell, lawlessness in the Riverlands can spill into the Reach if the bandits become bold enough. Harrenhal isn't so far from the Blackwater, and caravans from the Reach to King's Landing pass that route. Mace Tyrell made a small harumphing sound. You have a point. Still, we can't commit large forces. A small cavalry troop, perhaps, if the king commands it. Renly frowned at the blazing logs in the hearth, then turned back. Lord Stark, how many men do you think we need? 50? 100. Ned waited. A detachment of 50 knights, supported by local guides, might suffice to hunt down these outlaw bands. Edmure Tully's own forces would do the rest. But they need an edge, some well-armed riders who can move quickly. Mace Tyrell tapped his foot. Fine. I can spare 50 men from the retinue currently stationed near Rose Road. But the crown must handle their upkeep and keep the supply lines open. Renly glanced at Marjorie, who gave him an encouraging look, then nodded. Agreed. The crown will fund the supplies for this operation. Lord Tyrell, instruct your knights to coordinate with Edmure Tully. Lord Stark, you oversee the arrangements. Let's pray it ends swiftly. Ned exhaled a silent breath of relief. Another brushfire war, hopefully contained. I'll see it done, your grace. Thank you, Lord Tyrell. Mace Tyrell inclined his head, evidently satisfied with the compromise. We'll finalize the details soon. He patted Marjorie's hand in a paternal gesture, then excused himself to attend to other duties. As he left, Marjorie rose. If you'll excuse me as well, I have preparations for the harvest feast in the city squares. We want the small folk to feel the crown's benevolence, especially with winter here. Renly gave her a fond smile. Of course, dear wife. Proceed. I'll join you later if time allows. Marjorie departed, leaving King Renly and Ned momentarily alone by the hearth. The flames crackled, highlighting the tension etched into Renly's face. Ned ventured a gentle remark. You look weary, your grace. Are you well? Renly made a soft scoffing sound. As well as any man forced to juggle lords demands day and night. Every problem seems urgent, Greyjoy defiance, Riverlands bandits, smaller issues in the Stormlands, plus the threat of winter food shortages. I hardly sleep. Ned understood the sentiment too well. Each day we handle what we can, hoping it prevents a larger collapse. In your place, Robert would have grown furious by now. The mention of Robert drew a rueful twist to Renly's mouth. Yes. He'd have roared, threatened, maybe hammered the table. But we can't solve these crises with a single hammer blow. It's all incremental. Tiring work. Ned nodded. Still, we do see some success. We ended Stannis' threat, curbed the Greyjoy raids for now, and the city remains calm enough that Margaery's festival can proceed. Perhaps that's the best we can hope for, given the realm's fractures. Renly straightened a fraction as though buoyed by the reminder that not all was doom. Yes, you're right. I suppose I'll carry on. They spoke a bit longer, going over some leftover details about the Tyrell Knights for the Riverlands. Then Ned excused himself. Outside, he paused in the corridor, letting out a slow breath. The realm's swirling problems felt more pressing than ever in the grim light of winter. And always, in the back of his mind, he remembered Castle Black's warnings of the darkness beyond the wall. A few days later, Ned walked the outer battlements at sunrise, seeking a moment of clarity. The city below remained wrapped in lingering mist, early sunlight painting the rooftops with pale gold. He welcomed the brisk air, a respite from the constant closeness of the keep's corridors. As he gazed out over the sprawl of King's Landing, footfalls approached behind him. Turning, he found Cersei. She wore a dark cloak lined with fur, a reflection of the dropping temperatures. She gave him a small, warm look, stepping alongside him to rest her hands on the stone parapet. "I hope to find you here," she said softly. "You vanish at sunrise more often these days." He nodded. "I find it's the quietest time. Each day is another avalanche of tasks. This sunrise walk reminds me there's a world outside of politics." She glanced toward the distant horizon. "The sunrise is lovely, though. A small mercy in a city so burdened." Then she turned her gaze back to him. "I spoke with Margaery last night. She's worried about you and about Renly. She sees how the demands pile up." Ned made a wry face. "Yes, well, the realm's best hopes rest on Renly's ability to juggle them. I do my part, but there's only so much to be done." Cersei studied him, her green eyes searching. "Sometimes I wonder if we should consider a more drastic approach. Tywin's talk of reassigning wardenship. Or even pressing Mace Tyrell to assume direct responsibility for controlling half the realm. But that leads to too much power in one house's hands, doesn't it?" "Indeed," Ned agreed. "If we gave Tyrell the entire south to administer, he might overshadow the crown. The same if we let Tywin command the west unchecked. It's a recipe for future rebellion. No, balance is what we must keep." She exhaled. "Balance. That word we return to every time." A faint smile teased her lips. "We never chose the easy path." "Ned." He reached out to take her hand briefly, a quiet gesture of unity. "We chose what we must. And we'll keep choosing it. The children in Winterfell are safe from these storms, at least. That's one comfort." She squeezed his hand. "Yes. Let's hold to that." They stood a bit longer, letting the chill morning breeze swirl around them. Then, with quiet resolve, they headed back inside. Another day of holding the realm's threads together beckoned, and neither the cold nor the constant murmur of troubles would permit them any further indulgence. Time wore on, winter's grip tightening. Rationing measures began in some parts of the city, though Margaery's harvest feast provided a final abundance that helped stave off early hunger. The dispatch of Tyrell Knights to the Riverlands moved forward, courtesy of Ned's coordination with Edmure Tully. Greyjoy ships remained under watch, no open defiance had yet occurred, but the next tribute payment was overdue. All the while, Margaery strove to maintain a veneer of cheer and generosity, organizing charity for the poor in King's Landing, distributing bread and warm clothing. It earned her the small folks' love, though rumors hinted that the crown's coin was behind it, and the crown's coin was not inexhaustible. Ned tried not to resent the queen's efforts, seeing how sincerely she wanted to help. But every new expense tugged at the edges of a budget that never recovered from the rebellion and subsequent wars. In the midst of these daily tensions, the city stirred with quiet gossip about personal matters: Margaery's desire for a child by Renly, the matter of whether Steffon Baratheon, Robert's posthumous son, might someday cause friction. So far, the king's decree stood. Steffon was recognized but not primary heir if Renly and Margaery produced a child. Since Margaery had yet to quicken with pregnancy, the question lay dormant but not forgotten. Ned sometimes overheard idle talk among courtiers speculating what would happen if Margaery remained barren. Another front for potential trouble. Late one afternoon, as Ned finished reviewing a stack of petitions, a guard brought word that Theon Greyjoy requested a meeting. Theon was still a hostage in the Red Keep, albeit in comfortable confinement. He'd been allowed limited movement under guard, strolls in the courtyard, visits to the library on Renly's condition that Theon show no sign of subversion. Theon had thus far complied, though Ned sensed restlessness in the young man. He nodded to the guard. "Show him in," Ned said. Moments later, Theon entered, accompanied by a single guard who lingered at the doorway. Theon's hair was a bit longer, framing his face with a hint of defiance, but his expression seemed subdued. He bowed stiffly. "Lord Stark," he said. Ned motioned him toward a seat. "Theon, what brings you here?" Theon settled, posture a bit rigid. "I know you're the hand, so you have the king's ear. I want to talk about my status and about my father." Ned folded his hands on the desk. "Go on." Theon took a breath. "I've heard rumors that Balon is building more longships, withholding tribute, that the king might move against him if he continues. If war comes again, I'll be caught in the middle. If the Ironborn and the crown clash, would I remain a hostage here forever, or be executed as an enemy's son?" Ned regarded Theon carefully. "That depends on your father's actions and yours. If Balon breaks the truce, you remain our leverage to force him back into line. Renly isn't the type to kill hostages lightly, but he'll do what he must to keep the realm safe." Theon's lips pressed into a thin line. "I see. And if I wrote to my father, urging him to stand down, pay tribute properly, would that help? Or would he cast aside my words as weakness?" Ned recalled how proud Balon Greyjoy was, how fiercely Theon had once tried to prove himself to his father's people. "He might cast it aside, but it might help too. If Balon thinks you're worthless as a hostage, that could push him to more reckless acts. If he thinks you might be returned someday, maybe he'll hold off on open defiance. I cannot say for certain." Theon tapped a foot nervously. "I'd like to try. I don't want another war. I've seen enough blood." He paused. "And, if possible, I'd like some promise that if Balon does comply, I won't rot here the rest of my life. Is there a path to my freedom?" Ned leaned back, remembering how Theon once roamed Winterfell's courtyards with Robb, half friend, half captive. That would be the king's decision. Perhaps in time, if Balon stays loyal, Renly might release you or keep you here as a ward in better conditions. But you must prove you're not your father's agent. You must show loyalty to the crown." Theon's jaw clenched. Loyalty to the crown? The Ironborn scorned that notion. "But you're not in Pike. You're in King's Landing." Ned met his eyes. "If you want a future that doesn't end in blood, that might be the only course." Silence stretched. Finally, Theon gave a single nod. "Very well. Let me write a letter to him. I'll ask you or someone else to witness it so you know I'm not sending secret treason. But I'll do what I can to stave off another war." Ned stood, crossing around the desk, placing a hand on Theon's shoulder. "Do so. I'll arrange it. Perhaps your words can reach him. He's proud but not blind. Another war now would be disastrous." Theon nodded again, then stood. "Thank you, Lord Stark." He left, posture tense, leaving Ned to reflect on how war and duty twisted once familiar relationships into uneasy bargains. A boy raised in Winterfell, now a man caught in the crossfire of father's pride and the realm's need for peace. Ned prayed Theon's attempt would not be in vain. That evening, Cersei found Ned in the library, where he lingered after helping Theon draft and dispatch the letter. The warm glow of sconces lit the shelves of leather-bound tomes. Outside, the wind whistled faintly, telling of dropping temperatures. She approached softly. "I heard you spent time with Theon Greyjoy today." Ned leaned against a reading table. "He wants to reason with Balon, urge him not to provoke another conflict. I let him write a letter. I'm not sure how much good it will do." Cersei tilted her head, considering. "It can't hurt. Tywin is pressing for harsh measures if Balon continues building ships. If Theon persuades him to stand down, we avoid another campaign. That's reason enough to let him try." Ned murmured agreement, placing a hand gently on her arm. "I only hope Balon listens. Pride can blind men, but I'd rather give peace a chance than leap into bloodshed again." She laced her fingers with his. "You always choose the path that spares the realm the most suffering. I respect that, though it's not always an easy road." He offered a faint smile. "The easy road rarely leads anywhere good." Then he glanced at the narrow library windows, seeing the dark sky beyond. "Shall we go? The hour grows late." Together, they walked out of the library, footsteps echoing on cool stone floors. Occasionally, they passed torches flickering in the corridors, a few yawning guards standing watch. The hush of the keep at night felt almost eerie, so quiet compared to the daytime bustle. Yet Ned welcomed the reprieve. They paused at the entrance to her chambers. She turned to face him, candlelight playing over her features. "Thank you," she said softly, "for all you do. I know this realm's burdens aren't yours alone, but you shoulder more than your share." He squeezed her hand. "I do only what's needed." She leaned in, placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Good night, Ned." He returned the light embrace, feeling the momentary warmth chase away the day's tensions. Then she slipped inside, the door closing behind her. He lingered a breath longer, letting the hush envelop him, then made his way toward his own chambers. Another day ended, uncertain how many more crises they might face before winter's end, but at least they faced them together. Days passed. The city braced for the thick of winter, and slowly a new form of tension took shape, an undercurrent of dread that not all lords had completed their harvests in time. Reports from scattered villages indicated shortfalls. Baelish moaned about how too many shipments were devoured by the capital's appetite. Marjorie did her best to reassure the small folk, working with the king to create a ration system. In the background, the Iron Islands' trouble simmered, no direct response from Balon to the king's letter. Theon grew anxious, inquiring daily whether a raven from Pike had arrived. At last, near the end of the second month of winter, word arrived. A battered ship from the west returned, bringing a letter bearing the Kraken sigil. Ned joined King Renly, Tywin Lannister, and a few others in the king's audience chamber as they broke the seal. Everyone tensed, anticipating defiance or demands. Balon's words were blunt. "I owe you nothing but what was forced on me. The seas are mine. If the crown wishes to keep my son alive, let it not push me further. Tribute is not for reaving dogs and false kings." Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands. A hush fell. Tywin's face darkened like a thunderhead. He dares? After all that was settled. Renly let out a slow breath, knuckles whitening as he gripped the parchment. This is near a declaration of hostility. No mention of halting his shipbuilding. He basically says he refuses more tribute. And Theon's life is no deterrent. He's calling my kingship false. Ned, standing behind Renly's chair, felt a twist of regret for Theon's hopes. He threatens war again. We can't ignore it. Tywin's voice was cold steel. Better we crush him now once and for all. We should muster a fleet, land an army on Pike, dethrone Balon, install some loyal puppet, or strip the Iron Islands of that seat entirely. Renly angled his head to Ned. Do you agree we must go to war again? Or is there some half measure left? Ned's thoughts churned. If Balon openly defies tribute, we have grounds for action. But do we have the resources to subdue the Iron Islands fully in winter? The sea storms alone are formidable. We can't repeat the half-steps if we truly want him contained. A blockade might starve him, but that also starves his people. Tywin spoke before Renly could answer. Blockades can drag on, draining coin and time. The Ironborn endure hardship well. A decisive invasion is better. I volunteer my men in the west, let me handle it thoroughly. Renly grimaced. And if you do handle it thoroughly, the realm pays a dear cost in blood and gold. Yet Balon's letter leaves no room for negotiation. He eyed Ned. We either do nothing and look weak, or we muster force. If the storms hamper us, so be it. A show of strength might break him. Ned exhaled slowly, choosing his words with care. We might attempt one more ultimatum, state clearly that if he fails to pay the overdue tribute and cease new shipbuilding, the crown will bring war. Then we prepare in parallel. If he doesn't yield within a certain time, we sail or march. Tywin's brows drew together. It's a waste of breath. But if you must try, do it swiftly. Let him see we're not bluffing. Renly's grip on the parchment relaxed. Fine. One final message. In the meantime, gather ships in the west. If Balon stays defiant, we launch in. Renly's grip on the parchment relaxed. Fine. One final message. In the meantime, Lord Tywin, quietly muster ships and men in the west, enough to show Balon we're not idle. The storms will be a curse, but if we must sail, we will. He passed the letter to Ned. Draft our reply, my lord hand. Make it firm. If Balon scorns us again, we move. Tywin inclined his head, eyes cold. I'll see to the mustering. The sooner, the better. Ned watched them both, feeling the weight of winter pressing at every corner. Another conflict loomed, and the realm had scarcely recovered from the last. Yet Balon's defiance left no easy avenue. Theon's hopes for persuasion appeared shattered by his father's pride. Ned tucked the letter under his arm, bowed, and left the chamber, determined to craft a final ultimatum that might avert bloodshed. He hardly believed it possible, but he would try. Outside, the corridor stretched dimly lit, warmed only by a row of braziers. The walls gave off that faint chill of stone in winter, and servants bustled past in heavier cloaks. Ned hurried back toward his solar, mind racing with the language he might use. Threatening enough to show resolve, yet not so insulting as to make Balon lash out from wounded pride. As he passed a window, he glimpsed gray skies, the promise of more bitter winds. Time was not kind to them. He found Theon waiting in the antechamber, guarded by a single gold cloak. The young man's face looked tense. "My lord Hand," he said at once. "Did a raven come? Any word?" Ned hesitated. Telling Theon of Balon's refusal would only deepen the blow, but he owed him honesty. "A ship arrived with your father's letter. He remains defiant." Theon's face flickered with fear, anger, shame. "He mentioned me at all?" Ned sighed. "Only to say that if we press him, your life means little." It was not phrased kindly. He set a hand on Theon's shoulder when he saw the young man's expression twist. "I'm sorry. We'll attempt one final letter. Perhaps there's still a chance." Theon seemed to want to speak, but no words came. Finally, he muttered, "Then I'm truly worthless to him. My father would rather see me dead than yield. Gods." He pressed a hand to his brow. "What will the king do?" Ned's tone was gentle. "Renly will send an ultimatum. If Balon won't comply, war follows. But I promise, I'll speak on your behalf. The king won't punish you for your father's pride." Theon swallowed hard, gazed distant. "I wish I could talk sense into him. But if he's set on this path, no words from me matter." Ned gave Theon's shoulder one last squeeze before stepping into his solar. He shut the door, ignoring the twinge of pity that knotted his chest. The Greyjoy line thrived on defiance. Theon's captivity had done nothing to soften Balon's iron pride. All Ned could do was compose the new letter carefully, hoping the threat of a real campaign might shock Balon into yielding. But deep down, Ned suspected the Ironborn would not bow easily. He settled at his desk, lighting a candle, then spread out fresh parchment. He let the words flow. A concise warning from King Renly, reaffirming the earlier terms, demanding the delayed tribute within a moon's turn, forbidding further ship construction, and making clear that any sign of reaving or aggression would bring swift punishment. Only the promise of letting Balon keep his title, and the faint suggestion of eventually returning Theon, offered a shred of compromise. Once finished, Ned read it over, grimacing at how stark it sounded. Still, half measures had failed before. With winter tightening, the realm could not endure an open flank to the west. He sealed it with wax, pressing Renly's stag and rose sigil, then rose to deliver it to the king. Renly approved the draft with a curt nod. By that evening, ravens carried the ultimatum westward, crossing the cold skies, and the city, as ever, braced for a new shock. News traveled quickly. Soon the talk in the Red Keep was of potential war with the Ironborn, more fleets sailing amid winter storms, and the possibility that House Lannister might have free rein to ravage Pike. Ned sensed the old weariness in every corridor. No matter how often they tried for peace, strife always returned. He tried to set it aside that night, dining quietly with Cersei. The meal was in his solar, a modest spread of roasted vegetables and spiced wine, the better to avoid the prying eyes of courtiers who might note every word. Outside, the wind sighed like a restless ghost. He told her of Balon's refusal. She shook her head, lips thinning. "Then Tywin will press for swift action. War in winter is dreadful, but letting Balon grow bolder is worse." Ned sipped his wine. "Yes, we gave him one moon's turn to answer. If he stays silent or scornful, we sail. Or Tywin leads his own campaign. Either way, blood is likely." She reached across the table to touch his hand. "You look exhausted. The realm devours all your strength." He gave a faint, tired laugh. "So it feels. Each day, new conflicts. At times, I envy the simpler life of a northern lord left to guard his own domain. But we're well past that." They finished the meal quietly. After, she lingered in the hush, her presence a warmth in the cold hush of the castle. He thanked whatever gods there were for that solace. In the swirl of endless demands, he took comfort in at least this bond that had formed, improbable though it was. Morning brought fresh news of other troubles. Bandit attacks in the Riverlands had lessened with the arrival of Tyrell knights, but they had not ceased entirely. The watchers in the Stepstones reported no immediate sign of Stannis' loyalists, though the rumors of outlaws claiming to serve him still popped up along the coasts. And the king's finances strained to pay for these incremental deployments. Baelish recommended new duties on imported goods. The merchants howled. Margaery tried to placate them with trade fairs, but little changed. Ned oversaw it all, day by day, a thankless balancing act. One afternoon, as Ned was finalizing a shipment of grain for distribution in the city's poorest wards, Cersei appeared in the courtyard. She beckoned him aside, cloak catching the sharp breeze. "I've just come from Margaery's chambers," she said. "She's uneasy. She told me Renly grows distant, short-tempered, pacing at night." Winter's press, the threat of the Greyjoys, the demands from every corner. "She worries he's nearing a breaking point like Robert used to. But Renly's not a drunkard, so he simply paces and frays his nerves." Ned folded his arms, gazing around at the swirling bustle of stable hands and guards. It's understandable. He inherited a fragmented realm, never quite stable since Robert's rebellion. Everything after the Greyjoy revolt, the strife with Stannis, the tensions among lords, drains him. "We do our best, but the crown is heavy." Cersei nodded. "Perhaps we should stage a small respite. A day of little pomp, but some chance for him to clear his mind." Margaery said she might arrange a private hunt or a short ride beyond the city. "You think that wise?" Ned considered. If carefully secured, yes, it might do him good. Let's not keep him caged in these walls until he snaps. Then he allowed a faint smile. "You've grown close to Margaery?" Cersei shrugged. "Close enough. We share an interest in preserving this realm and ensuring Renly doesn't collapse under pressure. She's cunning but not malicious. We find common ground when the realm needs it." Ned approved. "Then encourage her plan. A day's ride might lighten his spirit. I'll handle whatever tasks come up in his absence." She touched his arm briefly. "I'll let her know." With that, she glided away, leaving Ned to finalize the grain orders. The interplay of alliances had taken a strange shape in recent months, Cersei and Margaery cooperating, Tywin and Mace Tyrell tangling, Renly caught in the middle. He prayed it would suffice to keep the kingdom from fracturing. The next day, Renly set out at dawn for a brief hunt with a handful of trusted knights and guards. Margaery accompanied him, as did Loras Tyrell, Garland Tyrell, and a sprinkling of Storm landlords. The host numbered barely a few dozen. Ned stayed behind in King's Landing, meeting with Baelish about coin, reassuring the city watch, and seeing that no sea rises erupted. For once, the day was quiet. He relished the lull, though a gnawing unease told him it could not last. He spent part of the afternoon in the practice yard, checking on the Gold Cloak's training. The men moved stiffly in the cold, breath pluming in the air, but they gave hearty salutes to the hand of the king. The yard's clamor of swords and shields felt oddly comforting, better to keep the men sharp than watch them grow complacent. At least, if Balan forced war, the city's defenders would not be caught flat-footed. Renly returned at dusk, cloak spattered with mud, a brace of hares slung behind him. He dismounted in the courtyard, looking a touch more relaxed than he had in days. Margaery laughed at some jest, her cheeks flushed from the ride. Loras and Garland wore small smiles. Ned approached to greet them. "Good hunting, your grace?" he asked. Renly passed the hares to a waiting squire, shrugging with a wry grin. "Better than mouldering in council. We scarce found large game, but the fresh air helped. My thanks for minding the city." Ned dipped his head. "All quiet here. I hope the respite helped you clear your thoughts." Renly patted his horse. "It did. Tomorrow we tackle the realm again. But tonight, we feast on these hares. Join us in the smaller hall if you wish." Ned agreed, inwardly relieved to see the king's spirit lighter. Even a short reprieve might stiffen Renly's resolve. If the letter from Balan's next reply arrived with more threats, they would need every ounce of fortitude to handle it. He joined them at the small hall that evening. The atmosphere was easy, the company limited to a few close allies. Garland Tyrell regaled them with a comedic tale of an overzealous squire nearly riding straight into a bog. Margaery chimed in with teasing remarks about Loras's battered cloak after the hunt. Renly chuckled, sipping wine with measured enjoyment. Ned sat near the edge, quietly content to see the king in a friendlier mood. Across the table, Cersei caught his eye, offering a slight nod. Perhaps all their efforts had gained them a breather. Yet war did not vanish so easily. The next morning brought a stark reminder. A raven from the west informed them that the Ironborn had been spotted raiding a small coastline hamlet near Fair Isle, carrying off salted fish and other supplies. No large force, just a raiding party, but it proved Balon's defiance anew. Tywin's position hardened instantly, demanding immediate authorization to march. Renly cursed, pacing in the throne room as the letter was read to him. Marjorie looked dismayed, Loras tense. Ned had expected no better from Balon. A cornered Ironborn lord would always test the realm's vigilance. We gave him a chance, Renly said, voice tight. He answered with raids. Gather the council. Today we decide. They assembled in the council chamber within the hour. Tywin stood at the table's head while Renly took the king's seat. Mace Tyrell arrived with typical tardiness, but the mood left no space for pleasantries. Varys and Baelish hovered at the edges, silent but watchful. Ned sat to Renly's right, scanning the faces. Renly began curt. The Ironborn raid near Fair Isle. That means Balon refused our ultimatum. We can't let him pick us apart with small strikes. Tywin's eyes narrowed. Precisely. This time, no half measures. Let me muster the Lannister fleets and a solid army. We land on Pike, dethrone Balon, and install a steward loyal to the crown. The sea storms are fierce, but we can manage a short campaign if we move swiftly. Mace Tyrell frowned. If you need the Tyrell fleet, you have to request it properly. We can't leave the Reach unguarded in winter. Tywin shot him a cold look. Your fleet can do as it pleases. The Lannisport ships suffice for the initial strike. I won't beg the Tyrells. The West stands ready alone if the king commands. Renly rubbed his temples. We want no fiasco. If the West attempts a solo campaign and fails, it weakens us further. Or if you succeed but glean too much advantage, others might bristle. Perhaps a combined Crown Lannister fleet is best. The Tyrells can remain on standby. That way, no single house stands to overshadow me. Lord Stark, your view? Ned waited. A combined approach could ensure we don't rely solely on the West. But it also complicates coordination. The Ironborn are cunning, the sea's treacherous. Still, I favor a joined force of Crown ships and Lannister ones under a single commander loyal to the king. The Tyrell fleet might remain in reserve near the mouth of the Sunset Sea if needed. Tywin gave a stiff nod. Fair. I can place my best captains under the king's chosen admiral. On land, we'll muster knights in the west to seize the Iron Island's main strongholds. Balon can't hold out if his keep is breached. Renly glanced around, confirming no dissent was strong. Mace Tyrell shrugged, evidently content to let the west take the brunt. Baelish coughed delicately, reminding them of cost, but none wanted to hear about coin at that moment. They hammered out the basic plan: gather a royal Lannister fleet, sail in midwinter if the weather allowed, strike Pike hard, dethrone Balon. Ned's gut twisted at the risk, winter storms, the cost and blood. But Balon's raids had forced their hand. The king turned to Ned. You'll help oversee this campaign's logistics. However, I might not lead the fleet myself. Another open war might require the realm's king to remain in King's Landing. If I ride out every time, we risk chaos here. Ned nodded. Understood. We can appoint a capable commander, perhaps Ser Davos, if he were not so tied to Stannis in the past. That might be awkward. Or Admiral Crakehall or Lord Redwine if he consents. But you need someone proven. Tywin's expression soured at the mention of Davos. No, not that Onion Knight. Admiral Crakehall is decent but overshadowed by Lannister captains. Let's settle it soon. Renly mulled it over. We'll decide within days. Meanwhile, gather your men, Lord Tywin. If Theon's life is endangered because Balon scorns him, so be it. We can't bend on that. The session closed. Ned left with an ache in his chest, half for Theon, half for the realm. War in winter was madness, but letting Balon snipe at them was worse. Perhaps if they moved fast, the war would be short. Perhaps. He could not banish the memory of Robert's earlier campaign against the Ironborn, costly, brutal, leaving resentments that still festered. Now it would happen again. He found Theon later in the courtyard. The young man paced, arms folded, biting his lip. The news must have spread quickly. Ned met his eyes, seeing the same unspoken dread. It's settled, Theon said flatly. War. Ned nodded, voice quiet. Yes. Balon raided again. The king can't ignore it. Theon let out a sharp breath. And me? When the armies sail, do I remain here as a hostage? Or do they plan to drag me along to see my father's downfall? Ned glanced away. I expect you remain here, under guard. Renly's not cruel enough to parade you before Balon. But your father's choices have forced this. I'm sorry, Theon's jaw said. He won't yield. The Ironborn never do. The seas are monstrous now, our islands battered by winter storms, but we can still fight. A short war? Maybe. But not if Balon conjures the old ways. He'll burn his own land before bowing. Ned reached out, but Theon shook his head and walked off, posture rigid. The guard followed at a distance. Ned could find no words to ease that turmoil. Theon was powerless. The entire realm was locked in a cycle of pride and vengeance that might claim thousands more lives. In the days that followed, preparations accelerated. Tywin coordinated with the royal fleet, ensuring some of Lannisport's best warships would join. Admiral Crakehall was named overall naval commander with a cadre of Western captains as subordinates. The king's men in the Crownlands ready to reinforce should the fight drag on. Everyone spoke of a harsh, short campaign. No one voiced the fear that a drawn-out war on storm-lashed seas could become a nightmare. Ned threw himself into the logistical details, pairing cargo ships with war galleys, procuring winter gear for the soldiers, verifying supply lines. Sleep grew scarce. Cersei offered quiet support, though she frowned each time the war was mentioned. In winter, the cost doubles, she would say. Is there truly no alternative? But no alternative presented itself. Balon's letter and raid had settled that. One chilly morning, as Ned stood by the docks watching sailors load barrels of salted fish, a message arrived, Balon Greyjoy's response to the king's ultimatum. Ned hurried to the Red Keep, letter in hand, heart pounding. Maybe Balon had relented, maybe Theon's letter had done some good. He found Renly in his solar with Tywin and Marjorie. They broke the seal. All listened as Renly read aloud. You talk of war. I welcome it. The seas will devour your pretensions. Come to Pike if you dare. Theon is no true Ironborn, let him rot. The Isles are free. Renly's hand clenched around the parchment. He invites destruction. Very well. Tywin's lips peeled back in a grim satisfaction. Then we sail. Marjorie laid a hand on Renly's arm. Be sure we can do this swiftly. The realm bleeds from 1,000 cuts already. Renly's face was set. We have no choice. Better a swift blow now than a prolonged fight later. Ned listened, heart heavy. War was certain now. The king decreed it. No more letters, no more waiting. They would muster at Lannisport and launch the invasion as soon as feasible. Theon's heartbreak be damned, Balon had chosen this path. The next days blurred as armies mobilized. Lannister bannermen massed in the west, though traveling in winter's cold was slow. The king readied gold cloaks to sail in support, along with some Crownland knights. Admiral Crakehall departed to Lannisport carrying a sealed war plan. Tywin prepared to follow soon, leading the main host on land to secure fair weather vantage points and coordinate the final assault. King Renly decided to remain in King's Landing, not wishing to risk the entire monarchy in a stormy naval invasion. Ned would stay as well, ensuring the realm's other corners didn't collapse while Tywin waged war. The tension soared with each day. Ned worried about Theon's reaction. He visited the young man in his tower room, accompanied by a gold cloak. Theon sat on a simple chair, gazing out at the bay through narrow windows. At Ned's entrance, he turned, eyes resigned. So, war. My father welcomes it. His voice was hollow. Ned nodded. He does. I'm sorry. I'll ask the king to keep you out of harm's way, but the campaign is unstoppable now. Theon let out a bitter laugh. He'd rather see the islands burn than pay gold. That's the Ironborn for you. I suppose I'm no different to him than a piece of driftwood. He paused, sorrow flickering in his eyes. Do you think we'll see another slaughter like last time? Robert's war against Pike was savage. I was just a boy, but I remember the stories. Ned remembered them too well, Balon's fortress battered by catapults, Ironborn dying in droves before Robert's fury. We'll see. Tywin commands this time. He's ruthless, but not as reckless as Robert. Maybe it ends quickly if Balon tries no drawn-out stand. Theon grimaced. Quick or slow, the Iron Islands will bleed. My father invites it. The old ways, they say. Reaving, drowning, glory. And I can do nothing here. Ned stepped forward. If you truly want to help end it, you might speak to the king, offer your knowledge of Pike's fortifications. It could shorten the war, save lives. Theon blinked in surprise. Aid the invasion of my homeland? That's betrayal. Ned's expression softened. I know. But your father has betrayed you, Theon. If you want the war to end with minimal bloodshed, you might guide them to a swift victory. Fewer Ironborn and crown men die. Possibly Balon yields faster. Theon looked away, anguish tearing across his face. He said nothing at first, then forced out, I'll think on it. Gods help me. Ned nodded. It's your choice. No one will force you. But I ask you to consider it. He turned to go, leaving Theon alone with that tortured dilemma. A pall of sorrow clung to Ned as he walked the corridors, feeling again how war twisted loyalties. If Theon refused, the siege might drag on, more carnage unleashed. If he helped, he'd betray his father and people. There were no clean answers. A week passed, full of frantic activity. Tywin departed the city with a retinue of knights, leaving only a skeleton Lannister presence behind to represent him. He would gather forces near Case, coordinate with Admiral Craighall, then strike Pike. Renly issued official war decrees to the realm, advising that any Ironborn found on the coast be arrested or slain if they resisted. The smallfolk braced for yet another conflict, cursing the endless cycle. Baelish griped about the cost, Marjorie arranged for more bread distribution to keep the city calm, and Ned read daily reports from the west detailing how the muster progressed. Each morning, Theon sat glumly in his tower, awaiting word. No letters came from Pike. At last, news of the first blow arrived. Tywin's army advanced to the coastline near the Iron Islands. Storms battered them. 2 ships foundered at sea, but the rest pressed on. Scouts landed on a rocky islet, seizing an Ironborn outpost. Minimal resistance. A minor victory, but it proved they could land. Next would come the main assault on Pike. Balon still did not yield. Ned paced his solar, reading each dispatch with mounting tension, dreading the day they learned of a massive battle. The city held its breath, uncertain whether the realm's fortune would hold or fail. During a chilly pre-dawn, a raven clattered at the rookery window with urgent dispatches from Tywin's camp. Ned hurried to the royal solar where Renly waited in his dressing gown, hair tousled from sleep. Marjorie stood behind him, arms wrapped in a heavy robe. Ned broke the seals, scanning quickly. The details emerged in stark lines. Tywin had landed near Pike under fierce storms. The Ironborn resisted viciously, but the Lannister men pressed into the outskirts of Balon's stronghold. The bombardment by catapult had begun. Balon himself refused all terms. Casualties mounted on both sides. The sea battered the ships, making supply lines perilous. The note ended with a grim forecast. A short victory seemed unlikely as Balon's fortress was well supplied. Tywin demanded additional ships and men to ensure complete subjugation. Renly read the letter, lips thinning. Another war bogged down in blood. The storms hamper our advantage. Balon's men fight like devils. Tywin calls for reinforcements? We're stretched thin already. Marjorie pressed her fingertips together, worry etched on her brow. If we don't send them, Tywin might fail or be forced to withdraw. That would encourage Balon and shame the crown. Then war drags on anyway, or the Ironborn raid deeper. Ned inhaled slowly. We have some crown ships in reserve, though not many. We can dispatch them. But the land forces are nearly all committed. Maybe we can muster a few fresh companies from the Stormlands or the Crownlands. But it will take time to reach Pike, and the seas remain dangerous. Renly's face was pale in the gray light. We do it then. Better than letting Tywin fight alone until he bleeds out. God's curse Balon's stubbornness. All right, Ned, coordinate with the master of ships, gather a few more galleys, find volunteers or any sellswords we can trust. Hurry. We must break Balon quickly. Ned bowed, mind churning with the scale of the challenge. Another extension of resources, more coin, more men. The realm's wallet was near empty, the small folk hungry, the roads treacherous. But the king had chosen, and Ned could see no better path. As he left, Marjorie gave him a look of sympathy, aware that each new demand fell largely on him. He plunged into action, meeting with Baelish to scrape up funds, drafting urgent letters to storm landlords for a small force, urging them to march west or secure ships. He found Cersei in a corridor, quickly explaining the new crisis. She shook her head, mouth tight with frustration. One war follows another. If it drags on, the city might riot from want. Or the bandits in the Riverlands research. The realm can't handle an endless chain of battles. He nodded grimly. This is the path we're on. We must see it through. She squeezed his arm before he hurried on. The day passed in a frantic whirl of planning. Captain Morland of the Gold Cloaks pledged a few hundred men, not enough to tip the scales drastically, but any help might matter. Ned arranged a ship called the Wind Caller to ferry them. Storms threatened the voyage, but no one dared wait. By sundown, the first group sailed, carrying fresh supplies, crossbow bolts, swords, barrels of salted meat, and a handful of dedicated knights. Ned stood on the docks watching them disappear into the gloom, praying they reached Tywin's camp alive. Days slipped by, overshadowed by each new dispatch from the front. Balon held firm within Pike's battered walls, lashing out with raids on the Lannister siege lines. Tywin pressed relentlessly, but the rocky terrain and winter storms slowed any decisive push. Ships wrecked, men drowned, catapults sank into mud. Letters from Tywin grew ever more furious. The realm had hoped for a swift blow, but it turned into a bitter slog. Meanwhile, Robert's old nightmares replayed in Ned's mind. The Ironborn seldom yielded, and every house stung by the earlier rebellion had thirsted for vengeance. The cycle repeated. Cersei came to him one evening as he hunched over a candlelit map showing the Iron Islands. She studied the lines of siege positions, the notes scribbled in the margins. "Still no sign of collapse?" she asked softly. Ned shook his head. "Balon's men are tenacious. Tywin can't deliver a killing stroke. The storms hamper the fleet's ability to blockade properly. The Ironborn slip out, raid supply ships vanish. So Tywin requests more men again." Her gaze flicked to a letter on the table, Tywin's seal unmistakable. "He drained the entire realm if it meant crushing Balon. But we can't feed an army that large in winter. This might drag on until spring." Ned swallowed. A grueling siege, bodies piling, coins spent. Theon's father plays a deadly game. The realm suffers. She touched his shoulder, leaning in. "At least we remain safe here, though I hate the thought of so many dying on jagged rocks. I wish there were a better way." Ned nodded, rising from his chair. "None emerges. Unless Balon miraculously surrenders." She laced her fingers with his. "And what of Theon? Does he know the siege flounders?" Ned sighed. "I've told him. He grows more restless each day. He wants to do something to end it. I suspect he contemplates telling Tywin how to breach Pike's defenses, but that means betraying everything he grew up with. He can't bring himself to do it yet." She glanced toward the shuttered window where the wind rattled faintly. "He might break eventually if he thinks it spares lives. Or maybe not. The Ironborn spirit is proud, but so is survival. Let me know if I can help." Ned gently squeezed her hand, grateful for her concern. "I will. Thank you." They parted, and he sat long into the night, gazing at the flickering candle. Winter's gloom pressed on, the realm battered by yet another war. He prayed for an end soon, though each passing day suggested a bogged-down campaign. The ghost of Robert seemed to hang over him, reminding him that the grey joys seldom bowed except to overwhelming force. A night later, the king summoned Ned in haste. Word had arrived from the west that Tywin had launched a major assault on Pike's walls after a temporary lull in storms. Casualties were heavy, but they gained ground, toppling an outer curtain. Balon retreated deeper into the fortress. Tywin demanded a final wave of reinforcements to break the last defense. The king paced in the small council chamber, Marjorie at his side. "We're scraping the bottom," Renly growled. "We've no more men to send. Winter's half-devoured the crown's supplies. Stormland lords are dealing with local woes. If Tywin can't break Pike now, do we strip King's Landing of defenses? That's madness. But if we refuse, the siege might drag on, letting Balon regroup." Marjorie looked pained. "Is there no negotiation possible? Could we offer Balon safe passage to the mainland, exile, anything to end this? So many are dying." Tywin's letter insisted negotiation was futile. Ned said as much. Balon refused all terms. He's content to see his fortress battered. Unless we find a secret approach, a weakness in Pike's structure. Renly frowned, turning to Ned. "You said Theon might know something. Did he speak? Has he revealed any secret sally ports or cracks in the walls?" Ned hesitated. "He's torn. He remains silent so far." Renly's eyes flared. "Then speak to him again. This is enough. If Theon can help us end this, he should. He owes the realm that much after all the turmoil his father caused." Ned bowed. "I'll try." He found Theon brooding in the same tower, gazing at the cold harbor. Guards parted for Ned. Theon gave him a bleak look. Ned wasted no time explaining Tywin's partial success, the battered siege lines, the heavy losses. "If Pike doesn't fall soon, more men die. Balon refuses reason. You can save lives, Theon. Give us a flaw in Pike's defenses, a hidden tunnel, anything." Theon stared at the floor. "You ask me to betray my father to speed his downfall." Ned's voice was steady but firm. "He betrayed you first. He said you're worthless, refused to spare the Iron Islands more bloodshed. You want this carnage to continue? Thousands on both sides suffer. Or you can help force Balon to surrender, perhaps even keep more Ironborn alive by making the siege quick." Theon's jaw clenched. He paced in silence, fists opening and closing. At last, he spoke in a hoarse whisper. "There is an old postern gate beneath the seaward walls, used rarely, half-collapsed after Robert's War. Father might not expect an attack there. If Tywin can get men around the cliffs at low tide, they could break in from behind." Ned felt a rush of relief tinged with sadness for Theon's plight. "That might be enough. We'll send a coded message to Tywin. He can attempt it. If it succeeds, the fortress might fall quickly." Theon swallowed, eyes bright with unspoken turmoil. "Yes. Let them end it. Let them end him if he won't yield. The realm's bigger than one man's pride. Ned nodded and placed a hand on Theon's shoulder. You did right. I'll see you're spared retribution. The king will remember this. Theon merely looked away. Ned left him there, wondering if Theon would ever recover from the knowledge he'd effectively aided in his father's downfall. But the realm demanded a solution, and Theon's choice might save hundreds of lives. Ned hurried to deliver the news to Renly. The king listened with grim satisfaction. So we have our opening? I'll draft a secret raven to Tywin. Let's see if it works. If it does, the war might be over soon. They penned the letter at once, ensuring it went by trusted courier. Then they waited. Winter's days seemed endless, the sky perpetually gray. Another half-moon turned before word came back. Ned was in his solar when a messenger burst in, flushed with cold, announcing fresh dispatches from the west. He raced to Renly's presence. The king, Marjorie, Cersei, and a cluster of courtiers gathered in the throne room. Ned stepped forward, handing Renly the sealed scroll. Renly cracked the wax, scanning quickly. His eyes widened. It's done. Tywin found the hidden approach, stormed the postern gate at low tide, overwhelmed Balon's defenders from inside. Pike is taken. Balon is slain. A ripple of startled murmurs ran through the chamber. Marjorie exhaled, pressing a hand to her chest. Cersei's gaze flicked to Ned. Tywin's letter was blunt. The Ironborn had rallied fiercely but couldn't hold once the Lannisters poured through. Balon fought to the last, refusing quarter. He died near the main hall, cursing the crown with his final breath. His surviving men either surrendered or fled. The letter claimed Pike was ablaze in parts, but the fortress was in crown hands. The war ended in a single night of savage fighting. Renly read it aloud. Balon's daughter Asha escaped by ship. Theon is recognized as the rightful lord if he'll swear fealty. Tywin suggests Theon might be installed as a puppet under watch, or the crown can put another caretaker. Either way, the Iron Islands kneel. A hush fell. Then a smattering of cautious applause, a sense of grim relief. Another threat ended. Another rebellious lord dead. Ned's mind spun. Theon was now lord of the Iron Islands, in name if the king decreed, but how would Theon accept that? And would the Ironborn ever bow to a boy who'd aided the enemy? Renly passed the scroll to Ned. The final lines, Tywin urges we confirm Theon as lord if he bends the knee. That might pacify the Ironborn. Or we can choose differently. Ned swallowed. We should consult Theon. He gave us the means to breach Pike. Rewarding him by letting him rule might prevent further unrest. If Asha tries to rally the Ironborn, Theon's claim could counter her. Renly rubbed his chin. Yes. And fewer men will question me if I show mercy to the next generation. Theon's father brought war, Theon helped end it. The realm might benefit from continuity. He turned to the court. Summon Theon Greyjoy. Bring him here at once. Guards hurried to fetch Theon. Cersei caught Ned's eye, her expression poised between apprehension and relief. Marjorie looked on quietly, and the assembled lords murmured. Before long, Theon entered under escort, face taut. He bowed stiffly to the king, then glanced at Ned for some clue. Renly's voice rang in the vaulted hall. Theon Greyjoy, your father is dead. Pike has fallen to the crown's forces. The war ends. By right, the Iron Islands pass to you if you swear loyalty to me. Will you kneel, accept your father's fate, and vow fealty to the Iron Throne? Theon's eyes shone with shock, grief, and a strange flicker of longing. He swallowed, trembling on the edge of a new life. The hush was absolute. Then, slowly, Theon sank to one knee, bowing his head. I swear it, your grace. My father made his choice. The Ironborn who remain can follow me or face the realm's wrath. I pledge loyalty if you'll have me. Renly nodded, seeming almost moved by the rawness in Theon's voice. Then rise, Theon of House Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, subject to the crown. You'll remain at court for now, forging trust. In time, we'll see you installed properly. Tywin Lannister's men hold Pike, ensuring no further revolt. Do you accept these terms? Theon stood, gaze flicking to Ned. I do. I accept. A ripple of murmured approval spread. It was no joyous celebration, the realm was tired of war. But the sense of crisis lifting was tangible. Another piece fell into place. Balon's defiance ended in blood, the line passing to Theon, who had effectively turned on his father's cause. Ned watched the young man carefully, unsure how well Theon would bear this role. But for now, peace was the best outcome. Or the closest thing to it. Renly dismissed the court soon after, leaving Ned to escort Theon aside. The young man looked as though he'd been run through with conflicting emotions. He's really dead, Theon whispered. I wanted to stop him from leading us all to ruin, but hearing it, gods, that's my father, no matter how cruel he was. Ned laid a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry. War rarely spares time for grief. You did what you felt was right. Perhaps now the Iron Islands can heal. Theon scoffed bitterly. They'll blame me. Asha will say I was weak, that I gave secrets to the enemy. Many Ironborn will want me dead. But so be it. If the crown supports me, maybe we can end the cycle of grieving. Ned nodded. Yes. Stand firm. You'll have the king's backing. In time, perhaps your people will see wisdom and peace. Theon gave a hollow laugh, brushing away the start of tears. Peace. That's a word the Ironborn hardly know. But I'll try. My father's way led only to ashes. Ned offered a faint, sad smile, then let Theon compose himself. War had ended, but it left scars on them all. He went to find Renly and Margaery, who were conferring about the next steps. Letting Tywin keep a caretaker garrison on Pike for a time, collecting a final tribute from the scattered Ironborn. Margaery looked relieved that Tywin's men had succeeded, though she sighed at the cost in lives. At least it's done, she murmured, and Ned could not disagree. Within a moon's turn, word spread across Westeros that Balon Greyjoy was dead and that Theon, as his heir, had submitted to the crown. Many Ironborn chafed at that, but the Lannisters' presence at Pike kept them cowed. Asha Greyjoy roamed the seas with a handful of ships rumored to vow vengeance on Theon. But no large-scale rebellion formed. The realm gave a weary sigh, believing another threat resolved. The aftermath in King's Landing was muted. The city had grown used to war's drumbeat. No lavish celebrations this time. Just a sense of relief that no more troops needed to sail west, no more coin burned on a drawn-out siege. Tywin wrote from Pike, claiming he'd oversee the region a while longer, then withdraw once Theon was ready. That letter brimmed with the old lion's pride, describing the final assault in almost triumphant terms. Ned found it unsettling, but if it kept the Iron Islands stable, so be it. Theon, newly styled Lord of the Iron Islands, remained in the capital. Renly declared he would confirm him in a formal ceremony once winter eased. For the moment, Theon was effectively a hostage lord, though in better quarters, free to walk the keep. Some courtiers eyed him with suspicion, others courted him with flattery, hoping for future alliances. Theon endured it with a distant air, seldom smiling. He had gained a title at the cost of his father and his people's old ways. Ned, seeing the conflict in Theon's eyes, resolved to counsel him as best he could. Perhaps the boy had no friends left but the ones in King's Landing. In the wake of the Ironborn War's end, the king turned once again to the realm's other troubles. Harvest shortfalls plagued certain crownland villages, requiring more distribution of stored grain. The Riverlands still faced pockets of bandits, though the Tyrell Knights had contained the worst. The Stepstones whispered of pirate activity, but no serious threat to the shipping lanes. And across the sea, rumors about Daenerys Targaryen persisted, though she showed no sign of returning soon. Stannis languished in Storm's End, with none championing his cause. Little by little, the realm inched toward a precarious peace. Winter's cold deepened. The city used more fuel. Prices rose. People grew anxious. Margaery's philanthropic spirit helped, as did a bit of cunning from Baelish to release limited funds for cheap bread. A restless hush settled over King's Landing, as if the smallfolk half expected new disaster. Ned found Cersei in the Godwood one late afternoon, where a light dusting of frost clung to the weirwood's roots. She stood by the trunk, arms wrapped around herself. He approached quietly, footsteps crunching on dead leaves. She glanced at him. Another war concluded. If we can even call it that. He nodded. A short, brutal campaign. Many died, but at least it didn't sprawl into months. She turned, meeting his gaze, a weariness in her eyes. Now Theon is Lord of the Iron Islands, indebted to us. Balon's threats are gone, and the realm keeps spinning with smaller crises. Will we ever see true peace? He exhaled, looking at the carved face in the weirwood trunk. A question I often ask. The realm is vast. Ambition and pride don't vanish easily. But we keep pushing back each new threat, hoping we can maintain order. She touched the trunk gently, though she did not share his faith in the old gods. Then we continue. One crisis at a time. He drew her into a slight embrace, feeling the winter chill on her cloak. She let her forehead rest against his chest for a moment. This closeness, grown over months of trials, gave him the only real sense of refuge in a city of endless demands. Outside the Godwood, the day waned, shadows lengthening across the grass. Eventually, they stepped apart and returned to the castle halls. As winter wore on, daily life settled into an uneasy routine. Merchants grumbled about taxes. Margaery arranged small events to keep morale afloat. Renly doled out judgments, occasionally short-tempered, but more stable since the Ironborn War ended. Tywin's forces gradually withdrew from Pike, leaving a caretaker garrison behind. Theon's position in the capital became an accepted fact, though some lords sneered at him as a turncloak. He walked with shoulders squared, ignoring the whispers. Ned saw in Theon a lonely figure who had gambled all to prevent a worse war. Whether the Ironborn would eventually accept him or not, time would tell. In the hush of late evening, Ned sometimes visited the library or the Godwood. He'd reflect on how many wars he had witnessed: Robert's Rebellion, the Greyjoy Rebellion, the standoff with Stannis, now Balon's downfall. Each time, the realm survived, yet the cost was high. People said the realm was too weary to keep fighting, but ambition lurked in every corner. He prayed that no new threat emerged soon. Reports from the north spoke of deeper snows. Robb wrote that Winterfell's granaries stood well stocked, the peasants safe so far. Arya roamed the castle with feral glee, Sansa managed the ladies' circles, Bran and Rickon thrived. That warmed Ned's heart. At least the north, for the moment, was calm. The only dire rumor came from Castle Black. Maester Aemon wrote of more eerie sightings beyond the wall, more vanishings. The Watchers there pleaded for reinforcements still, though Renly had already given what he felt he could. Ned reread those letters, dread gnawing. A threat unseen might be the worst of all. But no one listened except him. He cornered Renly one morning after a council meeting. "Your Grace," he said softly, "the Night's Watch messages grow more urgent. Strange sightings, walking corpses, wildling rumors. We could spare another small group or at least consider rallying some Northmen to the cause." Renly frowned. "We just finished another war. The realm is bled white. Suppose these sightings are just tall tales. We can't chase every rumor, Ned." Ned bowed his head. "Yes, I know. But if it proves true, ignoring it might cost us dearly." Renly softened a bit, clapping Ned's shoulder. "I recall your earlier pleas. Perhaps in spring, when the roads open, we can send more men. For now, every night is needed to keep the realm stable in winter." "I'm sorry." Ned suppressed his frustration. At least the conversation remained polite. "Understood. I'll keep watch. If we must act, I'll tell you at once." The king nodded, moving on to other matters. Ned stood a moment, cold, pricking his scalp. The worst foes, he thought, might not be Greyjoys or Targaryens, but the old horrors beyond the wall. He prayed they stayed far away a while longer. Cersei found him later, noticing the grim set of his face. He told her of the king's reluctance. She listened, then said gently, "If the threat in the north grows real, we'll handle it. For now, rest. You've done so much." He sighed, letting her reassurance calm him. "Yes, we endure. The realm endures." Winter's bleakness ground on, day by short day. The small crises of the kingdom felt endless: a riot in Flea Bottom over bread rations, a noble dispute near the Rose Road that turned violent, tensions in the Stepstones, faint whispers of the Targaryen girls' movements. Yet no single threat erupted into a full war. Tywin solidified control of Pike, then withdrew entirely by the time the storms grew too fierce for easy voyages. The battered fortress remained in the crown's name until Theon could be crowned properly, though that moment might wait until spring. Theon himself attended councils, often silent, occasionally offering insight if talk touched on seafaring. Some lords sneered, but none openly challenged him, not with King Renly's acceptance. The new Lord Greyjoy tried to reassemble a retinue in King's Landing, employing a few reformed Ironborn sellswords who wandered in from the west. Ned spotted them in the courtyard sometimes, uncertain if they'd remain loyal. Theon's entire future hung on precarious alliances. One late afternoon, Ned joined Renly and Margaery in a lesser audience chamber, where Theon, clad in black and gold, waited to speak. No large crowd attended, just a handful of scribes plus Cersei observing from a corner. Theon stepped forward with a stiff bow. "Your Grace," he said, voice steady, if subdued. "I've had word from the west. Some Ironborn survivors want to acknowledge me as lord if I can prove you'll let them keep certain customs. They fear total assimilation." Renly exchanged a glance with Margaery. "What customs, precisely?" Theon shrugged. "Wearing the old way tokens, burying their drowned men at sea, minor trade privileges for island crafts. Not reaving or rebellion. They just want their culture respected. If we refuse, some might join Asha. She still prowls the seas with a few ships." Ned listened, recalling how cultural tensions had flared after Robert's victory. Forcing the Ironborn to abandon every tradition risked sparking new rebellions down the line. Perhaps compromise would truly help. Renly tapped his fingers. "I won't permit reaving or taking thralls. But if they want to keep their religious rites or wear tokens, so be it. As long as they bend the knee and pay taxes like any other region." Margaery nodded. "And we can confirm you, Theon, as their lord, ensure they pay a fair tribute to the crown. That might suffice." Theon inclined his head. "Yes, your Grace. I'll pass that message." If they see I can bring them a measure of autonomy without war, many will accept me over Asha's violent path. Renly's expression was guarded but civil. Very well. We'll draft a formal decree. This is what your father refused. Perhaps your people can adapt. Mind you, if we sense reaving or betrayal, we'll crush it. Understood. Theon swallowed, nodding. Understood. Thank you. The meeting ended quietly, a sign that the crown would allow Theon's attempts at conciliating his people. Ned felt a flicker of hope. Maybe the realm could find a better approach than endless bloodshed. For Theon's sake, he prayed it worked. Cersei stepped beside Ned as they left, remarking under her breath, "It's all so tenuous, but if it averts more war, I welcome it." Ned took her arm. Same. We might actually see a calmer realm by spring if no new storm arises. She gave a small, half-smile. We've said that before, haven't we? He couldn't deny it. The realm's capacity for conjuring trouble seemed inexhaustible. But for the moment, no immediate war threatened. They returned to their duties, carrying that fragile optimism like a candle in the wind. Winter wore on. Weeks passed. Snow ever fell on King's Landing, just cold rains, but the outer provinces felt the chill. The lords coped, the small folk grumbled. A hush of enforced stability took hold. With the Ironborn War concluded, the city found a brittle peace. Renly and Margaery occasionally held modest feasts to keep spirits raised, though nothing lavish. The king's temper improved slightly. Tywin corresponded from Lannisport, boasting that trade was improving now that the Ironborn were subdued. Mace Tyrell returned to Highgarden for a time, leaving Garland and Loras behind. Theon grew more comfortable, forging alliances with various minor lords. Cersei confided to Ned that Theon's presence stirred uneasy whispers. Some claimed he was a thrall to the crown, but no major faction threatened him openly. Late one gray morning, as Ned oversaw a hearing with some merchants complaining of banditry on the Rose Road, a sudden hush fell. A new messenger from Castle Black arrived, half-frozen, demanding to see the hand. Ned excused himself from the hearing at once, leading the messenger to a private alcove. The man's face was windburned, exhaustion in every line of his posture. He handed Ned a sealed letter, lips trembling. "Urgent, my lord. From Lord Commander Mormont. He says it's dire." Ned's heart lurched. He broke the seal with shaking fingers, scanning the scrawled lines. Words leapt out: whites, wildling masses, the dead rising in the night, rangers ambushed. Mormont pleaded for immediate large-scale reinforcements, claiming the old tales were real. The others? A war that overshadowed mortal conflicts. Ned's pulse pounded in his ears. He read it twice. The letter described rangers returning undead, monstrous shapes glimpsed by the light of the moon. Maester Aemon testified to the authenticity. The Watch had lost more men than they could spare. If the realm ignored them now, they might soon face a horror none had seen in living memory. Ned looked up at the messenger, voice tight. "You traveled far in winter, risking your life?" The man nodded. "Aye, my lord. We rode night and day." The Lord Commander said no time to waste. The dead walk, or so the survivors claim. A chill ran through Ned, colder than any winter wind. He placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "I'll bring this to the king at once. Rest here in the keep, you've done well." The messenger sank onto a bench, relieved. Ned hurried away, mind whirling. The realm was barely stable. But if half of this letter was true, the threat dwarfed any Ironborn rebellion. He found Renly in the Great Hall, finishing another set of petitions. At Ned's urgent beckon, the king withdrew to a side chamber, accompanied only by Margaery, Baelish, and Cersei, who happened to be near. Ned read the letter aloud. Silence clamped down, broken only by the crackling of a wall torch. Renly's face grew pale. That's impossible. The others are legends." Ned's voice trembled. "They were legends. But the Watch insists they've seen whites. Undead men. They lost rangers. This is no rumor. Lord Commander Mormont begs help." Cersei's eyes flicked from Ned to Renly, alarm in her features. Margaery's hand flew to her mouth. Baelish looked uncharacteristically subdued. Renly ran a hand through his hair, speaking hoarsely. "But how can we respond? The realm is exhausted. Another war up in the frozen north? Do we even have the men?" Ned set the letter on the table. "If the others are real, ignoring them invites doom. Every petty war we've fought might be nothing compared to this. The Night's Watch is our first line of defense. They ask for immediate reinforcements, thousands ideally. Or at least men skilled in arms to hold the wall. They say a wildling horde also gathers under some king beyond the wall. If that horde unites with these horrors, we face catastrophe." Margaery sank into a chair, voice trembling. "This goes beyond any house rivalry. The living dead." Baelish spoke slowly, picking words with care. "If we send thousands, who pays for it? The realm is broke. If we strip men from the Crownlands or the West, we weaken ourselves. Might other threats arise? Ned's voice rose with urgency. This is a bigger threat than any mortal war. I say we muster men from every region, dispatch them north. We cannot risk disclaiming it as myth. The old tales, we must take them seriously. Cersei nodded, her face drawn. We can't face undead armies at our gates. The cost is high, but the cost of ignoring it could be our end. Renly paced in short, agitated steps. Gods! Another muster. The lords will revolt at the idea. Tywin might call it madness. Mace Tyrell will want proof. The Vale is aloof. The North alone might respond, but do they have enough men? Ned inhaled, trying to steady himself. Then we must unify them. Summon a great council if needed. Show them the letter, the messenger. Let them realize the threat. The Night's Watch wouldn't lie about this, not after all these warnings. We must do something. Renly pressed both hands to his face for a moment. Then he looked up, resolve flickering in his eyes. All right, we'll try. We convene the highest lords we can, Tywin, Theon, the Tyrells, the Stormland lords, whomever we can gather. I'll ask them to send men north. It'll be an uproar, but we can't sit idle. Baelish exhaled. We might frame it as a chance for glory, defending the realm from abominations. Fear can rally men if used correctly, but many will doubt. They'll think it a ploy. Cersei touched Renly's arm. We present it carefully but firmly. Show them Mormont's letter, the witness who arrived. Maybe we find survivors of these white attacks who can testify. Let them see the terror with their own eyes. Renly swallowed. Yes. Summon them. All. We'll hold a great gathering in King's Landing. Let them come see the proof. If they refuse, the realm might be doomed. He glanced at Ned. You lead the charge, Lord Hand. The watchers at the wall trust you. Rally the realm's lords to do what must be done. Ned bowed deeply, heart thudding with a mix of dread and determination. I will. Thank you, Your Grace. Marjorie's face was pale but resolute. Then let us waste no time. A threat to all living demands we stand together or perish. So it began, a frantic scramble to call the lords to King's Landing in the dead of winter. Ravens flew to every corner, commanding them to attend a gathering that might decide the fate of Westeros. Ned wrote carefully, referencing the messages from the Night's Watch, stating that an ancient enemy rose. Some might laugh, but at least they couldn't claim ignorance. If only a fraction believed them, maybe that would suffice to raise an army for the wall. Cersei supported him, drafting appeals to Lannister bannermen, urging them to come. Marjorie wrote to the Tyrells. Theon, ironically, wrote to the Ironborn, though Ned doubted many would care. The Vale was beckoned, the Stormlands told that the king demanded it. Even the North itself would be invited, though winter's snows might hamper the roads. It would take weeks, maybe a moon's turn, for them to arrive if they came at all. Meanwhile, Ned and Renly strategized on how to show them proof. They arranged for the wounded Night's Watch messenger to speak publicly, though he had not seen the whites himself, only the aftermath. Perhaps a captured white could be brought, but that sounded impossible. The horrors roamed beyond the wall. They placed hope in the Lord's sense of survival. If there was even a chance the stories were true, they must act. Or so Ned prayed they would reason. As the letters flew, time ticked on. The city watched with confused curiosity. Another council? Another threat? Whispers circled that the king had lost his mind chasing children's tales. Tywin from Lannisport sent a curt response that he would attend if the king insisted, but demanded evidence. Mace Tyrell signaled willingness, albeit grudging. Theon tried to appear helpful, though Ironborn interest in the undead was minimal. Day by day, the tension grew again. It was in the swirling uncertainty that Ned realized how drastically the realm might change if the others were real. All these years of trifling wars paled if the dead marched. He confided to Cersei one night in the Godwood, if they come, we must unify or die. All the proud houses, the hatreds, the ancient grudges, none matter if the living lose to the dead. We must persuade them. She held his hand, eyes reflecting flickers of torchlight. We will. I'll do what I can. Even father must see reason. He won't want about corpses. He managed a wry smile. Let us hope so. One by one, lords arrived in King's Landing, braving the cold. Some came quickly from the Crownlands or Stormlands. Others took longer, from the Reach, the West, or the Riverlands. The Vale's presence was uncertain, but rumor said a few delegates might come. The North, ironically, might be last, buried in snows. Day after day, the city filled with banners, the inns overflowing. Renly prepared to address them in the throne room, with Ned at his side to present the Watch's pleas. Marjorie orchestrated lodging, Cersei guided Lannister arrivals, Theon hovered on the periphery. Tension soared, for if they failed to convince these lords, the Watch might stand alone against nightmares. At last, the day came. The great hall swelled with lords and retainers, a grim swirl of cloaks and sigils. Candles and torches lit the space. The Iron Throne loomed at the far end, Renly seated in a cloak of black velvet embroidered with gold thread, Marjorie on a smaller seat to his right. Ned stood near the foot of the dais, heart pounding. Cersei watched from a place to the side. Tywin stood among a circle of western lords, face carved from stone. Mace Tyrell, plump in thick furs, glowered with skepticism. Others, Edmure Tully, Garland Tyrell, lesser houses murmured in clusters. A hush fell as Renly rose, voice echoing off the pillars. "My lords," he began, "I've called you here in winter's depths not for idle counsel, but because a danger beyond mortal kings threatens us all. The Night's Watch reports that the others' ancient foes we once considered myth may walk again. The dead rise in the far north. We must rally men to the wall, or risk doom." A clamor rose at once. Disbelief, protests, confused shouts. Tywin's eyes narrowed, Mace Tyrell scowled. Some demanded proof. Others roared that this was a ploy for more taxes. Renly gestured for silence, turning the floor to Ned. Ned stepped forward, heart-hammering. He recounted the Watch's letters, the messenger's testimony, the vanishings. "I know it sounds mad," he said, voice steady but urgent. "But the Watch has no cause to lie. If the others truly stir, no single house is safe." Balon Greyjoy's revolt was nothing compared to an army of whites. The North remembers old tales. My father and his father before him told of the long night. Do we dare ignore the signs? Some lords muttered it was superstition, but a flicker of fear sparked in others. Tywin demanded direct evidence. Mace Tyrell demanded to see a captured white. Ned could only repeat the words of Lord Commander Mormont. The hush thickened. At last, the king declared that if they disbelieved, they risked all. He asked them each to pledge men to the Watch. Even 500 from each great region would be thousands, Renly said. Enough to reinforce the wall. Will you deny the realm that safeguard? A tumult erupted. Tywin insisted he needed more than stories. Mace Tyrell complained the roads were too perilous to send men north in winter. Edmure Tully, eyes wide, said he'd consider it, though the Riverlands were also battered. Some lesser lords bravely offered small numbers, citing duty to the realm. But many grumbled about the cost, the potential waste. Ned felt frustration boil. You speak of cost. But if the threat is real, gold means nothing. The dead do not negotiate. The Watch has barely hundreds left to man the entire wall. Thousands of miles stand unguarded. If the wildlings unify under a king beyond the wall, and if the others are behind them, who can stand? He forced calm, scanning the hall. I beg you. We must unite. If the threat proves false, your men return in spring. If it's true, you'll have saved the realm. More murmurs. Tywin's face tightened. Finally, he spoke, voice carrying. Very well. I'll send a token force. 100 men, no more. If they find no whites, it's on your head. Mace Tyrell, seeing Tywin yield a sliver, grudgingly agreed to match that. Edmure Tully nodded, offering another 100. Other lords piped up, some giving 50, some fewer. The room's tension thickened as each house decided how many they could spare. In the end, it might total 1,000 or more. Ned's relief was tempered by how small that number seemed for the vast wall. But it was better than nothing. Maybe the North would also send men if the roads allowed. Renly hammered the arrangement home, each house to dispatch men within a fortnight, converging on Moat Cailin, then proceeding to the wall. Enough to double the Watch's manpower if the journey succeeded. The lords departed, some muttering about madness, others glancing at each other with dread. The great hall emptied, leaving the king, Ned, Marjorie, Cersei, and a few stragglers. Ned exhaled, heart-pounding. 1,000 men might not suffice to halt an ancient evil, but it was a start. He glanced at Renly, who nodded, looking equally drained. That night, in Ned's solar, Cersei joined him by the hearth. So, they'll send men, albeit grudgingly. Ned nodded wearily. Yes. Not as many as the Watch wants, but more than I feared. If the North also musters, maybe a few thousand. Enough to hold the wall? I pray so. She rubbed his shoulder. You did all you could. The king gave them the choice, and they mostly complied. If the others are real, I hope that's enough. If not, we'll have done what we can. He closed his eyes, letting the fire's heat sink into his tired muscles. We wait for their departure. Then wait for word from the wall. We might not know until spring whether this is enough. She leaned her head against him. We keep the realm together, crisis after crisis. Perhaps this is the greatest test yet, but at least we face it side by side. He rested his cheek against her hair, grateful for that warmth and unity. Another threat battled, though this time the enemy was half myth. The realm's future felt precarious, but for once a spark of cooperation had emerged. If that glimmer held, maybe Westeros could weather even the darkest winter. Ned let himself believe it. He had to. Days later, columns of men began trickling out of King's Landing, heading north. They wore house sigils, some bearing Lannister lions, others Tyrell roses, Tully trout, a handful of lesser banners. Enough knights and archers to fill the roads. The city gaped at the spectacle, an army going north not to fight men, but to meet rumored nightmares. Ned and the king watched from the walls as the soldiers departed, breath rising in frosty puffs. May the gods guide them, Renly murmured. We've done our part. Ned nodded, images of the wall looming in his mind. Yes. Now all we can do is pray they reach Castle Black safely, that the Watch can lead them well. If the others are real, steel alone might not suffice. Renly exhaled, looking older than his years. One crisis ends, another begins. I hope the realm has the strength to endure. Ned gazed across the rooftops, winter's haze settling over the city. We endure. We always do. For the children, for tomorrow. He closed his eyes a moment, letting the swirl of cold wind remind him how fragile everything was. Then he squared his shoulders, remembering how each war had tested them. They still stood. With a final glance at the departing army, he followed Renly back inside, resolved to keep watch over the realm for as long as needed, through winter's darkest nights and beyond, hoping that somewhere, in those distant northern reaches, the living might stand firm against the dead and prove that men's unity was not a vain dream after all.